God defender. No. The Big Bang was an event that took place, a natural process. The Big Bang is not an explosion. The Big Bang was an expansion event.
What happened before it?
Quantum fluctuations.
Okay, what are quantum fluctuations? What is that? No, I said nothing comes from something, and he said I was wrong. And now I'm proving you believe in nothing. I'm saying, if you take the atheist worldview of this what happened, and you take my worldview of what happened, mine makes more sense. They're saying quantum fluctuations created humans. I'm saying a designer created humans. So that's obviously, that speaks for itself. They're completely, completely collapsing there.
Why are we going back to the beginning when we're already boiled? Why are we going back to the beginning when we're already boiled down to the heart of what his argument is? There is no point in going back to the beginning of this. The heart of his argument is that he has no evidence to support his God, and we have evidence to support.
I have the evidence. I'll show you the evidence. So here's the evidence. So the evidence is, for the thousands of years, we've been examining complex things, and all complex things have been shown to be created. So by that definition, we must assume all created things come from designers, intelligence. Where's your evidence to that?
And by that logic,
where's your evidence? Okay, all of that's created by God, though. So what's your point? Yes. Okay, so just because a bunch of physics nerds don't believe God exists is not evidence. That's an appeal to authority. That's a logical fallacy. That's a logical fallacy. So just because physics doesn't agree doesn't mean anything. Go ahead. Try to debunk it. Please try to debunk it. You'll fail.
Your argument using your rules.
So one at a time. One at a time, my son. Listen, my son. One at a time.
Dude, let your testicles descend before you call me your son.
Oh, the experts. You keep appealing to the experts as if it means anything to me. Why don't I just quote you my imam? I'll quote you my imam. Is that evidence?
No.
Okay, so then shut up, dude. It's a terrible argument. So next, which other atheist wants to debate me? So since TJump just lost, what were you saying, Peter? Go ahead.
Yeah, TJump. Can I have a go?
Yeah, let Peter get in here, bro. You're suffering. You're suffering badly here. Let Peter get in here.
Paco, come on, man.
Sorry, my mic is muted.
Yes. How did you prove that? So the academics and the physicists proved it. So a bunch of nerds with lab coats are better than God, really?
Hey, please stop interrupting when he's talking.
Dude, he keeps monologuing, bro. Let Peter speak.
Right, he's addressing what you're saying. So let him address what you're saying and then address his point.
I'll let him soy out. Go ahead.
And then go back and forth. I will. That's the plan.
Why is he on this long?
Okay. So the consensus of a bunch of nerds in lab coats proves that God doesn't exist. That's what you're saying.
Nerds and lab coats.
I can prove your God doesn't exist with your own argument.
Okay.
If you state that complex things have to be designed, do you and I both agree that if your God designed everything, he has to be infinitely more complex than anything else?
Sure, but it has to reach some point.
Great.
Time has to end at some point.
So that by your logic means that your God was designed. So who designed your God?
There has to be a principal designer beyond everything. That's
No, not that special pleading. You either stick to your own rule or you don't. Because if you're not applying it to your own God, then don't apply it to anything else either.
I'm saying everything within space and time must be designed. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
We're talking about material things. We talked about plants. We talked about black holes. We talked about crystals.
Now you agree that your God has to be designed. So who designed your God?
I didn't.
No, you
No,
already
you can just
skipped
lie.
up
You can
and-
lie about my argument and be wrong. Go ahead.
No, you
Go
said
ahead, Jack.
everything that exists within space and time has to be designed, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So you don't account for space and time. Okay, so we've got something greater than that. So
Right.
does Allah exist within space and time?
Huh? No, he's outside of space and time, of course.
He's outside of space and time, but everything within space and time. So how do you account for space and time itself?
What does that mean?
Okay, it's amateur hour. I'm
You
done.
just burped, dude. You just burped. This is disgusting. Can you not do that?
God defender. Can I ask you?
Come on, man.
I'm curious because
that's your argument.
Peter,
you
hang on a
burp.
second. I gotta ask one question, God defender. So you claim that Allah created everything, right? So everything within space time, whatever, like this. But what did Allah create everything out of?
He created first man out of mud first. That's the story in the Quran.
What did he create the matter out of? Like the matter.
That's a ridiculous question. How would I know that?
Okay, because
you seem to know everything.
We have an answer. For
I'm
where
a
all
human
of these
being. I'm not
God
a freaking
God
fairy.
defender. We have an
You
answer
gotta
for where
prove
all
that.
of these things came from, and he obviously didn't create human beings out of dirt or mud because these would that would predominantly be silicate, and we're not made out of silicate. So my question is but the initial matter in and of itself, where did God create that? How did God make that stuff?
Okay, so it's a ridiculous question. God can create whatever he wants. He's the eternal creator.
Okay,
so I don't know what you're saying.
He can create whatever he wants, but are you saying that at one point there was only Allah, and then Allah created stuff, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so what did God create, and what did Allah create everything out of?
Create everything out of matter.
But where did the matter come from? Did he create?
I have no idea. So we're gonna keep looping. You understand? We're gonna keep looping because you're wasting everyone's time.
What I'm getting at is this, and what I think you recognize. What I'm trying to say is, you believe that your God created everything out of nothing.
Yeah, guy. Of course he did. Yes.
Okay.
God created things.
We don't say that. That's your argument.
No, you say that first the quantum stuff moved around and it created humans. We're saying an intelligent designer created things.
That's not what we claim at all.
Oh, a bunch of quantum bounced around and created humans. Really? You actually believe that?
No, that's not how it goes down.
Quantum
fluctuations result in what we describe to be the inflation event of the Big Bang. This is this very rudimentary description. I'm not going to run down a complete physics course for you or a quantum mechanics course for you. But when it comes down to it, we can explain and have evidence for all the things that currently exist and how they got here, from the inflation event to the formation of the formation of heavy elements, so on and so forth, all the way up to today.
So how does that disprove my argument?
We can explain it. We have a model that explains it, and we can make predictions with that model that come true, which validate the model. But your God doesn't come into play in any of this.
Who wrote the model?
The model is understood. We understand the model because we've tested it.
Who is we?
It's been discovered.
Beings, humanity.
The model was discovered.
Not humanity. You're talking about scientists. You're talking about scientists, correct?
You can do the work yourself. I have done the work. Most of us on this panel have done the work.
No, you've been in Discord calls soaring out. That's what you've been doing.
No,
so here's the reality.
All right, next time we do that,
it's called
you're gonna get
man.
removed. All right, so does anybody have any comments? Obviously, we're not going to talk about him behind his back while he's off stage.
After comments about there, I just have a quick announcement to make. So go ahead.
Yeah, he defeated himself with his own argument. So if something cannot come from nothing, then his God cannot create something from nothing, because according to him, something cannot come from nothing. And
that's his
everything that is and everything that is complex has to be created. Therefore, his God has to be created. He's defeating himself.
Literally, just it was a good example of how theists often project their own argument onto theists.
Yeah,
is that they accept that something comes from nothing, and that it was God who created everything out of nothing. But because we don't believe in God, therefore we believe that something came from nothing. And that's not the way it works, and not what we claim. So it's just them projecting their crap.
And I would suggest that next time he comes up, he takes it down a notch on the coffee because, damn.
All right.
That was.
And then Randolph?
Yeah, I just wanted to shout out a happy birthday to one of our head moderators. He goes by, the first name is Titan, the last name is Uranus, and he's been a big help. Anybody to give him a happy birthday gift, make him a moderator on your YouTube channel. You won't be disappointed. He is a great help.
I love how
And
you
if you wanna
tiptoed
do
around
it-
the name.
That's a great name.
It.
And if you want to do him a favor, just say, hello, Titan Uranus.
All right. So we've got
You're trying to
Bear
ruin his
Brigade
birthday, aren't
up
you?
next. Let me pull up your DM so I can remember
Yo,
what
what's
you
up?
wanted to talk about.
What's up? Yeah, so I want to talk about how, like, your entire argument as to how science is quote unquote like objective truth. That is not really true. The way you guys portray science, this scientism has rotted your brain completely to the point where it's honestly just disgusting. Science itself is intersubjective. God is objective. Therefore, God exists. You just gotta,
Okay.
you just gotta accept that reality, dude.
I would
You're
like
defining it into existence.
Sorry, I just got to stop for a sec. We're trying to run a show here that we're listening respectfully to people's things. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps toning down on the insults and just try to stick to the topic, that would be very, very much appreciated. Thank you.
I think we're going to start doing a three
I'm
strike.
literally sticking to the topic.
All right, Bear, let me talk for a second so the audience can hear. I think we're going to start doing like a 3-strike thing today. So where if you're insulting people on the panel, I'm going to mark down a strike in my head. And once you hit 3, you're getting removed. So let's not insult each other. And we're not going to insult you as well.
So, Bear, you're basically all you did was you just defined God into existence. You said God is defined as such. God is defined as existing, so therefore it exists.
Yes, there has to be an objective truth. Do you agree with that?
An objective
Why?
truth?
Yes, there has to be an objective truth to reality. Do you agree with that? Yes or no?
Okay, yeah, sure.
And the issue with the human experience is it is subjective. It is completely subjective, and science is always fucking wrong. It's always been disproven and always came to be wrong.
No,
Your
that's
claim
incorrect.
is God isn't subjective, but he would be a
God is
subjective
objective.
mind. You claim that.
Because God exists. God is real, right?
Cool.
I think
Present your
like,
evidence.
God is objective. Everything that you're spouting right now is just down to
Yeah,
human experience. This is your own human
with-
experience.
Okay,
I'm
he's
that's
done,
your
Taco.
claim.
With
God does
TJump,
not
how
exist.
do you know?
Now we're equal.
I'm a TJump. How do you know God exists? Because that's basically what we're here for.
How do I know God exists? Well, I
Yes.
can't prove that my human experience is the correct human experience. I can't confirm completely 100% how my evidence is 100% fact. Therefore, there has to be an objective truth. And logically, if you guys would use your little logical science brains, quote unquote,
You can't
You'd understand
confirm
that
that
God
God exists. But you can't confirm that God exists.
God
That's
does
what you're saying.
exist.
Well,
No,
okay,
God does
You
exist.
just
It's
you
an
just
objective
said
reality.
you just
Bear,
said
Bear,
that you
that's a
can't
positive
confirm it.
claim. Bear, that's a
Again,
positive.
science is
Bear,
intersubjective.
Bear,
Like,
that is a positive claim.
Testing.
Please present your evidence for the existence of your God.
Yes.
well, if you wanna go back to what we were talking about before, you know, a lot of the thing like old Earth, your belief in old Earth, a lot of scientists believe in.
Stop talking
That
about
can
our
be pretty
beliefs.
much-
Tell us about your beliefs.
Stick to the question
No,
JL
because I have to
asked.
debunk
That,
your
that would
beliefs
help.
to prove that God exists.
No, no,
Because
no,
you guys
that's-
live in a bubble.
That's an
You guys live
argument
in a
from
bubble.
ignorance fallacy. So, like, imagine we have 10 car
Like
axles.
Bosch,
Wait,
please.
wait.
Okay.
Listen carefully. I'll try to explain this to you in baby steps. 10 car axles. Let's say the first 9, we prove the first 9 car axles are broken. Does that prove the 10th works?
Probably. It could work.
It could be broken, couldn't it? They could all be broken. All 10 could be broken.
Yeah, it could be broken, but it could work.
Right. So if we have 10 axles and we prove the first 9 are broken, we don't know if the 10th works or not, right? So it doesn't matter if we know the first 9 are broken. That is zero evidence that the 10th works because we have to test the 10th, right?
Again, but you're not God, dude. You can't prove that it works completely. There's no such thing as 100%, even in science. Even in science, there's no such thing as 100%.
Bro.
You're literally
Pay
debunking
attention.
yourself.
Pay attention. The question is does us knowing the first 9 axles are broken tell us anything about whether or not the 10th works or not?
Well, it could tell you that it wouldn't work.
The answer is no, Bear.
This should be really
Yeah.
easy. So like if I test
Easy.
9 axles and I know those 9 axles are broken.
Again, you're giving a completely different like example.
No, this is
Right.
the exact same example. You're just not very bright. So
You're
Wait,
trying to like
hold up,
you're trying
hold
to
up.
give me your scientific method,
no,
but the issue
no,
with
this
the
is not
scientific,
the scientific
method is the
method.
first
It's
step.
wrong. Shut up and listen. Shut up and listen. So I test some axles and I know those axles are broken. I have not tested a different axle. For the axle I have
Yes.
not tested, do I know if it works or not?
Again, you're just trying to give me like a dumb example.
This is a
No,
yes
yeah,
or
what?
no. This is a yes or no.
Yeah,
question.
no, go on, chop.
Right.
Let me go
So
there.
so if science is one of those axles and we know it's broken, and God is one of the axles we have not tested, then we don't know if God is true. Simply saying that science is broken doesn't show that God is true.
Yes, but you understand that this is like a complete different thing to what you're arguing.
No,
Throughout our
it's
entire
not.
human no, it is.
No,
without that
it's
is.
literally a perfect analogy.
How about you let me talk? There's like, again, you guys have got a bad problem with talking over people, and there's like how many of you here? So let me just
What's
talk.
your argument?
Okay, good. Throughout fucking human history, we have all believed in God. If you look at any kind of culture, whether it be the fucking Hindus, Abrahamic faiths,
I've never
even
believed in a
pagans,
god, so
they've
that's
all believed in
not a
some
real
form of
argument.
God. They've all
No,
believed
there
in
are
some
lots
form
of
of God, and then you atheists come along, right?
Let's
And
let
you
him
say,
talk for a
"Oh,
minute.
well, that isn't true because my science told me." Your fake version of God told you.
What does this have to do with
And-
anything that you were saying? Like there are most cultures before religions didn't believe in a god. What does this have to do with the topic?
And if I may say
I-
so, it sounds
never
like you
believed
are
in a god,
attacking
and I never
science.
needed
It doesn't sound like you are actually trying to present good evidence for a god.
No, but your evidence has
never-
to be based in science.
Hold on,
but
Bear,
I told you
Bear,
guys.
Bear, hold on. I've never
Okay.
believed in a god, and I've never needed science in order to not believe in a god.
Wait, what does this have to do with the topic? I don't care who believes in God. How does this evidence?
Okay, can I talk, or you all three of you just gonna
Stop
keep
asking
on
if
talking?
you can talk and just talk. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Listen, TJump, right? You're gonna have to stop cutting people off. You've been a bit annoying.
What?
But what was I saying before? Like I said, right? The issue with the scientific method itself is that you have to fucking observe something. You have
Wait,
to
I've
observe.
already covered this. Broken axle.
No, you haven't.
This was the broken axle analogy. Even if science is broken, that's not
No,
evidence
dude,
that
you're
your axle
using
works.
you're using a dumb argument there.
No, it's a very smart argument.
I'll make it easier.
Because
I'll make it easier for you.
It does
What
not
is-
relate. It does
Bear,
not relate to
Bear, hold on.
objectivity and subjectivity.
Bear, hold on. I'll make it easier for you. What is a better method to determine things than the scientific method? What method are you using?
God, human history,
What's that?
religion.
What? All of those are part of the scientific method.
No,
Apart
it's not.
from the God, apart from God's. What's God's method?
God's methods. God created everything. So God.
I'm
God's-
not
God is
asking.
an
I'm not
infallible-
asking what He created. I'm asking you for a method to determine reality. You said God had a method, so tell us about that method. How does it work?
What? Look, am I fucking gods? Like again. Like
You said you came up with that method when I asked you if there was a better method than the scientific method. You said God's method. That was literally your first answer.
but there's
I'm
no
just
way of
asking-
100%
I'm
determining
just
reality.
asking you. You brought it up, so explain God's method to us.
God's method. God can do miracles, man. He's done it all throughout human history.
That's not a method. To
No, it is.
determine
You guys have just
reality.
never believed. You've never prayed.
I asked
You've
you.
never prayed.
I
You've
asked
never
you.
been
Okay, hang on a
judged.
second.
Hold on.
Peter, hang on.
I
a second.
asked you a specific
Peter,
question.
Peter, he's
no,
not
wait,
going to
wait,
answer it.
hold on.
Peter, he's not going to answer
I
it.
just
but-
want. I just want
but
one
Bear,
shot.
Bear.
One shot. No. I want one shot. Bear, listen. I asked you for a method to determine reality. Your first answer was God's method.
Yes,
What
and
is
belief.
God's?
Yes.
What is God's method to determine what is real and what isn't? explain God's method.
Again,
How does
you're
it work?
asking me what does God do? I'm not God, dude. I'm not fucking God.
You came up
Stop
with that
asking me
method.
dumb
You
questions
said
like
it
I'm
was
God. I'm not
no.
God.
You
Hey guys,
said,
let's
hold
stop
on.
yelling at each
I'm
I'm
other.
not saying. I'm not saying you're God. You came up with God's method as being a better method than the scientific method. That
Yes.
means that you know what God's method is. Otherwise, you couldn't make that determination, right?
Yes. So no. I don't know God's method.
Yes,
All I know is that I
because
believe in God.
you can't say something is better if you don't know what it is.
Yeah, God works in miracles, dude. He's done it all throughout human history, like I said.
I'm not talking about what God does. I'm talking about a method. You
Can we move
can't
on?
come up with a better
Peter.
method if you don't know what the method is.
Can
So,
we move
Peter,
on?
you
You
need to
can't determine it's
understand.
better.
We're just accepting science. We could be accepting that Solomon talks to ants. I mean, the Quran.
How about have you guys ever prayed? Wait, have you guys ever
Bear,
prayed?
bear,
You guys
bear.
ever prayed?
Many
Have
of
you
the
guys ever
bear,
prayed?
bear,
Many
let me explain.
times.
Bear,
Many,
let me
many
explain.
times.
Many of the people on this, or most of the people on this panel were raised in the faith, of varying degrees for varying lengths. I myself was raised in the faith. Prayer is irrelevant, because if God is omniscient and God knows everything, then praying is irrelevant, because praying won't get you anything, because God's already determined everything and already knows infallibly what's going to happen. So if God is omniscient and knows all things infallibly, then your prayers are irrelevant and don't matter. So nonetheless,
can I jump in?
Oh yeah, I was just gonna ask. Like, I just want to know, how do you define miracles, Bear? Like, what do you define as a miracle?
So, look, can I talk now, or is somebody gonna cut me off?
I ask you a
so,
question.
what do I define as a miracle?
How do you define a miracle?
Well, like there's been tons throughout, like the Bible.
The Bible's a book. It's not a miracle.
Moses crossing the Red Sea.
There are
Do you
many
not
books and
remember
there
that,
are
dude?
older
Like, come on.
books. There are many books and there are older books.
Also, we
Yeah.
don't think that Moses
I
was a
would
real
consider
person.
like if you look for like history, for an example, like I'd say the end of capitalism was fucking a miracle. I feel like the birth of the Soviet Union was a miracle, but you guys wouldn't know about that, so there's no point in talking about it.
Wait.
These were from complete impossible scenarios.
Socioeconomic policies are miracles?
Well, I would argue how they came to be were basically miracles, yeah, and the progress of human history. I would say so.
That doesn't define what a miracle is. Is a miracle rare?
Is a miracle rare? It's blessed upon by God.
How do you know that? How do you know what is and what is not? How do you define the difference? How do you tell the difference between a rare event?
People coming to the sun. People coming to the sun for salvation through Jesus Christ is a miracle itself, in of itself. Living in this fucking
no, it's not. It's a matter of them hearing about it and then deciding to believe.
Not really. Some people just get into Christianity for no reason. Some people get into Islam, Judaism, etc. for no reason. Like, we live in a society that pushes the view and the narrative of scientism.
How can I get into a religion if I have no concept of it and I've never heard of it?
And then after you answer that, could you tell us what religious view you're trying to convince us of?
Honestly, I'm not trying to convince you of any religious view. I don't really care.
Okay. Then ignore my question. Bear, do me a favor. Read what the name of the damn stage is, please.
No, I'm trying to convince you of.
Thank you.
There you go.
Solved.
Dr. John Zoidberg is up next. Does anybody have any comments though before we bring him up here?
Like, if they can't
I wanted to tell
understand-
JL reading is hard. It's really hard.
I wanted to say, I think in near the beginning, Amy was starting to go down a certain path with some questions, and I'm curious to know what Amy was thinking to ask. If you remember what you were going for, Amy.
I think I had a round before, but I just noticed that at first it did seem like he was a Muslim, like we were talking about Quranic miracles, and then he said that it was a miracle when people come over to know Jesus as their Lord and Savior. And so it's like, are you devil's advocating, or are you just like a non-Abrahamic, non-denomination. It just seemed, it seemed spicy, but then it just seemed confused.
Actually, someone in my live chat just brought something up that was interesting. Paul Carroll states that the same religion has not spontaneously formed in two isolated populations. Anyone who adheres to a specific religion had to have been told about it by someone else first. It had to have been thought up and then passed on from that point. And because we have not seen Christianity or any other religion, the same religion, pop up in two different isolated places, that would enable us to independently verify, because two separate things, then I would say that it's a good argument against it, yeah.
Except for the upline who started it all, who has only downlines and no other up... Oh, whoops, sorry, I'm thinking multi-level marketing.
Also, I remember one other point. When he brought up scientism was what I wanted to talk about, because we get this often, is that we just worship science, that we just put scientists on an altar, and that is not true. Science is a process. We have respect for people who have actually worked hard to learn expertise in their field and talk credibly about it. And so when the options are going to be science versus miracles, I mean, I don't even know, that is a NFL player playing against someone in preschool. I don't even know.
Well, a lot of them tend to think that we're trying to prop up all of scientists like this neo-Gnostic pantheon. So it's definitely weird.
Indeed. We don't just believe things because scientists believe them. We believe it because of the peer review process by which we can find fact from fiction. And welcome someone new.
Dr. John Zoidberg, MD, welcome. It's a pleasure to have a doctor here.
Oh, amazing.
Great to have you, Zoidberg.
Thank you. By the way, guys, I spoke to you, I think, last time when I presented Jeff Tremble's, the argument Jeff Tremble presents in an inverse form. So, I just wanted to say that. I don't know why, but... anyways, Taco, I honestly wanted to ask, and I forgot to do, and I just remembered as soon as you invited me. Do I need to be in opposition to the respectable panel here, or can I actually engage on an experience I had with the theist? Because I had a question about that.
Basically, the focus here is to convince us that a goddess or a god exists. You don't actually have to hold that position in order to try to convince us. What's important is that the attempt is made to try to be convincing. Our audience tunes in because they want to hear these arguments as well. So if you've got something like that, if you just wanted to make a little bit of commentary, we're happy to let you talk as well.
Oh, it's not so much of a commentary. I had an experience with J. Robin on Clubhouse. I think we all know who J. Robin is.
That's a fun one.
one of Darth Dawkins' disciples, as I understand it.
You have my condolences.
Yeah, but it seems that I kind of stun-locked him because we're having a conversation, and J. Robin assumed that because I my initial premise is, so what if God exists, right? I don't care if God exists, so what? And J. Robin at that point started talking about how my immortal soul is going to be tortured, right? If I don't accept God and I'm not saved by God, but it's and this was like a repeating experience, right? Everyone is the culmination of this. It seems like a very flimsy argument, right? From a debate point of view. It seems that if you result
have you told J. Robin to work on his threats? Because if a god doesn't exist, threatening that the god will torture you doesn't really have any impact.
And so
I actually gave him the premise that God does exist. I said I don't care. I only care about my life now. Right?
I'll tell you why he can't go forward. What it seems like you're asking is why, even when I concede the point, will they not defend their own views? And that is because presuppositional apologists do not defend their own views. They don't really spend, as far as I can tell, a lot of time defending or thinking about it. And so the moment that they actually have to go into canon, the moment they need to talk about theology or why they actually believe well, it starts sounding less like deistic philosophical arguments and more like, well, I kind of prayed really hard and I found my car keys, and ever since I just knew Jesus was my Lord and Savior. And that's not really what J. Robin wants to defend.
Well, I guess that, and the fact that J. Robin is like really lazy and he just wants to jump to the, he doesn't want to go through the process with you. He just wants to jump from one point to another, right? When it comes to like defense of existence of God. But the problem is he seems and people like him, like John Lee, for example, again on Clubhouse, it seems that once you say, or you just exclude God as like God's existence, you remove it off the table, you say like, I don't care, God exists, whatever. Do whatever, right? Like at that point, it seems from a rhetorical standpoint and from a debate standpoint, right? They're in a very weak position, right? Because what are you left with, right? If somebody says, well, I don't care, I only care about my life now, there's no possible way for me to know the trans configuration of being a soul and being tortured, so there's no point like in really imagining what pain would be like or whatever, right? It puts them in a really weak position. I'm wondering why like more atheists are not exploiting that, because they look ridiculous when they do it. It's just
you're talking about going to just like a deist type position where you're just granting that some God exists for some like philosophical argument, but you're not going to grant any specific theology about hell.
Sure.
If I will also add on that I don't think that presuppositional is about recruitment, that it seems to be extremely technical and jargon filled because it wants to sound sophisticated to believers. I hate to say that it is their version of a cheerleader because they get used to being smacked around through these types of conversations, and so it's a lot harder as a Kent Hovind or as someone who believes the Earth is 6,000 years old to go in there and try to talk with scientific-minded people. But to a significant degree, presuppositional apologetics controls the conversation because it's like a butchered version of the Socratic method where you
did you guys cut out?
Oh, I thought it was me. Okay.
Okay. But I did want to say, like,
you cut out.
I can hear you, Amy.
Yeah, I can hear you, Amy.
She went out on my end and Jackson apparently.
I agree. No, they go evidence-based. They go I always forget his name, Van Tillian type of like argumentations, and it's but
well, it's predominantly, like you said, apologetics and presuppositional apologetics is not designed to convert people. It's not designed to bring people to faith. It's designed to scare the shit out of believers who are potentially leaving. That's all it is. It's just meant to keep people in the faith.
Jail warrant, right? My point, and Amy, like I understand this, and these are all great arguments. My point is,
do we have any presuppers in the audience to potentially
just
defend
a quick
presup?
interruption? Just a quick interruption. Randolph, check your chat.
It's already taken care of.
Oh, okay.
Thanks.
I just wanted to say this. It seems like, right, with Precept in general, not specifically J. Robin. I don't think J. Robin's like very effective at this as well. With Precept in general, it seems that once you grant them the existence, for whatever, like we're doing just rhetorically, like, once you grant them the existence of God, right, and you say, I don't care of God's like whatever potential actions, right, they can be like, they can be the types of arguments that will make them look ridiculous, right? The fact of the matter is that you would get punished infinitely for a finite crime. For one, what kind of a God is that? Like, it's terrible. Second of all, they have to resort to threats. There's nothing else. There's no meat on the bone after this. Like, it's done. Like, and I think like.
Well, I'm not understanding. I'm not understanding like your goal here. Like, if I say I'm trying to like convince someone that the moon is 255,000 miles away, and they say, yeah, you're right, but I don't care, then I'm just like, all right, next person. Like once you admit that they win the debate, I mean, that's like the debate's over. It's not really.
But TJump, they don't stop there, right? Because as soon as you say I don't care, like if God exists, they have to go into, well, if you don't believe in God, if you don't believe in Jesus, right? This is this and this and this is going to happen to you, right?
Well, yeah, because you've essentially just granted them the debate, and so they're winning, and they're just doing victory laps about their ideology.
How are they winning? How are they winning when they have to resort to like petty threats, right?
No, if you admit,
all right, we're bringing in the precept.
If you admit that they're right, that there is a God, they've won the debate. That's the goal of the
Hello,
precept.
hello.
And if you say that, then they're gonna just be like, okay, now I'm just gonna have fun promoting my ideology, and that's all they're gonna do at that point is just promote their ideology. They're not looking ridiculous to them at that point. They're just telling you facts that you've essentially agreed to.
Sure, but like the fact of the matter is that the existence, like usually these things don't end up with like, yes, you acknowledge God exists, right? They have to end up with, yes, you have to become a Christian, right? Because you're setting up the conversation with the Christian God in mind, right? Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention this. Like obviously I specifically wanted to talk about the Christian God, right? Which means that at some point as a Christian, they have to like say, hey, you have to believe in God because you will burn in hell, right? Which then puts them in a ridiculously big position, in my opinion.
Well, we have a precept for you to talk to. This is Geo.
He's right here.
You're a precept? Oh my god, Barry.
Yeah. So when we think about presupposition, do you want me to grant? I'll actually work it within your guys' paradigm of presupposition. I'll say that what you guys think about the Bible is true. So. But I would also like to say, I was actually my main point I had written down because someone said something earlier. I think it was TJump, the pink-haired freak. He said earlier.
Strike one.
Okay, fair enough. So he said, you claim the creation of something from nothing is wrong from the creationist perspective, but I do not see that as true. But it is the other way around, as your argument is incoherent, as you believe the event operated within space-time and matter, created space-time and matter.
Absolutely none of that made sense. Like what?
Yes, you did. You said
that space-time came into being with the Big Bang. Because of a singularity, you can't have space-time because everything would be on itself, and thus you can't have.
Amy, I still have no idea what he said. Like, what is your argument?
So you guys believe that
TJump, I think he's combining something.
Let him. I want him to answer. What did you say?
Yeah. So you guys said earlier that the idea that Russia defender earlier or Christ defender. He said earlier that it was incoherent. That he said the creation of nothing from something is not a good argument from the creationist perspective.
I didn't say any of that.
Okay, then who was? It was someone on this panel. I don't
remember. I mean, I'm the only other one who answered that, and I didn't say that either.
Then what'd you say?
I said that he said that atheists, or he made the claim that atheists believe that something came from nothing, and then I demonstrated how that is not the atheist claim. That is just him projecting his own argument onto atheists and then removing God from it because he believes God created everything from nothing.
Hey guys, thanks for the stage.
And take it easy, Zoidberg. And because we don't believe in a God, he thinks that we believe something, that everything came from nothing. So he's just projecting his own argument minus God onto atheists, and he's incorrect about that. That's not what we claim.
Okay, so your claim is that the creation of the event.
No, we don't claim that anything was created.
That's why I switched it to the event. The event of the Big Bang is a fluctuation of energy that created a what?
It was an expansion event.
There's no. I don't think it's kind of pointless.
It was an expansion of what? Of what matter? What matter beforehand?
Energy.
Yeah, where did the energy derive from?
Matter and energy of this universe.
Where did the energy and matter derive from? Where is the energy and matter derived from? Is it just there?
One sec. Hold up.
Hey, one at a time, guys.
So
come on.
The answer here is that quantum fields, when they fluctuate in that way, they cause emergent things to arise. So space and time and the stuff that we experience are a result of different combinations of quantum fields. So our space-time was created in the Big Bang from the quantum fields.
Yes, but what created the quantum field, or what was it within what matter or energy was within the quantum field? You can't just say it existed without the creation of it.
That's what we're trying to go to, Geo. Quantum fields.
There's no matter in quantum fields.
They just always existed. So what created the quantum field?
Quantum fields exist, and they have always existed, and will always exist.
That's not an argument. You can't just say something exists because it exists. A God exists because it exists.
Geo, stop. We can test them. We can use them to explain things, and we can make predictions with them that validate the models that we have developed around them. Okay?
If we use the same model of God, it's coherent. It's
No,
no,
because there are logical entailments of putting an agent into these things. An agent with desire and plan and whatever. Once you stick an agent in there, then it becomes problematic.
How so?
Because then what choices is the agent making? Why is the agent making these choices? Why does what we see in the universe, why does what we observe not reflect with what we supposedly know about the agent or what the agent has revealed about itself? Your God dies on the logical entailments. Okay?
I have no idea how this follows.
You can't just say, TJump, let me finish the fucking conversation, please. You cannot simply
you interrupted me.
God.
I was talking with him. You interrupted me.
Stop coping, TJump. Stop coping. Just let him speak.
You cannot simply insert
stop
God.
one at a time.
You cannot simply insert God without describing the mechanistic relationship between God and everything else. We can explain everything down to the fundamental level, which is the quantum field. Quantum fields always exist.
You just automatically assume that exists. What do you want?
Do what?
I want to ask you a question because I think this will nip this.
He just made an argument. Let me address it first, transgender.
You're gonna keep on,
Oh no, dude! Come on, strike
I don't
two.
care about that. Or yes, I'll take it as a strike two. But I want to know, Geo. Really, we think quantum fields could be eternal. You think God can be eternal. What's the difference?
Yeah, so it's a presupposition. You're assuming
we
something.
Have evidence of
oh my!
fields.
I can't even speak.
Geo, no, Geo, stop. When you misrepresent our position, I will fucking interrupt you. We have evidence of quantum fields. We can test them. We can make predictions with them. We have models that are verified based upon that empirical evidence.
So you don't know.
We assert
so you
this.
don't know you don't know what was created beforehand or how that exists. You just claim it exists.
Nothing was created.
You automatically.
Geo,
okay, then you don't have an explanation.
Geo,
I have an explanation for the creation of these certain things, and you do not. You just have an explanation. You just say you have these things already existing.
Geo, stop. When you use the term created, you imply a creator.
Yes,
is why we
because
do not
it's
use
a
that
valid
term.
explanation.
That is why we do not use that. No, it is not a valid explanation.
Yes, it is. You do not have a valid explanation of
Geo,
why
I've
this
already
thing
explained.
exists.
Geo, I've already explained why.
You do not. You just say this thing exists because it exists.
Geo, you cannot assert a creator without demonstrating the mechanistic relationship between the creator and that which is created.
No, yes, you can. That's wrong. Jail, you're wrong on that one. You're wrong on that one. Amy was correct.
Another question?
Amy had the correct question, which is, what is the difference? We both think there's an eternal quantum field. Geo thinks there's an eternal God. What is the difference? Why do you think your worldview is better?
Because the eternal quantum field is the idea of something outside of space, time, and matter. So that's obviously something pointing toward deist. And you cannot tell me why that thing exists.
I agree. Quantum fields are outside of space, time, and matter. Why do you think that has anything to do with deism?
So therefore, that's something with outside of it, creating something within, creating something completely new, such as space, time, and matter.
Right. Why that has nothing to do with deism?
Yeah, but it's something externality. It's an externality going within, creating something. It is creating something.
Right. We agree. There is a quantum field that's outside of our universe and that created our universe. No God.
Yeah, but can you cite the power of that, of which it is?
The power. I don't know what that means.
The extent of which it can go to. The extent of the power.
I still have no idea what that means. So we have a model, and as JL mentioned, we use predictions to confirm quantum fields exist, and so thinking quantum fields do stuff is reasonable. And so why do you think positing that God is a better explanation here?
Because it explains things like objective morality, things like that, things outside that science cannot explain.
Well, we can. So what do you mean by explain here? If by explain is you make up an explanation, well, science can do that too. Most atheists.
No, science operates within space-time.
Hold up 1 second. So
metaphysics cannot.
No, stop. Remember, science has quantum fields. Quantum fields are outside of space-time, so science does operate outside of space-time. But most
it's not science, because I can tell you.
Stop. Most philosophers are atheists, but most philosophers believe in objective morality. There are naturalistic accounts of objective morality. You don't need a God for that. So again,
it's not true at all. Wait, most philosophers are actually deist.
No. If you go to this,
Do you want me to prove that?
Stop. Phil Survey's paper 2020. There's actually a poll of professional academic philosophers, and you can do a search for number of atheists. It's like 67%. It's the most. And then you can also do a search for moral realism, and it's 65% or something like that. Most academic philosophers are atheists, and they believe in objective morality. There are accounts of objective morality under atheism without a God. So if what you think is that your God making up a solution to account for objective morality is what you need, well, then guess what? We have that under atheism too. So do you have a different reason why you think God would be a better solution?
So I don't understand. Where do you think these atheists derive their objective morality from? I don't quite understand.
Well, there's lots of different models. Why does that matter? They're all better than God.
Can you explain one?
Well, they're all better than God. Why does that matter?
That's not a claim. Can you explain one?
Well, that is a claim, but your argument is you have an account for objective morality and we have an account for objective morality. So why do you think that is relevant to why?
But you do not, though, because you cannot demonstrate it.
Well, I mean, I agree we can't demonstrate it.
And you said we. So do you believe in objective morality?
Yes.
Okay, then what do you use as your basis?
What does that have to do with the argument? So again,
because you're not proving to me what objective morality can exist.
So my claim here is that all you've done is you imagine a sky daddy and you imagine he grounds morality.
See, you use terms like that and like dishonestly, and you were honestly earlier. You also
stop talking now. Stop talking now.
Lower your tone.
Stop talking now. Stop talking now. You're gone. You've made up a sky daddy. Stop talking now. You've made up a sky daddy, and you've made up how the sky daddy explains morality. Now we can make stuff up too. We can make up a law of nature or make up a platonic object and make up a way that explains morality. We can both make stuff up. Until you actually have evidence to demonstrate your hypothesis is true, the fact that you can make stuff up isn't evidence. And so the only thing you've provided is a claim that only you can make stuff up, which you can't. We can make stuff up too.
So my claim is that an objective being exists, and that objective being is creating a morality, but yours is that people inherently just make up or just making up objective morality. That's not what objective morality think. There has to be an authority to create objective morality. No. What even do you think? What even is objective to you?
Stop. So
what is truth?
Stop. The claim here is that you have a model of objective morality where you think a sky daddy grounds it. Atheists have a model of morality.
Sky daddy does have a basis, yes.
So atheists have a model of morality where it's grounded in a platonic object. There are some a priori abstract models, some laws of physics models. There's lots of different models. You can have an objective model of morality grounded in atheism in other things that aren't a God very easily. So we both account for objective morality. So your argument fails.
Wait, so what's your model? What's your model of are you saying science? You can derive science? So you cannot derive it. Do you know what an is and ought statement is, dude? You cannot derive something from what is. You cannot derive an ought from what is.
What that has literally nothing to do with anything.
Yes, it does, dude. You said a platonic object. It's something that is.
God. Oh my God. God's nature is something that is. God is an is also. That's irrelevant to the topic. You said only God offers a basis of objective morality. That's wrong. You've been proven wrong on that.
Yes, but you haven't even demonstrated. I gave you an example that I derive mine from. You cannot.
You derive yours from God. We derive ours from a law of physics. There you go.
Yeah, that's an is.
So is God. So is God, bro. God is an is.
Okay, why should we ought do something from physics?
Because it corresponds to the nature of morality.
Okay, so why should we follow the nature of morality?
Why are you asking me more questions? You haven't provided evidence yet. You've said your evidence is you can't account for objective morality. We can. We account for objective morality
because God is a W. That's why.
Everybody put L in the chat for presup. Everybody in chat type L for presup.
That's not going to work out.
Can we just get rid of it? Let's just move on. Holy
shit. Remove me because I already. You know I won the debate. You know I won the debate. You can explain anything.
How about this, dude? Your entire position is predicated on the logical fallacy of begging the question, and that is predicated on the fallacy of thinking that human beings are special in any way. Now, get off the stage.
Yeah, you already know I win. That's a W for me.
No, it's not. It is a straight L.
Look at the L's in chat. It's all L's all the way up and down.
I'd like to say first of all these people look exactly as you think they would. Just saying. No one here.
Strike three. Get rid of this kid. Strike three.
All he's got are ad homs.
I do have one observation to make. I really like his avatar of the bear eating ice cream.
I was gonna say,
That was cute.
does that mean he looks like a bear? That's what you would expect from a Christian pre-supper?
Taco,
Ooh, shots fired.
Taco, you wouldn't believe the number of L's in my live chat, dude.
I'm watching the Heathen Hangout, and it's all W's.
Oh, the L's in my live chat are hilarious.
Okay, so we've got I Level Up next. Does anybody have any comments, though?
Yeah, it's silly to presuppose a god. It's almost a non-starter.
Assumed if we had a precept, we would hear like an argument for tag and why premise 1 isn't question begging, but we didn't get that.
Well, precept, Descartes' demon eats precept, so either way.
All right, I'm going to pull in I Level Up, and then I have to figure out how to turn on slow mode.
Don't worry about slow mode, it's fine.
Oh, okay. What's going on, I Level Up?
What's up?
What you got for us today?
Welcome.
Thanks. Hey, Amy, are you still recovering from that obliteration from Austin?
Oh, must have went over my head. I remember a bunch of flat earthers not able to answer any questions, but it was a fun debate.
Let's take the topic.
Yeah.
I
know.
love that answer.
So can you guys tell me what's an atheist?
An atheist is somebody who doesn't believe in deities. Some atheists identify with a narrower scope of holding the position that there are no deities, but that still is included in the baseline fundamental.
Okay, so if I ask
I
you...
don't believe a god exists, therefore
All right.
I am an atheist.
I got it, yeah. We know.
Then
if
why'd
I
you
ask
ask?
you... Yeah, I'm going to get to it in a second.
Randall,
if I ask...
is that the correct definition? Are you sure?
I don't care.
So
I want to hear
let's let our
an
guest. Let's let our guest finish. Thank you, Peter. Yes,
Yeah.
let's let our guest finish.
Okay. If I ask you what is a chair, you don't say it's not an orange or it's not a table. Basically, let me make it more simple. We're in this wonderful world, with our bodies walking around. You guys say, not God.
Can I interrupt
So
you
how
for
are
just
we
a
here?
second?
You don't need to interrupt. I'm asking a question.
Okay, well, I
You
also
guys
want to
say-
ask,
no,
is a chair
relax,
a sack
relax,
of potatoes? Well, I get it, but is a chair
Okay,
a sack
so-
of potatoes? If
I
you
level
sit
up?
on a sack of potatoes, is
Jesus
that a
Christ.
chair? Yes, my child.
I level up. You're
Yeah,
the guest
okay.
on the panel, and if someone on the panel is going to ask you something for clarification, you will listen.
Well, and you just assume, but that's why definitions
That's an
are
interruption.
important.
I was already clarifying it. But okay. So not God. So how are we here?
Our parents had sex. Would you like to go further than
No.
just us?
Okay. I'm talking about how did humans get here at all?
We
How do you have a
evolved.
body?
Also,
We
also
evolved.
you're
No.
wrong about the God thing, because it's not that we're claiming that there's not God. There's
I
you
am.
who's claiming there is a God, and we say we don't believe you. That's why we're here.
I know where this line of questioning is going. So, you're basically saying you're trying to expect that we should have an alternative explanation if we're not believing one thing, and that's just not that's a bifurcated view on things. It's kind of like a false dilemma. It's not how reality works. There can be multiple different explanations being considered. One would be abiogenesis, which seems to have credibility, but it's not as well researched as evolution. So, and it is distinctly different from evolution. Another possibility is that that I can't rule out is the possibility of things erupting from absolutely nothing. But this is an area that's quite controversial and mostly ignored by a lot of people because we don't have absolutely nothing to test. So,
yeah. You have to ignore it. That's why.
Can we
The point
I don't
is,
have to, and I don't ignore it.
Okay, the point is what you just said proves you don't know what you're talking about. Abiogenesis is your guys' claimed belief for how life started. Then it was evolution after that.
I level up.
Okay,
I level up.
just
Hang on a
sorry,
second.
just a second,
Hang
Jail.
on.
Just a second.
Jesus Christ,
Go ahead.
I just specified to you that that's one thing that's being researched. I didn't say
I don't
it
care.
is the absolute thing.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you what it is.
No, I level up. No, you are incorrect on this, and this is something that I have a level of understanding in. So, abiogenesis, the various versions of it, are proposed hypotheses as to how life originated on this planet. Now, there are a number of ways.
What's a scientific hypothesis?
I level up. There are.
Okay, so you don't know what a hypothesis is.
I level up. When I use the term hypothesis, it's best to think educated
colloquial.
Guess.
Okay,
dude.
So not a scientific.
Stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me and listen.
All right.
When I use the term hypothesis, it's best to think educated guess. When I use the term theory, it's best to think explanatory model. Okay.
Okay, so
evolution.
You're not saying,
hang on.
You're not
evolution,
using the scientific definition.
Those are the scientific definitions.
Hey, please don't overtalk people when they're talking. Let them continue.
Evolution is the theory of evolution is an explanatory model. We understand it. We've demonstrated it. It's done deal. It's fact. Okay. Abiogenesis is still in the hypothesis stage. Now, there is a prevailing hypothesis, RNA synthesis, red clay RNA synthesis, but there are a number of ones. We are in the process of trying to understand it. Think of us trying to understand abiogenesis right now is essentially like, 100 years ago when, we were trying to figure out general relativity. Eventually, we'll figure it out. We're just not there at the complete and total understanding of it yet. Mostly because there's not a lot that we can really test. We have to play with what we have. The tools we have are pretty limited. So we're doing our best, but we'll eventually figure it out. But we don't claim that any particular one was the reason for why life originated on this planet. There's a number of hypotheses. There is a prevailing one. That's it. So
mind if I interrupt for a second? I'd like to hear what your argument is. Like, I don't care about origin life. Like, what is your argument?
Yeah.
Do you have an argument?
Is there anywhere I can post a citation or something?
To know that.
Is there anywhere I can post like a citation?
You can post it in the Discord chat called Heathen Hangout, and I will reshare it with the YouTube chat as well.
But I also want to piggyback off what J.L. Warren was saying.
Well, I want him. He hasn't made an argument at all yet.
I want scientific definitions, and then and what TJump said too is we actually want to be convinced.
So it'd be best if we don't just pick up on literally every problem with everything he says and just wait for an argument first. That would be great.
Yeah, I'm trying to make you guys understand that there's really two positions. You don't even understand your own argument. This is the whole problem. There's two positions: either matter arranged itself and created life, or there was a supernatural creator. Incorrect. Those are the only two positions.
No,
I just cited. I just cited George Wall, the Nobel Prize winner.
You are incorrectly presenting the science. You are incorrectly representing the science. The formation of life is a chemical process, not the formation of matter. It is a chemical process.
Okay, so have you ever seen a book write itself?
They're not analogous.
Can you answer the question?
Naturally reacting chemicals are not the same as a person writing a book.
Okay, have you ever seen a...
I level up. I'm telling you right now, they are not analogous.
Okay,
this is literally the watchmaker fallacy.
I've never seen a book write itself.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Now convince us of a guy.
Wait.
So
what is
there's a quote from Richard Dawkins where he says
the
DNA in a single...
I don't care about Richard Dawkins. What is... Can you like...
Oh, okay.
Phrase
it's called a citation, bro. The point is, DNA is code. It's information,
no, it's not.
just like a book. Yes, it is.
Yeah, DNA is code.
No. TJump, stop. It is not code in the way he's using it. Yes. It is an abuse of language. He is equating code like computer code.
Yes,
that's the argument he's asserting
I understand
here.
What he's saying. It is literally code. It is not code in the ambiguous sense that he's using it, but it is literally code. So what?
Yeah, it's not on a computer screen, bro.
So what? So DNA is a code.
So just like a book can't write itself, the logical antecedent for a book is an author. It's the same thing with DNA. So there's an antecedent relationship between information like a book and a creator.
So DNA is not a code.
In order for our bodies to exist, it requires a creator.
No, it does not.
Hold
up.
Yes,
it does.
Hold up. So DNA is a code, yes, but that code is naturally occurring. There are patterns in reality that are naturally occurring, and there are codes in those. For example, folding in proteins is a code, but it's naturally occurring. There's no mind behind it. Patterns
naturally
in
occurring, you mean the thing we're talking about?
Yes.
We're talking about life. We're not talking.
Is
The whole
naturally
point
occurring.
is, how did life get here? So you're
I'm
saying,
talking about
well, life
codes.
here's a nature.
Hold up,
Life is an emergent property of the universe.
Stop
high
interrupting.
level.
Stop interrupting, JL. There are codes in nature that are naturally occurring that aren't designed. I'm talking about codes. Your argument is that DNA is a
Yeah,
code,
like what?
like patterns in folding of proteins.
Oh, in
Patterns
life.
no.
Oh, so not nature.
Hold up. Stop interrupting. Life is nature, but there are patterns
Oh,
in
life's nature now?
Yes, it is.
Oh,
Stop interrupting.
okay, so
Stop interrupting.
You're not
Shut the
wearing
fuck up.
this?
Stop interrupting. There are patterns in physics, chemistry, things that aren't alive. There are patterns in that. The way chemicals bond, that's a pattern. That's a code. Certain kinds of ways that particles bond, that's a pattern. That's a code. There are codes in nature that are naturally occurring that have no life, that aren't in life. You do not need a designer for codes. Codes happen all the time. This was proven
you're
by
talking-
Claude Shannon. Hold up. Claude
Yeah.
Shannon's information theory paper in 1952, where it literally defines information as a result of a stochastic system. That's random. That's a big word for random. So yes, codes occur all the time in nature, and every scientist knows this. Without a
okay,
designer.
when you say nature, you're referring to life,
No.
which is the whole entire thing that we're debating. How did life get here? So that's a
No.
begging the question fallacy.
So chemistry is before
So
life.
all you have is logical fallacies,
Bro,
and you're denying
bro,
God.
stop. Chemistry is before biology, right?
Chemistry is before biology?
Yes, you
Are
understand.
you
that.
high? Wait, you think there's a chemist before a person?
Bro?
Is that what you think he said?
You understand that there's-
Chemistry is before biology?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but DNA is a self-replicating molecule. We may have to go over it. Have you ever heard of the periodic table of elements? It may be
What
new.
is this?
Okay. I'll help you. So in science, there's tiers of stuff. You got physics. Physics is the most fundamental stuff, and then physics causes chemistry. Chemistry is like chemical organisms or chemical structures that bond, and then biology is a certain form of those chemical structures called self-reproducing molecules. So first is physics, then is chemistry, then is biology. That's the order of how
life.
things work. Right. So if there's patterns in physics,
So what's your argument?
if there's codes in physics and chemistry, and those codes aren't in life, then we know codes are naturally occurring without a designer.
Oh, really? Like what?
Like the patterns in chemistry,
Oh, okay, like what?
like
Yeah,
the
you're
way molecules
claiming-
bond.
Life is artificially created, and we are saying that life is it arises naturally.
Yeah, well, that's the point. That's
As an
what
emergent
I
property of the
brought up.
universe.
Yeah, that's what I brought up. That you guys wanted to fight for some reason.
No,
Your
no,
claim.
what we're stating, high level,
Oh
is
God.
that there is evidence that life is an emergent property of the universe, that it occurs naturally, that it is a result of chemical interaction that occurs naturally from chemicals that are already there. They just need to be in the right circumstances.
have you seen
at
that?
That is, and I go back to what I originally stated. That is what we are currently working on. Like
So it's never been observed.
Like programs at McMaster University in the Planet Simulator. There is work being done on this. That is why abiogenesis.
What does that have to do with anything, dude?
That is why abiogenesis is still in the hypothesis phase.
It's not a hypothesis.
It
you
is
don't
a
even know what
hypothesis.
is.
Wait,
Okay,
so-
what's a
so-
scientific hypothesis?
Wait, hold up. You had a
Go
great
ahead,
question
answer that.
there. You had a great question.
Oh yeah, let
there,
him.
which is
Back
which
your boy
is-
up. Let him
which
run
is,
away.
How do we know? So which hypothesis has more evidence? That's the question here.
Yeah, you don't know what a
hold up,
hypothesis
hold up,
is. That's the
hold up,
point.
Hold up. Which hypothesis has more evidence? The scientific one of abiogenesis or the invisible sky daddy one? Now, what do you think
Yeah,
is the
you
evidence?
don't even. You're not even.
Hold up.
Okay.
Hold up. This is the question. Like, you think that the invisible sky
lie,
daddy
yeah.
has more evidence, right?
No, you're not even, dude. Jesus Christ. What's a
Good.
scientific hypothesis?
Also,
Wait.
we
Can
already
you answer
answered
that, or are you
the
just gonna keep-
scientific
Okay, you can't answer it,
hypothesis
thanks.
and a theory was. You've actually never given your definition of what a hypothesis and a theory is.
Yeah, because I'm asking you because
He
you
answered
don't
it.
know.
In fact, we tried to not go down that road, but we answered it anyway. I'll answer it one more time if you'd like. A
Go ahead.
hypothesis,
Oh, please.
A
Please do it.
scientific hypothesis is an educated guess, and a scientific theory is a framework of facts.
So,
What is
hypothesis.
your definition?
A hypothesis is an explanation of a set of phenomenon. That's what a hypothesis is.
A set of what?
Phenomenon, things we observe happening.
Right. It's a prediction about the cause
No.
of a observed effect.
No, predictions are
And
different.
it must be falsifiable.
No, that's
for it
also
to be
wrong.
a hypothesis.
No.
Oh, really? So you want the citation right now?
That's the
Okay, let me get the
theory.
citation.
No,
So
no.
you're done. You're
Theory.
finished. You're
No,
finished.
No,
You're
you're
finished right
finished.
now.
You're finished.
Yes, you are.
You're finished.
Oh, really?
Yes, because if you know anything about science, you know falsifiability is not the end-all be-all criteria of science, which even Karl Popper admitted, who invented falsifiability. We have much more criteria than that. And a hypothesis doesn't need to be anything. You can make a hypothesis of anything you want. It just won't be accepted. For a hypothesis to move from a hypothesis to an accepted theory is going to have to be like falsifiable and testable, but you can make a hypothesis of anything you want. There could be a hypothesis that a magical floating dragon pooped gold from the sky. That's a hypothesis. It doesn't have to be falsifiable.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it does. For it to be a scientific hypothesis, it must be falsifiable.
No, it doesn't.
Hey, let's not call people names.
That's a theory.
Yeah, you're
mistaking what a hypothesis and a theory is. In fact, you are using the lay definition.
I'm not even using a definition. I'm specifying what a hypothesis
All right, so
requires for it to be
A
considered
hypothesis
scientific
can be
hypothesis.
a hypothesis can be unfalsifiable. It could be an unfalsified hypothesis.
Then it's not science if
Which
it's
is what
unfalsifiable.
no, you're right. It's just an unfalsifiable hypothesis, which is what your God is.
Which isn't a scientific hypothesis.
It is.
So if I watch
So
a movie, and I'm like,
go back to your
it's a scary movie.
So
yeah,
we know you know nothing about science. Bring this back to how
so-
you think this is evidence that your sky
So
daddy is better
abiogenesis
explanation.
isn't science. It's never been observed. Are you going to
wait,
concede on that?
wait,
Or are you
no,
going to deny reality?
We have evidence. So I agree abiogenesis has
Oh, you
not
have
been
evidence.
observed.
Okay,
Hold up,
what's the
hold
evidence?
up, hold up. We agree that abiogenesis has never been observed, but we've observed.
Oh, thanks.
Stop. But we observed indirectly the consequences of abiogenesis. So we say if, like, for example, evolution happened, we would find fossils at a specific layer in the geological framework, and if we then look there and find it, and we discover them, that's a confirmation, that's evidence. Even though we've never directly observed that species evolve, we can make a prediction, and if that prediction is confirmed, it's evidence of the hypothesis, which we do have for abiogenesis. There's thousands of predictions.
If it fits
Hold up,
prediction-
stop interrupting. So we have evidence that indicates abiogenesis. It hasn't been proven yet, I agree.
Okay,
but
what's
we
the
have,
evidence?
Stop. But we do have lots and lots of evidence of testable predictions that have been confirmed that indicate abiogenesis. But you have no evidence for Skydad.
Yeah, I'm asking you for the evidence.
Hold up. So here's the thing. It's like, where is your evidence for the Sky Daddy? We have tons of evidence. I can give you lots of papers on the topic, but where is your evidence for the Sky Daddy?
Yeah, it's called an antecedent relationship. Just like a book's never written itself, your DNA can't write itself. Thanks for playing.
No, that's a
So
composition division
give me the
fallacy.
evidence for abiogenesis right
where
now.
is your evidence for the Sky Daddy?
Give me the evidence right now.
Where is your evidence for the Sky
So
Daddy?
I'm going to interrupt
Okay,
here.
it's-
I'm going to interrupt here. This is convince us a god or goddess or gods exist, not convince you abiogenesis is true.
Yeah,
Also-
it's very simple. It's called an antecedent
can I ask-
relationship.
Well,
So
before you do
if
that,
I have
I
a
just
chicken egg, no, I'm gonna finish it right now for you. If I have a chicken egg, I don't need to see the chicken to know that there was a chicken because I have the egg. It logically precedes, it requires the chicken for the egg to exist. Just like if you see a sandcastle on the beach, you know someone must have built it. It didn't just happen by itself.
This is the
So when you see
watchmaker
humans
fallacy.
walking
Literally the
around,
watchmaker fallacy.
Okay, and so
Yeah,
the
it's not a
reason
fallacy.
that life forms naturally on the planet Earth is because we are around the circumstellar habitable zone. We have liquid water, we have carbon because we are either a second or third generation solar system with heavy elements. We have a atmosphere. We have Jupiter that blocks lots of comets incoming from the outer belt. We have numerous reasons why life forms naturally.
yeah, that's the whole point that I was just asking for evidence multiple times and you guys ran away
I
from it
level
because
up.
you
Can
don't
I
have
ask you a
any.
question?
No.
Abiogenesis.
Wait.
Yeah, ask me the
I
question
level up.
because you're
Can I
keep
ask you a
running away from your own
question?
claims.
I will repeat
No,
real
I'm-
fast that this is convince us a god or goddess or gods.
Well, the
exist.
thing is,
If
here's
you
the whole-
provide
here's
an
the whole
argument.
point.
We'll move on.
Here's the whole point.
Michael, let me go.
It's
Let me
not
go for a
about-
second. I level up. I have a question for you. So,
Yeah.
I will concede that we know nothing about evolution, nothing about abiogenesis, absolutely nothing. Science knows nothing at all. So, once we do that, just for the sake of this conversation, so let's go to your side of the argument. What do you know about God? How did God create? When did he create? What did he create? And what did he create
Sure.
it out of?
Yeah. I'll tell you.
Provide your evidence.
Yeah. Let me just say this also
Since
before I answer your question.
You're good on evidence, right?
Yeah. But let me just say this before I answer.
No.
You guys don't understand.
Let's get to the point of the question.
The point.
Just
evidence.
Answer the question.
This is another one of the best evidences. This is why I'm bringing it up. The best evidence, like if people watch this, see, the thing is, it's really not about evidence. It's about your heart and your ability to accept the truth.
I'm not interested in you rambling. I asked you a specific question. Can you answer my question?
Yes, I can answer you if you stop interrupting, bro.
Great.
Okay.
Well, then get to the answer.
The point is, what I was trying to say is, the people listening to this listen to the atheist talk, and then they realize how dumb it is. I'm just saying.
Here you're running away from presenting your evidence. That's what we're hearing.
I told you I was gonna answer, dude.
Argument a la dumb.
Okay, so
yes, I asked you a specific question. Dude, if you don't want to answer it,
are
then
you gonna
just
stop
say,
interrupting, bro?
I can't answer it. No,
dude, I'm going to answer you, dude.
No,
stop interrupting.
I asked you a specific question, so answer the question.
Dude, I heard it.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna answer it. Oh, you're gonna interrupt again? Because I didn't talk right now.
If you're going to provide any evidence, because you're the guy demanding evidence, so I'm presuming that you did the same thing for your God.
Okay, it's called an antecedent relationship. The same way you've never seen a book write itself. You haven't debunked anything.
You have no evidence.
The watchmaker.
So you have no evidence. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. So a book can't write itself. It's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
What Peter's trying to say is that your evidence should not have a caveat to it. We should not have to accept something before you present your evidence.
Because I'm telling you what you experience every day, and you're denying it.
No, I don't. Eye level. I do not experience God every day. I experience nature.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Okay, so everything that
I've
you
also
actually
never
utilize,
experienced a God creating anything. So please enlighten me.
I've never seen a chicken lay an egg, but I have tons of eggs in my fucking fridge. Does that mean there's no chickens?
But how does a God create?
How is God God? Is that really what you're fucking asking me?
No. I asked how does God
fucking do anything? Yeah. No, that's really good.
Yeah, how does he do anything?
Yeah. I like how he says it in a sarcastic voice. He's like, how does God even? Yeah. Oh shit, how does
he because that's an idiotic question.
That's exactly what the
Because you don't have an answer doesn't mean that it's an idiotic question, because what you're trying to say is you have no idea how God does anything.
The point is,
how about level? If I'm trying to describe, or if I'm trying to explain something, and I have two possibilities. I could, if I'm trying to explain why something is the way it is, and I have two choices. One choice provides a mechanistic explanation for why the thing is, why it does what it does, and it makes predictions about if I do things with this thing, and it validates the model. I could develop a predictive model off of this, and that's my one choice. And the other choice is it just did it.
No, that's not the.
Which one should I accept?
Okay, you're demonstrating your lack of understanding of the arguments. Just because something fits a prediction also, like I can make a prediction that there's something Whitsitt said when he obliterated Amy. I'm just want to point this out. He said that if you make a calculation about Superman and then observe a shooting star and say it fits the calculation, fits the prediction, therefore Superman's real.
I have to interrupt you because what I asked you for... Hold on. No. Yes, I have to interrupt because what I asked you for is the exact same thing that you demand from us, which is evidence, not an argument, not because I see this, therefore that must have happened. I want evidence. You want cold, hard evidence for abiogenesis. You want cold, hard evidence for evolution. So we want cold, hard evidence for your God claim.
And I do want to
provide your evidence and stop using arguments because that doesn't get us nowhere. I'm holding you to the exact same standard that you're holding us to. So present your evidence.
That you just made did not make any sense. I don't understand. By seeing a comet, therefore Superman exists. I
Of
don't
course,
know
it
if that
doesn't make
made
sense to you. Yeah, I
in
know.
your
I know it doesn't make sense. Yeah.
Yes.
So the point
it makes
is, so what
sense
this
in
guy,
your head when you made it.
someone already asked me a question. Relax.
Okay, I'm going to take that as a
You've
no.
already been destroyed for hours, so
Okay.
everyone can pull
I'm
that
going
up.
to take that as a no, and I'm
All
going
right,
to hand it
so
back.
we're
over
gonna
to
take that.
bounce it.
You said they were destroyed over and over as a concession and move on.
Yeah.
Indeed. But I still don't understand what he was trying to say. I feel like that is the exact opposite of what the skeptics are saying. Just because you see something in the sky and it kind of looks a little weird doesn't mean that it's supernatural. Doesn't mean that it is a Superman. So just want to point that out. And also all of the evidence seems to point that life arises naturally. Books cannot mate with each other. They can't make baby books by themselves, so it is not a coherent position. And with that, send in love. We'll move on.
What annoys me most is that when people come up here on the stage and hold us to a certain standard, when you then ask them questions holding them to the exact same standard, all they can do is deflect and obfuscate, and that's just tiring. If you have a standard, at least be honest enough to apply the same standard to your own position.
I didn't even
Otherwise,
bring up the there was a documented story of a rooster that laid an egg, and the town that the rooster lived in, they thought it was the devil, and so they exorcised the rooster and then they burned it at the stake. So
I think what they think they're going to do is prove to you that your position is stupid and you have to get rid of it. And then they think you're going to be like, well, do you know what position I could take to know the truth? And then they think they're going to input their position into you right there.
At some point in the conversation about abiogenesis, he literally said, have you seen it happen? If that is your standard, then I want you to tell me when you saw God create anything, because that is your standard.
I had a point about plants earlier that I didn't bring up because I let somebody else talk about it, which is real quick, right? So plants turn inorganic salts into organic matter with sunlight, which is not a living thing, and water, which is also not a living thing.
We need to exercise the plants and burn them at the stake.
I wanted to address the claims about abiogenesis not being well explained. While it's true that we don't have the ability to run like billions of years long experiments, we now have so many ways in which abiogenesis is plausibly explained that it's almost in the realm of overdetermination, which is to say that we think life emerged multiple times, not once. And we think probably it went extinct several times because it's so easy for it to occur. And the way that we think that it occurs is that we have clays all over the earth, and they've tested many different types of clays. And there are clays which reliably produce and are abundant all over the earth, hundreds long polymer chains, some of which would randomly have very different chemical properties, such as self-replicating. So once you have a self-replicator from a random source of chains, when people ask where does the code come from without a programmer, one way to generate code is to randomly generate it. And if you randomly generate polymer chains and you have a substrate for them to collect energy and achieve homeostasis, namely a cell membrane, then you could bootstrap cells, which once they replicate enough, they divide. And that's exactly what it appears protocells can do when formed from lipids. So if you look in the chat, I posted an article, TJump suggested the article, and I posted a video that I usually show people. It's called First Life, the search for the first replicator. And if this seems confusing and you don't want to read an article, TLDR, just watch the video because it animates it. And what you'll see is that clay, like crystals, are very uniform structures. They're very consistent in the way that they're shaped on their surface. And so that allows the same type of reaction to occur over and over and over again, producing similar RNA chain-like structures, long polymers, which over time gives rise to something like RNA probably. So any skepticism about abiogenesis that doesn't address this or poke holes in this as the most likely explanation for life is just in need of some self-educating. Go watch the videos, read the articles, catch up on 20 years of evolutionary science.
And I have a fun fact.
Just Peter,
I have a fun fact. No, wait. I have a fun fact to add to this, because people who will talk to Otangelo will get links to his blog. Go to his blog and find the link that says, "Were Adam and Eve real?" In that particular blog post, there's a link to a magazine article. In the magazine article, there's a link to a scientific paper that talks exactly about everything Ix just explained.
Okay,
and Otangelo is using that as evidence that God created life.
Okay,
I find that hysterical.
Ix, Leo Filius, who's self-studied on all this scientific topics, has commented in our YouTube chat that you're right on the money right now. So I just thought I'd pass that along. I was the one.
I posted 2 links. If you could repost those, I put them in our chat as well as in the chat.
I will do that. Yeah. So I'll get to that. I just wanted to say I'm probably the one who said that. I remember what I said was that I think there's a lot more scientific research has gone into evolution than abiogenesis. I'll happily take correction on that if I'm actually wrong about that. And
you're right more. No, you're absolutely right more. Like evolution is something that we can observe in things like fruit fly experiments or bacteria experiments, because we can achieve directed evolution where we introduce some stimulus and the organisms that successfully adapt to the stimulus become the predominant alleles, right? Like that's not debated really. So when people say you can't observe evolution, they're just ignorant. But what we're saying is that it's harder to say exactly how the evolution of a particular organism occurred in the past, because we can't observe the past. But we do observe evidence that suggests how the past can be explained. We do that in all kinds of fields. We do it in geology, archaeology, and so on. And abiogenesis is entering into the realm of being like that, where we have such a good explanation now of how it occurred that it's nowhere near as well understood as evolution. Because in the case of evolution, we can say very specifically how this or that occurred. But it is in the realm of, there's like 3 or 4 ways that it could have occurred. It probably occurred multiple times, went extinct, and occurred again. It's not implausible. The improbability argument, it's like so improbable for it to have occurred, doesn't work anymore. Because it's actually probably the case that it occurred many times.
Well, and I'll also note that improbable is not the same as impossible. So when our guest was asking at the beginning and I raised abiogenesis, I raised it as one possible explanation for what I like to fondly call the spark of life. There was, and I did mention some other possibilities, and what I found interesting about the way he responded is he picked abiogenesis as, and he took it as the only option that I was presenting. And I think when people, just a note to people who are coming up on stage, and when we're telling you things like, listen carefully for wording like, it seems to be the case, or this is one possible explanation, and we don't know for sure. We're trying to be clear, and it was an attempt to push a burden onto us saying, well, if you're not believing it's God, then you must have an alternate explanation for it. And that is a flawed approach, because it requires that we have an exclusive understanding of what must have really happened and the only one thing. And we're not saying this. So thank you very much. Jefferson Spatchcock, welcome to you as well. And Ix, thanks for joining us too.
We've got Tangelo up next, by the way.
Everyone knows Jefferson Spatchcock. Everyone knows Jefferson is a panspermist, right?
I think that depends on how many beers you've had.
I don't know if he's there.
Tangelo, you come on up.
I just wanted to say that I am in favor of anyone who is a spermist of any type.
I think Jefferson is off putting some sperm in the pan right now.
No, come on, dude. Come on, Otangelo. All right. We'll bring up Patty next. I guess. Patty, come on up.
All right. Hey. Dark Farmer Patty, welcome. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today?
Why am I up here?
You wanted to come up here, you said.
Godless girl.
Oh, damn, I did.
Yeah, if you have your hand raised for in the audience, we just assume you want to come up and join us.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I've got like 15 messages right here from you begging me to bring you on stage. I have to talk to these guys. You have to let me talk with them. Oh, get me on stage right now, please. And then you even said fuck Otangelo when I told you Otangelo was next.
Because oranges don't have rights. Anyway.
What about apples and bananas?
No, they don't have rights. Just like animals. Animals don't have rights. So yeah, I wanted to ask, are there any like
We're animals. But we are animals and we have rights.
Oh, shut up. I'm kidding. Yeah, no, we are animals. So I wanted to ask, are there any pro-life atheists in here?
Okay, so we need to clarify the term pro-life because I'm purposely muddling it as being pro for the life of the pregnant person, but I suspect you're probably meaning an anti-abortion stance. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I am. I'll just tell you my position on it is that I support abortion right up to the very end of the pregnancy. It is up to the pregnant person to decide, and there should be no requirement for them to explain their decision to anyone because I favor freedom of bodily autonomy as a human right.
Okay. Anyone else? Anybody else?
If we should have abortion up to the year 14. No, I'm just kidding. I actually would say that I agree with Randolph. I don't like the word pro-choice or pro-life. It's pro or against abortion. Both of those terms are kind of politically correct for their own sake, but I support freedom, and so I would not have someone donate blood or an organ or anything else. It doesn't matter even if they die.
Against their will.
In fact, yes, against their will. Even if that means another life is going to die, that just means it's really, really, really sad. I don't want that to happen. So if you want to end abortion, if you would like to end fetuses, or I'll even say babies in the womb coming to gestation, then we need artificial wombs, and the people who actually want to end abortion should be investing in that instead of trying to create workarounds or control you.
Yeah, I think it's really more like a rights thing. Is it like when you say like pro-choice or pro-life or pro-choice, it puts a weird spin on it. So I think what it comes down to is a matter of bodily autonomy. It's a matter of control and power.
Yeah.
So that people should be empowered over their own bodies. That whatever they choose to do with their bodies, as long as it's within the confines of the law, it's like. But if they choose to do something with their body, donate. So we don't allow people to take organs from dead people to put them in other people without that person's consent. So we actually, in some states, afford more bodily autonomy to corpses than we do to pregnant women. So which is just like fundamentally insane to me. So yes, it's about choice. A person's bodily autonomy is their own and should be respected as a fundamental right. They choose to do with their body. So that includes the choice to have an abortion. If they choose
I'm completely with Jail on this. So I would identify not as pro-life, but as pro-bodily autonomy. I think that would cover everything a lot better than just saying pro-life.
So, Dark Farmer Patty, I'm wondering, pending others' views if they want to share them, what is your position on abortion?
I have a personal view in which abortion is pretty fucking disgusting, but there needs to be an ability for people to access abortion. I think it's disgusting the way in which we have devalued human life in every growth stage, the way in which we've devalued parenthood in every growth stage, and the way in which I think that there's a ton of hypocrisy from Republicans about the abortion issue. I don't see a lot of hypocrisy from Democrats on the abortion issue, but I do see a level really disgusting rhetoric around abortion from Democrats, or at least not politicians, but your SNL level Democrats who think abortion is totally fucking hilarious when it's actually a very serious and life-changing procedure for women. So yeah, that's my position.
See, I see it as a normal medical procedure.
That's because you're a man.
Point out that SNL and
it is. It's because you're a
comedians-
man. So I understand that men would probably have a much different outlook on the issue of abortion, but women do not. Women have a much different outlook on abortion as compared to men. And it's fine if you don't believe. It's fine if you look. You guys interrupt a lot of people.
Doug Farmer, can I ask you a really quick question?
Peter, I'm just dealing with this. Give me a sec here.
I just wasn't done.
Patty?
So
Everybody wants to talk today. Let's go one at a time.
Totally
Patty, you've got like 30 seconds to finish up.
Thank you so
and
much.
then one of them can jump in.
Thank you so much. I'm just saying.
Patty, so I want to back and forth with her for a bit.
I understand that you're interacting with me. However, I operate in which I'm respectful to you if you're respectful to me, and interrupting me is not respectful. So, however, so it's just my view. Men are always going to have a different position, like a different perception of abortion as compared to women. It is a very serious procedure for women. It's life-changing. Most people want their pregnancies.
I say your view is sexist. And if you've listened to the way I talk about this stuff, I'm always talking about the pregnant person and not identifying the sex of the person who's pregnant. So the way I see it has nothing to do with my sex. It has to do with the fact that the fetus or zygote or embryo is a portion of the pregnant person's body. And so if you're talking about devaluing the human life, you're talking about devaluing the human life, in effect, of the pregnant person, because that's one individual, in my view.
Sure, that sounds like a you problem. Again, right?
No, it's
men
not.
have a... Don't interrupt me. I didn't interrupt you. So,
that
like,
sounds
men
like
have... Don't interrupt me. I did not
problem.
interrupt you.
It's not
Don't
our
interrupt
problem.
me.
It's their
Don't interrupt
problem.
me.
They
I
gotta
did not
find
interrupt
somewhere
you.
else to go.
Don't interrupt me.
Okay,
I
come
did
on,
not
Patty.
interrupt you.
So, but you
Let her go in for a moment.
So I'm just saying, I was in the middle of talking. I will not be interrupted, or I will leave. So, again, that's fine.
So how does any of this tie to God, though?
Okay.
Yeah, I was about to ask that, because first of all,
so
I'm
sorry,
not American.
I was the
I'm not
person who was
American,
talking.
so I'm not American. So I don't care. I don't care about your political parties or whatever. Also, the entire anti-abortion or pro-life thing has nothing to do with whether or not a God exists. So can we get to the topic of the stage, please?
No. So, like I was saying before, when I was talking to the person that I was talking to, I'm so sorry that I was interrupted and couldn't immediately respond to you. So
yeah, Chaco, I think we're done. If this is nothing to do with the topic of the stage,
can I go back to not
wasting
being
time.
on topic? I was in the middle of not being on topic.
Yeah,
Are you tying this into a God argument?
No, we're having actually a really good conversation, and there's nothing wrong with
then-
talking
then
about
we
other
can-
moral
we
and
can move on to the
philosophical
next
we do appreciate you coming up, and we appreciate your time. We are really wanting to be convinced that a god or goddess or gods exist. And
I'd just like to comment something here.
Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, very often I think we were going to probably twist into God making these commandments about thou shalt not kill and that sort of thing, because that's usually what I find a lot of the Christians in particular. I don't know if Patty is a Christian or what, but and I'm not saying that she is, but I think what it is, I was hoping it would twist into that, because that's when we could raise that question of this God. And there are a lot of problems with the Christian God when it comes to abortion, because God has killed babies and pregnant people, and it has caused a lot of harm, according to the stories told in the Bible. So God does not seem to be anti-abortion, as many Christians claim.
Mm-hmm. But she specifically said that she wasn't going to go into to whether or not this comes from a god. That was completely unrelated. So if that is the case, then we should just move on to a guest that is relevant to the topic of the stage.
Yeah,
because we're just wasting other people's time.
Explicitly in the Bible that the child is not alive until it breathes the breath of life. So it's not technically alive until it's born. So
Actually, jail. It's not alive until a month after it's born.
Oh, it's a
according
month?
to the Bible.
Oh, okay.
And
yes.
actually, there's the potion of bitter water to actually abort a woman if she's been infidelity to the
that
man.
too.
So,
Oh, the Book of Numbers, right?
Indeed.
Yeah.
Oh, Tangelo, put your hand back up. And Luxury Space Pirate, as I think that was your name as well.
And just to note to Patty, I'd be happy to speak more with you on this in the future at some other venue.
And then Otangelo said he's back. I found him. Sorry, there's a bunch of people in stage. It's like, where's Waldo trying to find someone?
Yeah. Abiogenesis.
Hello, Tangelo. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today?
Yes, hi guys.
I reference your blog, Otangelo, because you have a great article on abiogenesis that pretty much confirms that it's possible on your blog, and I'm really thankful that you've left that up even after I told you several times.
And Otangelo, I know you know our head moderator, Titan. Did you want to say happy birthday to Titan? He'd probably really appreciate it. He's in live chat.
Yeah.
Oh yes, happy birthday.
Oh, that's very.
You have to say his name.
Nice.
You have to say his name, Otangelo. He really likes people saying it.
Yeah, I know.
Come on, for once. Just do it once.
Yeah, happy birthday, okay? So that's all what I will say.
Peter, Otangelo's too clever for you today. Okay, go ahead, Otangelo.
Yeah. Titan, I tried.
All right, argument.
Titan knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Well, I've listened to the previous conversation, and the guy was interrupting, but you guys were also interrupting him constantly.
Patty sounds like a woman to me, but okay, go ahead.
No, it was previous to her. I was at lunch, so I didn't hear the last.
Okay. The penultimate one.
Cool.
Got it.
Yeah.
Ignoring the meta, what's your evidence, bud?
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'll make a quick syllogism. Machines are always designed. Proteins are machines, therefore proteins are designed.
First premise is
No,
false.
because proteins are not machines.
I reject premise 2, so yeah.
I reject premise 1.
And you're done.
Okay, so do you have an example of a machine that was not the product of design and intelligence?
Yes, all of the chemicals.
one,
all
yes.
of the chemicals and chemistry.
I have a far easier one, a fulcrum. That's basically just a stick. Wasn't designed. You can use it as a fulcrum, as a machine, to lift weights.
Well, that wouldn't
Not
count
designed.
as a machine because it doesn't.
Well,
it has
technically,
to
it's
have
a
a
simple
function.
machine.
Well, no, because for it to be a machine,
It's a
it has
very
to be-
simple.
The fact that a shape could be used as a machine doesn't make it a machine. For it to be a machine, it has to have some kind of a function. So for it to be a function like a chemical bond, that has a function in the fact that it produces other kinds of chemical bonds. And so a chemical bond would count as a machine.
Like we do evolutionary programming experiments, which are analogous to natural evolution, where we generate random programs and we discover emergent functions that are possible from the random substrate and all the configurations that you could assemble with it. Eventually, some of those do things that are repeatable enough that they come to predominate because of their success. So those are programs, which is in an analogy to biology. In biology, we observe the same thing. So we already established that clays and other chemicals on the earth, like crystals, provide a stable substrate for repeated chemical reactions that produce hundreds long chains of polymers. Proteins are polymers. Some of those chains could be proteins.
Well, first of all, a machine.
And
is
that's what the article on your blog says, Otangelo, by the way. You didn't hear that. I referenced to that earlier today on your post about Adam and Eve. Were Adam and Eve, is the Adam and Eve story true? Something like that. You have that on your blog, which links to a paper that basically states everything that IX just said.
Yeah, so IX, the origin. Wow.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the origin of proteins isn't just and only an evolution or biology issue, but also in regards of the origin of life, because in order for you to have a first self-replicating cell, you need a certain minimum number of proteins with very different functions. Okay. So
you're assuming that it's going to be the same as the one you observe now, right? So if a self-replicator works differently, there's many possible replicases, right? A replicase which is simpler than the ones that we have now doesn't have to start with the same number of proteins or steps. And people repeatedly take whatever we think is the minimum instruction set in computer science, for instance, and reduce it. So we have something like a Turing machine with like 3 or 4 instructions instead of the original 5, right? In the same analogy, in biology, we can imagine replicases that do not require the same number of things that we observe in present cells. And that's what protocell theory establishes. So what's your defeater for protocell theory and the idea of clay polymerization?
Well, first we would have to define what life is, and I would say it is reproduction, metabolism, homeostasis, nutrition, complexity, organization, growth and development, information content, hardware, software entanglement, permanence, and change. So defining this, then you can also have a calculation or make an estimate of a minimal number of proteins which are required to upkeep these functions. And there are several proteins which are known to exist in all life forms, and therefore they are necessary. They had to be there for life to start, like ribosome, RNA and DNA polymerase, topoisomerase, and many other proteins.
You've already made a mistake, right? So it's already the case that we don't think that DNA precedes RNA. So you just cited things about DNA as necessary for life when for decades the prevailing hypothesis was an RNA world hypothesis with simpler RNA preceding DNA.
Well,
and now we think that things simpler than RNA preceded it.
I think there's another problem. Like he said that the minimum requirement for life is this set of polymerase and things. That means that anything before that would not be life, but it would still be there. So you could still have a chemical reactions of anything lower than that process, and it would just have turned into life at that point once it becomes that complex. So simply saying it requires some level of complexity doesn't mean that all of the things prior to that couldn't have happened naturally, and you just wouldn't classify them as life. So that argument doesn't actually support his conclusion that it must have come about at once.
Yeah, I agree with TJump as well. The whole point is that self-replicators can bootstrap from RNA polymerization. The products of self-replicators, namely copies of themselves, and the energy that they accumulate and require to fuel their replication, all of that can take place in a protocell. Protocells naturally occur constantly because lipids are predominant throughout the Earth. The building blocks occur naturally. They're just products of chemistry. And the polymers that can self-replicate can be stabilized within those protocells, which allows them to achieve homeostasis and energy absorption. What we've seen is that the protocell membrane provided by a lipid provides a significant enough barrier to the product leaving the cell while still allowing for useful energy ingredients to sort of lodge into the membrane and then work their way through it and then be introduced to it in a steady flow of nutrients. So you have everything you need to bootstrap a replicator that can make copies of itself, because once it reaches a certain number of copies, it splits. The membrane becomes too large to be stable and it splits into two membranes with copies of all the original molecules. So Otangelo, you don't seem to understand the field. You just make these claims. The last time we talked, you claimed that it was impossible for these hypotheses to be true because they cooked the books on which clay they use. They only use special clays. Literally a single Google search showed that dozens of different substrates had been discovered which produced even longer chains into the hundreds of molecules.
Yeah, you said a lot of things there. First of all, there is no known life form that doesn't use DNA as a storage mechanism. So, J.L. Warren, I have a question for you. What is the function?
Wait a second. Why don't you address what Ix is saying before you jump to me?
Yeah, so first of all, saying everything uses RNA today doesn't address any of the concerns that TJump just raised about pre-RNA origins, right? This would be like saying that, well, all computers today use silicon, but you can't claim that computers developed from something that didn't involve silicon, right? Even though we know vacuum tubes and so on precede silicon. There's going to be a substrate other than what we see today, which is the basis for the emergence of the things that we have now. And you don't address that. You just sidestep it and then try to talk to somebody else.
IX, you are just kish galloping. If I would have to address everything which you just said, it would take a day long. So that is not possible.
That's one thing.
But explain to me, please, there is a minimal metabolic network required of about 400 different reactions. And these reactions require, let's suppose, about 400 proteins which need to be interconnected.
Hang on, bro, Otangelo, are you not going to address his argument? Are you just going to sidestep again?
Hey, maybe we just stick.
We're having
to
a
one
conversation.
No, Tangelo, this is the problem with what you're doing. You keep wanting to jump ahead 40 or 50 steps. Okay? X and TJump have both pointed out the fundamental flaw in your entire argument. And then you refuse to address this.
Okay.
Okay.
So I will go back to my initial argument, and I would like that I am not gish galloped because then I have.
It's not a
basically
gish gallop,
nothing to
Otangelo.
defend.
He's explaining it to you. It's
Okay,
not gish
so-
galloping because Otangelo, for all of your bluster, this is not a like rudimentary thing. This is not a simple science. This is a deeply complex topic that you have demonstrated multiple times that you have no idea what you're talking about. Now, X and TJump both just pointed out the fundamental flaw in your reasoning. They went to they literally said, no, don't worry about DNA, don't worry about life forms right now and the complexity of life now. Go back to the literally the basis where it all comes from. And they addressed that directly. And instead of refuting them or conceding to them, you just sidestep the whole thing and want to jump 40, 50 steps ahead again. Address what X and TJump brought up to you, because it is a refutation of your entire foundation.
Okay, someone said in the beginning that proteins are not machines. I disagree with that. If you Google molecular machines, then you will have tons of science papers which actually describe proteins as machines. So what is a machine? I understand a machine as a device which is made of several interlocking parts to have a specific function and driven by energy. That is precisely what a protein does. It has specific functions in biology in the cell. It is driven by why I am
No,
being
because you're repeating.
interrupted. Why I am being
I'm
interrupted.
going to tell you why, Otangelo. I'm going to tell you why I'm interrupting you, because you are now repeating yourself.
No, I'm not.
I have already said.
explained
I have
what
already said.
machine is.
Otangelo, stop. These things are not machines like you are trying to demonstrate them to be machines. You are drawing. Yes, they work in a mechanistic fashion, but they are not machines like we make machines. It's the same thing as like calling DNA code and trying to equate it to computer code. Computer code must be written. DNA is a code, therefore DNA codes for things, therefore it must be written. No, this is not analogous. Stop sidestepping. X and TJump both just refuted your entire foundation. Address it or get the fuck off the stage.
JL, you don't absolutely not know what you're talking about. If you make a
Thank you.
No worries. We had luxury space communist up next. That was his name. But
I'll tell you, Otangelo's a machine. He's a fucking simple machine. That's what he is.
But does anybody have any comments on that besides what I guess you and I had commented there at the tail end?
It was very nice that he gave Titan, our head moderator, a happy birthday note.
Cool. Thank you, Otangelo.
This is the fourth conversation we've had with Otangelo where he refuses to provide any credible criticism to the clay RNA hypothesis.
I know why, because he zones out. He doesn't want to hear it, because the moment he acknowledges it, his entire shtick is gone. He only has one thing to bring up when he talks to atheists. The moment he's going to acknowledge what you said, Ajax, he's done.
This is the problem. Now, this is the last thing I'll say, and then we can move on to luxury. Otangelo
I heard you, man.
Otangelo and I had a direct conversation on Discord where Otangelo admitted directly to me that he does not care if Christians believe or accept abiogenesis and evolution. He doesn't debate Christians on abiogenesis or evolution because they're Christians. They already get it. They already get the message of Christ, so he doesn't have to debate them on it. He only goes after atheists and abiogenesis and evolution because he thinks that we predicate our atheism on abiogenesis and evolution. That's the only reason he does it. It's completely he's a completely dishonest interlocutor. That's why I have a problem with Otangelo.
That's kind of funny. I mean, the funny thing is that abiogenesis could be compatible with the designer. So, for example, here's an example, right? So suppose that it's perfectly plausible that polymerization produces the first replicases, which eventually develop into something complex and that meets the definition of life. Now, aliens or a super designer who's outside of the simulation or God or whatever could come down and fiddle with it, right? And you could make that argument, but they don't seem to want to address the claim, which is that the bootstrapping process of self-replicators, which could then evolve and develop functions in a naturally occurring way, is explainable. They could make a defense. They could kind of retreat Mott and Bailey to a further position, but they just sort of like sidestep it. I don't understand why.
Yeah, I think it's predicated because if he accepts it, then it essentially is saying that human beings are not special. And it's all predicated on human beings are like, because we have these big brains and we can do what we do with our brains, we're like special. As opposed to everything.
But isn't the Catholic position something like what I just described, right? Like the Catholic position is that science is true, but God helps, or something.
Right. From what I understand from the Catholics I've spoken with, is that they can accept that the two are not mutually exclusive. That abiogenesis and evolution could most definitely be the mechanisms by which God created and diversified life.
But then it wouldn't be evidence of God at that point.
No, they're just trying to maintain internal consistency or avoid dissonance.
Well,
and I think the Catholics are smart to take that route because if you're trying to preserve your faith, it's safer.
Well, that's why Antangelo won't accept it, because if that's true, then it's no longer evidence of God.
Yeah. But it just seems like the more honest position as a theist is to understand the science well enough to accept it. And if that reduces the ways in which you can try to justify your faith, that's okay if you're being honest with yourself, right? Like, it's better to be a more honest theist and understand more of science than to avoid studying it and deny it.
I brought that up to him, that Francis S. Collins accepts evolution and the possibility of abiogenesis as explanations for origin and diversification, and who Francis S. Collins. I had to tell him who Francis S. Collins was, and he was like, "Oh well, I don't care." And I'm like, because he's already a Christian, dude. He's a waste of time. So luxury.
There's an easy way. There's an easy way to make Otangelo rage quit, and that is asking him for evidence about how is God created. If you press him on that, then he will just rage quit.
I think I've got a concept of God that might stretch some brains here.
Yeah. Welcome, luxury space communist. Thank you for joining us. Go ahead.
So when people say does something exist, existence is a description of something within reality. So what would it mean for something to exist outside of reality?
It wouldn't exist.
It wouldn't exist. Exactly.
You beat me by 2 seconds.
So I guess if nothing can exist outside of reality, and people would say they believe in a God, would it be possible to believe in a God that is not outside of reality?
You were breaking up a little bit.
Sorry, it's probably my.
I think he said, would it be possible to believe in a God outside of reality? No, because
I do.
You could believe in it, but it doesn't exist.
I believe in a God outside of reality. I believe God does not exist, so therefore I believe in a God outside of reality.
But I'm bummed.
So I guess the problem is that I'm trying to think where I have a little list here. So when we say God does or doesn't exist, does a God necessarily have to be a creator?
No.
That's a question that's a very important one to ask in these conversations, because these different deities have different characteristics. Some are creator deities and some are not, depending on which religion is describing it, I suppose, or how an individual perceives it.
I define a God.
I spent last week communicating with the goddess Hathor. She's the goddess of sex, drugs, and rock and rolls. She's not a creator.
It's a very wide spectrum.
God just means a really powerful mind.
She creates fun.
Outside. So if there's a really powerful mind of some kind that has power over the universe, whether or not it does use it or could use it or create it, doesn't matter. All you need is a really powerful mind thing that has potential control over the universe.
As long as it's the metaphysical ontology for what can and cannot be. Sorry.
I guess it has the Egyptian. It comes down to God being infinite.
There are lots of gods.
Because, what does it even mean for something to be infinite or actually be made of nothingness? Because if God came from true nothingness, then it would make sense that he'd be infinite because there'd be no other quantity to define it with.
Are you familiar with Max Tegmark, Luxury Space Communist?
Wait, zero would be
no,
we would define it with a zero, not an infinite. It would be a zero.
Okay, so Max Tegmark has a hypothesis about the universe being kind of made of math, which entails weird things like sort of all possible things that are mathematically expressible being real in a sense, and our
I
universe
believe that.
being just okay.
Well, I guess because like
it's a
it has to
very
do with
strange
consciousness.
position.
Because like for example, like do we believe that colors actually exist beyond the way they're perceived? So I guess like I'm trying to get like when we think a color exists, the only thing that's actually real is us telling ourselves the color exists. Like that's the actual reality.
The light exists. It just depends upon the wavelength that's hitting us and what the wavelength is, what medium the wavelength is traveling through.
And then there's a neuroscience aspect as well on how those are perceived. Yes.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, there's like it's like even if we see color, where does color come from for us to see it?
Light, photons.
And well, I mean, there's
our brains.
Well, I mean, there's the whole other range of energy, and you have no visual representation of that.
What is your question?
So how is it that we have a visual representation of some frequencies but not others?
Evolution.
It's basically what TJump said. It's our brains, because people who are colorblind will see the exact same colors we see, but they won't see the color.
Well, I guess I'm kind of pointing that out too, because like some animals can see infrared and UV.
Wait, hold. Could you tie this back into some kind of an argument for God rather than just asking questions about color?
So if we're going to say that something exists, then obviously I must perceive it as existing. So what would it even mean to perceive something as existing if I'm going to describe it?
Hold up. Things can exist even if we don't perceive them. Like that's.
Or
do you mean perceive as in I just imagine it existing or something?
It's that some things don't actually exist separate from perception. There's no reason to think that red exists before I see red.
Right, the color.
Well,
red.
I have a screwdriver in front of me. You can't perceive the screwdriver. Does it exist or not?
So.
Well, am I saying red or am I saying a representation?
So red, our sense experience and how our brains process that. If that's what you're referring to as red, yes, that only exists in our imagination. The actual datum that causes that exists outside of our imagination. We refer to that as red because our brain describes it that way.
But that means we're able to interact with imagination as if it were reality, which means I'm not sure that any distinction can be made between
our imagination,
perceiving something and existing free of perception.
So yes, our imagination exists in reality, but when we ask if something exists in reality outside of our imagination, we can say no. So if you want to say God exists as an entity in our imagination, I agree. If you want to say God exists as an entity outside of our imagination, it does not. So that's the distinction.
I guess the issue is that apparently like billions of people say they can perceive something like God. So then there's other billions who are going to entirely reject their perception. And it kind of, I don't know, it just seems strange to say we're going to be scientific about perception, but then reject most people's perception that there is something like this.
That's because we know of fallacies. That's because we know of things like delusions, hallucinations, misconceptions, fallacies, biases. We know there's tens of thousands of these that we reject in human psychology. So we do know, we've proven in science that many versions of human perception are false, and so those versions we omit from the scientific method. That's kind of the whole point of the scientific method, is to find which versions of human perception are the ones we should not trust.
Well, then the thing being perceived and the thing perceiving can't necessarily be separate either.
What?
Because they both have to exist in a single physical reality, relating to one another, interacting with one another, exchanging energy, momentum, photons. For you to even see the thing, you must be interacting with it. Like, you can't see something unless there's literally photons bouncing off something and interacting with it to send to you.
Yes, you can. You can see things from electrical signals in your brain that there's no photons. So your electrical signals in your brain can generate the image of something in your visual cortex without there being any photons. But can you tie this back into some kind of an argument for God?
Because if we're going to say a god or goddess exists, if existence is a matter of perception, then it can be perceived that there is such thing as an infinite God, which doesn't violate any physical description of reality or science.
Yes, I can also perceive magical unicorns if I take enough shrooms. That doesn't mean magical unicorns exist.
Except the reality would be, again, the basis of your perception. Why would you hallucinate a unicorn and not another animal? There must be a structural reason you saw one animal and not another.
Yes, because
which means there's a structural objective reason to perceiving.
Yes, there's a structural objective reason to perceiving, which is how your brain structure is formed. So like, for example, people who are little kids who have hallucinations or near-death experiences, they'll see a large fat man with a white beard and a red cloak because they've been socially conditioned to see Santa Claus. People with near-death experiences in Hindu will see an elephant-headed god. People who have near-death experiences in the Western world will see Jesus. Our cultural inclinations design our brain and neurological structures, and so we'll see the things that are most likely to occur in our social structures. That's why if you ask someone to say, name a tool and a color, most people will say a red hammer, because those are the most common colors in people's psychology. We know this. This has already been answered. I don't know why you're asking.
So how do you fundamentally prove that something exists beyond your perception?
If by prove you mean with 100% certainty, we don't do that. We prove with probabilistic certainty, and we use some kind of a methodology to differentiate imagination from reality, which is novel testable predictions, and that's how science does it.
Well, it just seems like the way you're defining God, you could basically define anything that doesn't exist. You could come up with a whole set of descriptions and say, does this thing exist? Nope. Okay, well, but you can just construct a definition that you know doesn't exist.
Sure.
So if you're going to say like, well, God doesn't exist because I've defined it this way, well, then it only doesn't exist because you've defined it that way.
We're not constructing the definition. It's the theists who have constructed the definition. We're saying that doesn't exist. So we're saying the theistic definition of what Christians, Muslims, other different God believers think exists. We're saying that doesn't exist. We have no reason to believe there is a mind that is more powerful and governs the universe. No reason to believe that. So it doesn't exist.
But see, that's not a claim that they're making, that it necessarily governs reality.
Well, that's why we take it on a case-by-case basis. That's why we listen to each individual and we hear them present their God or their version of God, what they believe in, and then we look at why they believe in it, what has led them to believe in this thing or to accept it as extant of reality. And so we take it case by case.
Well, I'd be more specific and say there's no reason to believe there is any mind greater than human minds outside of the universe or above us anywhere.
Indeed.
But why would they stick around if they transcended us? Why would if they just transcended human thought? Why the fuck would they stay here?
Why
do people keep coming up with them?
Wait, no. Even if the great minds left, there's still no reason to believe in them, and so we still have reason to believe they don't exist.
What do you mean when you say transcended?
I think he means like a mind that was human that became super powerful and just left us or something.
Well, let's let him.
Like, just because you have perception over something doesn't mean you have agency over it necessarily. So there could be a God consciousness which is entirely aware of all of reality, but that doesn't mean he can intervene and change everything. Because if you're aware of the future, then that's the one future you're aware of. You're not going to change it if you're aware of it.
Yeah, there could be.
What do you mean when you say transcended?
I guess it just has to do with perception. I'm not sure how we perceive anything in reality other than assuming structures and then mentally constructing those realities.
Do you have a definition for the word transcended?
It's the non-material as it relates to the material. So usually mathematical quantities having qualities.
You're talking about abstracts?
I don't think that was like really relevant to his argument, because he just meant like there were minds like ours and they went beyond ours in some sense. So we don't have any access to them, right? That's what you were saying?
I don't know what he's saying though when he's using the word transcended to represent what you said there, TJump. But I don't understand what that process would be, and so I'm asking him what the definition of transcended is, so we can understand what that process would be.
Well, do we care? Like, even if you could list a process, until there's evidence to say this happened, we're still rational to say we have reason to believe it didn't. So even if he gave us a process, like until he has some evidence of this, it's like we are rational in concluding there are no minds that are greater or outside of just human evolutionary results. Right now, we have no reason to believe in any kind of a mind above and beyond humanity at this point, which would exclude all possible conceptions of a God that include a mind.
If that process existed, though, we could test it, or it could provide some sort of evidence for his claim.
Yeah, but I don't think that's the core of his argument here. The core of his argument here is we don't have access to things. There could be a God out there, which is nice, but we're still rational until we have evidence to conclude there is not one.
I guess I don't know. I guess like non-local interactions, I could invoke some level of physics, because as far as I understand in physics, everything is basically just a broken symmetry, and things obtain their mass because they interact with the Higgs boson. So basically, everything in existence is just like a jagged piece of something else.
Yeah.
And so there's just, like, how do we even conceive of there being a constructed reality unless there's like a perfect nothingness to compare it to? Like, what would it mean for something to even exist if we can't compare it to non-existence?
What does that have to do with a mind or a God?
So what would the difference between God existing and not exist if everything's still defined by infinite symmetries? And like, what else would God even be if not that?
Well, God
it's like
is
we're
a
trying to say God
mind.
doesn't exist, but it's just changing the definition so much that of course it can't exist.
No. We use the definition that most theists use, which is God is a mind of some kind that has power over the universe. That's all we need. And if we say there's no mind outside of humans, that covers all the different normal conceptions of a God. If you just want to change the definition of God to quantum fields or something, then okay, that's nice. I grant quantum fields exist, and you can call it whatever you want. But the typical definition in English and every other language in human society of a God is a mind of some kind that is above and beyond us, and we don't think that exists.
Like if any other species came up with that theory, they'd be rational, though, right?
I have no
like,
idea
what if cockroaches out there eventually develop sentience? Like, yo, what if there's like higher consciousness out there on this planet that have like occupied and designed things, and then all the other cockroaches would be like, no, dude, you have no proof. This is irrational. Like,
Right,
but it couldn't
so-
be irrational because we also know it as the higher beings to be true.
Right. So if the cockroaches came up with a hypothesis, there are higher minds out there, and they had no evidence of humans ever, there's none, just zero connection to humans, then they would be irrational to believe that these things existed until they had evidence, until evidence was found. Like there
So
could
I
be
am-
there could be a gigantic like a galaxy-sized magical unicorn that exists behind Alpha Centauri, and we just can't see it. But would I be rational to believe that? No, it'd be irrational to believe that, even if it could be true. So the fact that it could be true, because I don't have a justification for it, it is irrational. So knowledge is a justified true belief. So even if I have a belief and that belief is true, that's not knowledge. It's not rational unless I have a justification for that. So simply believing there's a magical galaxy-sized unicorn that farts out planets is possibly true. Simply the fact that it could be true doesn't make it rational to believe.
Can everything that's true necessarily be proven?
No.
So if I want to concern myself with truth and I am only concerned with proofs, then I'll never actually have the entire truth.
You will never have the truth no matter what. But what is that? How's that not relevant? So the point here is that even if we accepted your methodology, then it could be justified to believe infinitely many false things. So I agree that we can't have access to all truth, but your methodology opens us up to infinitely many false things, and you can't distinguish the false things from the true things, which is a problem.
I guess the essence of mathematics, though, is that you can extend what you assume to be real beyond your perception. Because if you understand the construction of reality, then you don't really have to like be on Jupiter to have an understanding of what Jupiter is and its size and its mass and density. And
sure, what is
so if you understand fundamental things about reality, you don't have to be at a place to understand the place.
So
Which means that there could be a mind in reality which understands the rest of reality.
Instead of trying to weave a God through the keyhole, like what do you believe?
I think like things can only be defined as insofar as they can be perceived.
Do you
But if we
believe
can't
there's a
prove-
God?
There's something that can be perceived as a God which you can have a relationship with, and will definitely affect your life in different ways if you have different relationships with it.
Good.
Which other religions figured out through polytheism and idols and avatars, but it's still the same concept.
So okay, but it doesn't represent anything that can be demonstrated to exist in reality.
It's just the definition of reality gets dicey because sometimes what we consider to be real is just our own circular perception.
Contingent.
So
on
really, like I can't
imagination.
commit someone else's circular perception of my own circular
No.
perception.
Is it contingent on our imagination, or does it exist independent of imagination?
I guess that's kind of. I'd have to actually think about that.
Luxury. How can I perceive the God that you perceive? What do I need to do to perceive your God?
In my personal experience, if there's anything like an ultimate design or something, then all it really means to become aware of that is like reality is one way, and if people can disagree on how they perceive it, but it's all you. I don't know. How do I put this? There can't really be illusions.
That's not answering my question.
Yeah, I was trying to.
What do I need to do to perceive the God that you apparently perceive?
It would have to be transcendental meditation. Once you realize that all thoughts emerge from physical activities of the mind, and that then there really is no like what does it even mean for something to exist or not exist when you go to the boundary of reality? It's like it's almost kind of a meaningless question.
If you can perceive it outside of your own imagination, which is what transcendental meditation would take me to. It would take me to something that I imagine. I want to perceive your God, not in my imagination, in reality.
But that's the trick. There is no perception without imagination.
So
if
God is
you want to believe that God
imagined.
exists and you believe that's just a faster perception, then there's basically no contradiction.
So I'm not convinced. This sounds like you're saying God is imagined.
Yeah,
no,
you just
God
said
is
is
perceived
God
the
is
same way
not.
color is perceived. It's a representation of something higher.
What you just said is God is not in reality.
But I'll also
no.
push back on that a little. I think there is an actual wavelength that our brains are picking up on, and that it's our brain's
Yes.
interpretation of that.
Yes. It is perceived outside of our brain, and then the data is interpreted by our brain. So what do I need to do to perceive your God outside of my brain so that my brain can interpret it as it being a God?
You just have to find the limits of your own perception, because we can say something doesn't exist, but it just means that someone else is living in a different facet of imagination than we are. It's still all just imagination and perception.
I'll rephrase because the question is too difficult for you. How do you perceive a God outside of your own brain, or a God in reality, so your brain can interpret the data, conclude that that is a God that you're perceiving?
I can conclude that what I'm perceiving must be a certain way for me to perceive it as such, or else there would be no meaning to perception.
What you're now saying is that you don't perceive a God, you just conclude that that must be the case without even trying to figure out whether or not that is the case.
It's just that there's like literally nothing that exists beyond the perception.
Right, so
that's just kind of the non-distinction that Westerners try to make.
So again, the question here is
Westerners.
How,
what?
Hold up.
Yeah, Westerners try to pretend that physical reality is entirely separate from consciousness.
So again, people all over the world do this, not just Westerners.
Oh my God! Stop. The question is does God exist only as a figment of our imagination, or does God exist independent of our imagination? That's the question. And what method do you show that? Do you indicate that your God is more than just a figment of our imagination? That's what we care about. That's what we're asking. That's what Peter's trying to ask, unsuccessfully. But
that was exactly what I asked. Yeah, that was exactly what I asked.
Not really, but so
it cannot. Some things cannot be demonstrated beyond their perception. The same way, not all truths can be proven. If you're concerned with demonstrations and proofs, you'll never have all truth.
Right, and so you have.
So you threw up a smoke screen. So can you just address the question?
That was a great answer. He did. That was an answer. So his answer was he can't.
Okay, my bad.
He has no way to show that his God is not a figment of our imagination. He just thinks it is. That's.
You can't show that color is not a figment of our imagination.
Color is.
Does that mean it doesn't exist?
Color is a figment of our imagination.
Oh, so color doesn't exist.
Correct. Color in and of itself.
So when I talk about a red bottle, I'm talking about something that doesn't exist.
Once
you're
again,
talking about a figment of your imagination.
There actually is a wavelength
figment of perception
that is being bounced off.
He's talking about literally the color red, not the wavelength.
If you can distinguish between perception and imagination?
That is what I'm trying to separate out also, is that there is a wavelength, but our perception is then our best accurate, our brain's representation of what's going on.
He's asking literally about the color red.
Yeah, I think it's more rational. If there were higher beings, why wouldn't they have to take on a more complex form that I'd have to decode and understand? And just like cockroaches trying to understand humans, they'd have to come to terms with that. There's these larger creatures which have more impact, higher mass, they're larger, more intelligent.
The point is that there's a differentiator between colors and gods, right? So when we say that a color is a perception, it's still grounded in some physical phenomena, which Jamie was pointing out. Whereas when we say that a god exists in our imagination, it's not grounded in some physical phenomena that we can point to, right? So the distinction is important. And when you just say, well, look, we can imagine all kinds of things in our perceptions, everything is just limited to what we can imagine, you're just sort of ignoring the distinction. There's things we can imagine which don't have any grounding in reality, and there's things we can imagine which do. So it sounds like you imagine something a bit further than you can ground in reality, and you think it's as good as those which you can ground in reality because they're all grounded in perception. I don't think that's convincing.
Like if I live inside of a ball and I can travel inside the ball and I find that there's the sphere surrounding the space, the sphere is different than the internal contents of the ball. But if I live within the ball, I'd say, well, I can't use the principles of within the ball to extrapolate outside the ball. Just the same way I can't use the principles of reality or intrinsic existence outside of perception to justify something which is before time, before space, before any mathematical form it could take.
Well, that's wrong. You can actually use what's in the ball to infer what's outside of the ball. It's just induction. That's how induction works. But again, the question is like, is what you're claiming to be God, is that more like unicorns and fairies and leprechauns and Santa, or is that more like particles and mass and energy and planets? Which one is it closer to?
Well, I'll go even further. The underlying archetypes of fairies, elves, all that, those are actually real. Because any archetype fundamentally just has itself.
What you're defining as God more like fairies and Santa Claus, or is it more like particles and planets?
I define God as how individuals perceive things beyond the individual.
My question
it's
is
the basis of perception itself. That's why it has no proof beyond perception.
Question: is what you define as a God more like fairies and leprechauns, or is it more like planets and particles? Which is it more similar to? Which category would it more likely fit into?
They're the same to me. They're the same.
Planets and fairies are the same.
Our whole concept of planets was literally we literally believed people like civilizations lived on other planets until like a few hundred years ago. We literally believed that. Like most people do.
The fact that people are able
Yeah, but nobody said, oh, those people are rational. They said, oh, well, based on these readings from these things, we see smudges and little shapes on other planets. When we look at them, then they found out it's just smudges on the telescope. That was imagination, but it was truly perception to them.
We've made progress in science. So there's things that have been verified to exist in science, like planets and particles, and things which have no evidence, like fairies and leprechauns. And so if you think those are the same thing, then you have a failed epistemology. You have no way to distinguish imagination from reality. And so you're several thousand years behind science. You should catch up.
So how do you distinguish between imagination and reality?
I use novel testable predictions. So I say if I can create a model or a hypothesis that can accurately predict the future, then that's more likely to correspond to reality than just my imagination, because my imagination is very bad at predicting the future.
But see, physical measurement systems, if you don't interpret the measurements, then it's not necessarily
I don't care.
Correct.
Interpretations are fine. Like, again, what I said was, if I can have a novel testable prediction about the future and get things right consistently, then that hypothesis is more likely to correspond to reality than just my imagination, because my imagination is very bad at predicting the future. So that's how I differentiate imagination from reality. I have a hypothesis that makes predictions, and if it can do it accurately, consistently, then that model is more likely to correspond to reality than just me making stuff up, because me making stuff up, my imagination is very bad at doing that. It can't do that well.
It just always seems like there's this little asterisk at the end of every claim, which is like corresponds to reality, which just means reconfirms your perceptions.
That's the conclusion.
You're basically saying if it agrees with the thing I perceived before, then it must be real.
No. Again, so
because I'm reconfirming my results. I'm doing experiments.
No. Hypothesis is this is the way you think things are. So I think there's an external world, and I think there's an asteroid that's going to come around the planet every 550 years. Now, it could be the case that that's just a figment of my imagination, and it could be the case that's an accurate description of reality. It corresponds to reality. We don't know. So how would we figure this out? Well, if it's just something I'm imagining, I imagine lots of things. And most of the things I imagine don't ever make accurate predictions about the future. But if I wait and I see that this happened, this actually was the case, that this asteroid came around every 550 years. Now, that is one of my sense experiences. That's true. But since I was able to predict it far before my sense experience, and I got it right, whereas pretty much every other one of my ideas is wrong about the future, that's a good reason to think that this idea is not like the others. There's some difference there. This one able to predict the future, others not able to predict the future. And what we think that difference is, why does this hypothesis able to predict the future, is because it more likely corresponds to reality. That's the conclusion. So this one can do one thing that the others can't. And the difference is, the reason that it can probably do this is because it probably corresponds to reality.
When you say it corresponds to reality, reality is just a pre-existing set of assumptions and measurements.
No, it's stuff that exists.
You're saying it agrees with the things we already thought, or it doesn't?
No. So I'm not even...
It's all just a series of measurements.
So again, that's not relevant to the argument here. The argument here is that I have a hypothesis that it corresponds to reality. That's the hypothesis. You can make a hypothesis of anything you want. It makes no difference what the hypothesis is. What matters is can it differentiate itself from every other idea that is bad. All the bad ideas doesn't do that. And the answer is yes. If it can predict the future, it differentiates itself. And so that's why this corresponds word matters here, is because whatever these things are doing, they're doing it more successfully than the other ones. So they're different. They're different in some way.
But if purpose of science is to describe, why can science not describe the religious experience of billions of people?
It can.
It
seems like that's the one category they don't want to describe.
No, we describe that perfectly well.
Oh, because in the West, everything that isn't something we can write down or describe, it must be some type of psychosis or.
Yes, we have
going.
novel testable
Exactly.
predictions that confirm many fallacies, biases, illusions, delusions that we can demonstrate exist, and have tens of thousands of papers that all correspond and explain the full breadth of religious experience. So we've explained all those things with things that we can actually test and demonstrate in the mind.
Even replicate.
So like
what you're saying is that people are in a certain physical state. It's almost like expected that they'll perceive and imagine in certain ways to interact with reality, as if that's the only thing reality could be to that person.
No, that's the most plausible explanation. So like if we have, for example, if I show you a picture of that little Rubik's Cube that has two orange squares in the center and one looks slightly darker than you, I could say, based on the fact that we know how your brain works, we can tell you that you're going to see them as slightly different colors, but when you copy them over, they're going to be the exact same color. So we can show that because we know how your brain works, we can show you 100% of the time, here is a illusion your brain is going to experience because of how your brain works. And we can do that for every single one of these. That's why they're named. That's why they have so many publications on the number of fallacies and biases and illusions and delusions and misconceptions.
But your basis of calling something an illusion or delusion is that it doesn't agree with somebody else's perception.
No, it doesn't agree with literally facts about reality. So it's not about perception.
Your basis of reality is my perception. Anything that compares to that.
No. So like it's your own perception. So like if I take, have you seen the optical illusion with the Rubik's Cube that has two different colored center pieces? So they're both orange. Do you know what I'm talking about? Okay, so in this piece, if you look at it, it looks like the top one's darker and the bottom one's lighter. But then if you just hide everything else, or you take a little piece of the one at the top and copy it and drag it over, they're the exact same color. So we know from your own experience, it seems like they're different colors, but when you eliminate all the other background stuff, they're the same color. So we can know that your perception is false. It's wrong because we can test it.
But you only think it's false because of somebody else's perception.
No, because of your perception. This is all you. This is no one else. You are doing this. You look at the Rubik's Cube, you see the top one seems darker, and then you remove all the extra stuff and they show the exact same color. So you do this on your own. This has nothing to do with other people's perception. We know your brain fails at doing certain things under certain contexts.
So it fails to, okay, it's tricky though, because if it went if it was the exact opposite of the colors, the response would still be the same because it's not actually the content of the colors. It's the fact that someone's perceiving mechanistically. But how do I know that all perceptions are not equally as constructed or mechanistic?
Because some we can prove fail, and under the conditions they fail, and some don't fail. So some we can.
But
prove
how do you
don't work.
know which conditions are proper to test what hypotheses?
That's the whole purpose of science.
We have what's called theoretic virtues, right? So we don't say there's just one simple criteria. We say there's a bunch of criteria and they lend favor to or disfavor a given hypothesis. So if all the theoretic virtues of some hypothesis are lacking, we can say that's a weak hypothesis. If they're all in favor of it, we can say it's a strong one. Might not be as cut and dry as you would like it to be, but it is the process of figuring out what's true.
Ultimately, I think this came down to luxury. What you what I gleaned from this is that it really comes down to what you feel, and I guess inducing certain states or certain emotions, like when you brought up transcendental meditation, because you can induce certain emotional states through TM, and it literally just comes down to your feelings, like what you feel about what you're perceiving or what you think you're perceiving in your imagination. And you could label that God, you could label it something else. It really doesn't matter, but it doesn't demonstrate that a thing exists. Just because you feel that something exists, even if you feel it very powerfully, doesn't mean that what you're feeling represents anything or is representative of anything existing in reality. So I think that's what it comes down to. But
I guess it's just in some fields of thought in the East, like some people consider doing meditation and going through your own mind a form of experimentation. Because some people routinely go to a certain place in their mind, realize that there's a problem, realize they don't like encountering that. There's something there that needs to be changed. So they physically alter their own consciousness or reality and they get past it. And like that basically is real, because even if the perception can be argued, there is some physical manipulation they're able to understand by perceiving it that way.
And there's lots
so
of
that
scientists,
must be real.
Look, there's lots of scientists who will agree with that, study it, confirm it in a sense that they can explain, something about why it is that that's repeatedly successful and so on, right? We're not denying that systematic meditative practices haven't yielded reproducible results in a form. At least
Well, it
fairly
is. It's 100% an experiment. That is absolutely right. That is definitely an experiment. But one of these experiments, the hypothesis that explains the experiment is different. And the scientific one who explains it is able to make predictions about the future, which we can then confirm and test and get right on a regular basis. Whereas the interpretation that there's some actual connection to some fundamental nature of reality and you're interacting with it makes no testable predictions. It's never been confirmed. It can't tell us anything else about the universe. And therefore, the one that is able to make testable predictions and confirm things and give us new information about the world we didn't know yet is the one that's more likely correct.
But what if someone came back and said, hey, your perceptions are actually limiting you from the reality you're trying to perceive? And someone gave you information about the nature of perception itself, which couldn't be proven, but every time you applied it, it worked. How would you describe that?
That would be great. Yeah, if they can give novel testable predictions and it works every time, that's great. That's great evidence.
But it's only testable by the individual within their own mind.
That would not.
I guess if you're willing to expand the definition of scientific repeatability to people experimenting with their own consciousness, then it could be.
Well, luxury would be the same deal. I could tell you a story back, in my misspent youth. I had friends who did lots of drugs. I did drugs like this, but I had a friend who took a shit ton of acid one time, and to this day, this was like some 20 plus years ago. To this day, he will die on the hill that he had a conversation with God. So took a bunch of LSD.
I've had the same experience.
Took a bunch of LSD, and he will die on the hill to this day that he had a conversation with God. So
I know, I'm convinced that whenever I get high on a psychedelic, I'm pretty sure I'm being communicated.
Yeah, but in the past, I have taken the same amount that he has taken. I have taken more, and I have taken less, and I have never replicated his scenario. And I was a believer when I did this stuff, and have never had and he was not a believer. So I've never had the experience before or after my deconversion. So, if you're could replicate,
bad, JL.
Yeah, I know. Like if he took a specific amount of like a psychotropic and had a conversation with God, and then I independently took that same amount, like the exact same amount of the exact same blend or whatever he took, and had a conversation with God, and then TJump did it as well, and then we can come together and pool our data, and then we can like run tests and experiments on this and make predictions based on this. That would be phenomenal.
There's actually a bit of science on this. So like when it comes to ghosts, the likelihood that people will experience ghosts in certain phenomena, which are believed to like induce people, like magnetic phenomena, to be more likely to perceive ghosts, is correlated with their having other mental phenomena like epilepsy or things like hallucinations. So people often have a different reaction to psychedelics, like having more intense hallucinations and so on, because of just differences in their brain. Some people are more suggestible to hypnosis, some people are more hallucinatory, and some people just hear voices in their head more easily than others. It's just parts of your brain that are different.
I also think it's funny, not that this would prove anything more, but it's never like a bad conversation with God. It's like I had this transcendent conversation with Yahweh, and damn, he was a dick. I was like, shut up, all you do is talk.
And there's also something to look into, luxury, the God helmet, which can induce religious euphoria and certain mental states like that. And what they discovered is that through the inducement of these in different people is that they can induce the same kind of physical, what Ix was talking about. They can induce the same physical response in the brain by targeting specific areas of the brain, do the same thing in the exact same personality, but their experiences are always unique to them.
And the funny part, the original version of that was a placebo. So before they made the actual God helmet, they basically made a fake God helmet, and they tried that on people. And a certain percentage of people reported these phenomena. So this kind of points to the point that some people's brains have an easier time going to these hallucinatory sort of psychedelic states than others. Some people, through just meditation and breathing, can get much more intense experiences than others. And when they made the actual magnetic helmet, a lot more people reported the phenomena because it was actually doing something to them. But even the placebo was enough for some people to just imagine that they were having that experience. So yeah, people hallucinate. It is a thing. It is known.
I guess my problem is that like the whole idea of perception is that really like if everybody shared a hallucination, it would basically just look like culture, because it would just be this persistent attitude that we all have towards reality and nobody disagrees. Like that's kind of what culture is in a sense.
I linked this, I guess this is a story, but close enough. There's actually a study out there somewhere that says about 5% of people hallucinate at some point in their life, like randomly.
I'll have to look at that.
All right, so is anybody here convinced?
No. Well,
I guess I'm just challenging the idea of like what would it even mean to prove if it exists, if such proof existed.
Well,
like,
that's why we
if somebody was to convince you, what would it look like?
That's why we gotta go by case by case, depending upon the god in and of itself. Like, how does the individual define the god? Does the god have any specific attributes? What are the entailments of those attributes? So on and so forth. It's kind of like case by case, conversation by conversation.
What would convince me is very easy. Novel testable predictions. I believe God exists. If you pray to God, he'll give you a gold brick every time. Pray to God, gold brick. That's great evidence. Novel testable predictions.
I guess the question is, if not all truths can be proven, how should I go about arriving at truths that I can't prove if I actually want to have the full truth?
If you can't prove
there must
them,
be some fundamental reason which extends beyond proof.
No. Just means our brains are limited. So yes, we can't know everything. Congratulations. Gödel's incompleteness theorem is true. We can't know everything. If you want to know everything, you're probably not going to be able to until you discover a new kind of evidence that we haven't discovered yet. You may want to try to look into that.
Halting problem.
And what if by knowing everything you realize that it's not actually, like, a lot of knowledge is actually kind of not necessary? Like, what if true knowledge is the realization that previous knowledge is kind of incompetent and weak?
Well, we already know that.
Because like Western knowledge doesn't really help the Middle East much, or not the Middle East, like Eastern cultures.
Truth.
They have transpersonal concepts.
I've never heard of this thing called medicine.
Wait.
Or engineering or anything.
It's appeal to consequence. Knowledge is true, independent of whether it's useful. It doesn't matter if it's useful.
Also, in the fetishization of Eastern versus Western as this big distinction, people often hold up, Buddhism and so on as this like counterpoint to Western thought or something. It's worth pointing out that there were large numbers of atheists, materialist, atomist atheists who existed in India, and they were massacred by the Buddhists, right? The tradition was called the Carvakas, and they were massacred by the great enlightened Buddhist king who had them all put to death for making fun of the Buddha. And they were there was a huge tradition in many different cultures of atheism and scientific materialism and so on that was based on skepticism about the epistemology of believing that a sacred book was like the source of truth. And if you look into the history of the Carvakas and the other more skeptical epistemologies within Indian thought, you'll see that Buddhism has a bunch of dead bodies that it is paved with of killing its critics, right? And that's not to say Buddhism doesn't have value, but it's to say that, look, there is an Eastern tradition of skepticism too, and they were mostly butchered by Ashoka. So yeah, there is an Eastern and a Western tradition of skepticism. Skepticism is a universal phenomenon.
I guess it's just the conception of like what the individual is, because in the West, like the individual is seen as like atomic and necessary, whereas like it's seen as like
moving on
emergent
here
in the East.
because nobody here is convinced after about an hour, and that seems. I don't know if that's exactly an hour, but
yeah, you guys didn't even define God, and you're debating whether it exists. Good job.
Actually, we leave that up to people joining the stage to tell us about their various characteristics of their goddess or god. And right now, you've already provided partial definition by identifying the deity's sex. But thank you for being here. Go ahead, Amy.
Beyond that snappy comment, I'm not convinced you believe a god exists. I don't know where the arguments were for a god and all that long rigmarole.
Those Buddhists were just mad because they were pointing out how a guy who weighs 600 pounds has the balls to teach people about self-discipline.
I literally did define God like multiple times. That was
that was defined. Alan Defender is spamming me. Alan Defender wants to come and present an argument.
Hello, Alan Defender. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today?
It took 3 hours. First off, I want for everybody in the audience, I want to sincerely apologize for being exposed to that much cringe. It's crazy. I don't know how you can even sit there, but
skip argument.
Yeah, don't preamble. Please just make your arguments.
All right,
When do you start high
Flippy
school?
Flop, go ahead and raise your hand. Okay, he's spamming me again. Really? Okay.
It happens.
I think.
Let's try again. Let's give them another chance.
You never know, Taco. That could be the person.
Okay, I'm pulling Alan Defender back up.
Right.
Wow, crazy. Yo,
Allah
so
Defender.
that's the thing.
What is your evidence?
Yeah, that's the thing. So actually, I just want to address a couple of things real quick. Yo, Jack Burton has been spamming the chat with Islamophobic stuff. So
Okay,
I just
that's
want
off
to,
topic.
see.
Okay.
Can you get to the point?
It's fine.
I asked you
let
when
him
you
get it
came
out
on.
of his system. Okay, did the mean man say bad words? You want to go tell mommy?
No, I don't. No, that's the thing. You're irrelevant to me, but like, I just
that's why
wanted
you
to
brought
see.
it up.
Wait,
Good
let me see.
good
Let me
faking
finish.
difference,
Yo, let me
buddy.
finish. All right.
Go ahead,
So
kid.
Hold
since
on.
you've been spamming the chat,
Can we
I
let
want to see if
personal?
your
Can we
arguments can
let
still
personal
stand
fights?
against me right
Hold
now.
on. Can we
All
let
right, we're not
personal
doing
fights?
this. We're in the
Nothing
middle
to
of the
do with
stage.
the stage. Do outside the stage, please.
All right.
This is not the right platform.
Flippy Flop, if you're still an audience, raise your hand.
Now, I asked them what have they got for us with regard to the topic, and they've been off topic, so it's unfortunate. Our next guest will hopefully be willing to be on topic.
Oh, they're tippy top. Do you see a tippy top in queue?
All right, let's bring somebody up. What have we got next?
There's like 4 or 5
I'm
people.
trying to find a person who said they had an argument and it sounded like a decent one. Do you see a tippy top in the audience?
Nope.
Let's pick somebody else.
I don't see him.
So Mr. Straight wants to come up.
Sounds good. Hello,
He's
Mr.
been jumping
Straight.
around in queue, but he's been here for a while.
Welcome, Mr. Straight.
Yeah, I was
What
here
have you
from
got for
fucking
us today?
beginning. Playing chess. So before I go to my argument, I want to I heard you say a few things that I don't disagree about when other people debate about God. Like an example, that humans are not special. Special. So I'm not.
There's
I
nothing.
didn't
There's nothing to indicate that human beings are special in any way. We are
Well,
evolved to fit our particular niche.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Let
Pretty
me
much
make
it.
the argument why they are special. Well, all of you, as I heard, you are people of science. You really like talking about science. So I'm pretty sure all of you know the sentence that humans are the only way for the universe to research itself. So doesn't it by default mean that humans are special? That humans are special?
No,
Because
that's a
they're the only.
that's a poetic way of describing that human beings have the ability to reason and about the universe
Yeah,
itself.
the only
So,
ones.
no, it's a
By
it's a
default, they're
poetic way.
special.
No, it's a poetic way of describing it, but it does not
That they are
indicate
the only
any-
ones.
Mr. Straight, it is a poetic way of describing our way of being able to perceive the universe in a particular way. But just because we have big brains, big complex brains that have evolved, does not make us special on this planet. Every species on
kinda
this
does,
planet,
mate.
Mr. Straight, every animal on this planet has evolved to fit its niche very particularly. Okay, they specialize. So whereas we have big complex brains that allow us to make talky word noises and think about things that may or may not exist, that does not make us like just our physical bodies does not make us super superior on the planet. There are things that are stronger than us, things that are faster than us. There are things that are superior in their own way. We just happen to be superior in our brains.
Yeah, but in the same, but still in the same time, humans are the ones who are controlling the earth, changing the environment, and doing all of those crazy things. So
that doesn't matter,
Mr. Straight. I think I can answer. I think I can answer your question.
Or you can interrupt me.
Our
That's
galaxy. Hold on. Our galaxy is on a collision course with another galaxy. When
How
that
is it fucking
happens,
related?
we're going to be annihilated. That means that the universe doesn't care about us. We're not that special.
How is
Otherwise, that wouldn't
even?
happen.
Man, I'm not talking about this. I know the universe doesn't care about us. I don't. It wasn't the argument. The argument
So
is
we're not
humans.
special.
Wait.
How?
We're not
Wait,
special.
what do you mean when you say special? I'm not meaning when I say special. I don't mean a fucking, I don't know, a teenage girl who celebrates. No, that's not what I mean when I say special. special. We are the only ones. We are the only creatures
It's
who have
weird.
those.
Wait, stop.
intelligent
Let him finish.
instincts.
Let him finish. Peter,
Teenage girls are special.
Peter, stop. Let him finish. What do you mean by
Yeah.
special, and why is this relevant to a god?
Well,
Yeah.
it says in the Old Testament that humans. Well, it doesn't say special, but they are created in His image. But it is related.
How
It talks about this in the Old Testament, but we can move on if you don't want to talk about this.
No,
what is your
very much
argument?
like.
Actually, I do want to comment one thing. When people tell other people that they're special, that can actually be quite destructive to their lives, because then people think they get a delusion. They can develop a delusion about themselves being special in a way that isn't realistic, and this is something that does happen. People end up with very high expectations about how others perceive them that are not consistent with reality. So it can be a dangerous path to walk.
Can we like wait
what I mean when I
until
say
he makes
special.
an argument? Does not comment on literally every sentence he says, because that's what happens. I want an argument. What is the argument that us being special?
Yeah,
has anything to do with God?
put TjumpsChair. I was not commenting on everything he said. I did want to mention this earlier on, and I didn't get a chance. But okay.
No, I wasn't specifically talking about you.
Yeah, I think I will just go forward because that's really not that interesting of a topic. So, before I make a argument about God, I would like to know, I would like to ask you a question so I would know which argument I want to make. So the first question would be, if the Messiah would come today, pretty sure you heard this question. If the Messiah would come today, would you actually change your mind and follow? Doesn't remember what religion, Islam, Christianity, whatever. If the Messiah would come,
It does matter.
would you
It does
change your
matter what
entire
the religion?
Because if it's
It does matter
Yahweh,
what the religion.
then
I'm
we would
yeah.
become
what,
theists.
guys?
but
Come
then-
on, that's just disingenuous. Come on, I was.
What?
If,
Your question
just answer.
is-
It is a
doesn't
yes or no
matter.
fucking question.
No,
Guys, it's a yes or no question.
No, it's not a yes or no. It's not a yes or no fucking question.
But
Wait,
if it's
Mr.
Yahweh,
Wait, guys,
please wait,
calm down.
please wait.
Can
Please
I at
wait,
least
please wait one sec, because I want
So if
to
we
clarify. I
become
want to
theists-
clarify.
Man, you're humans. You're not dogs. Stop
Like
screaming.
all
So
he's
if we
asking about is
become
evidence.
theists-
Amy, all he's asking about is evidence. He says, if there was some confirmable evidence, like if the Messiah came back, would that change your position? Like, I would believe that Messiah existed, but I wouldn't necessarily follow the Messiah. I wouldn't become a worshiper of the Messiah. So its coming would definitely change my position. I would then believe that Jesus, for example, existed, but I still wouldn't worship Jesus because he drowned millions of babies, if the Old Testament is true.
that was my
Which
point.
is why I said
as
it
well,
does
is that-
depend on the religion. Oh,
is
sorry.
that it doesn't matter worship or anything like that. If your question is, if you presented us evidence that would convince us that God is real, would that make us a theist? Yes, it would absolutely make
My
us
God.
theists.
Well,
The question would
when-
then be, should
fucking
we
hell.
worship
Mate, that's
this
not
person?
related. That's really not related what you're saying right now. I will explain the question. The question is
Can
a
I at
critical
least-
question to see if you're actually genius and if you're actually willing to change your mind about God.
Yeah,
that's the
that's
question.
what
That's
Amy
the-
just
Wait,
said.
I feel like
that is what
okay,
Amy
I'm gonna-
just said.
I'm gonna
If you
finish
have,
it.
if you present evidence, then yes, we will accept the evidence if it is valid
No,
evidence.
but I'm
That is
asking
what
you.
Amy
I'm
just said.
asking you.
By
Oh my fucking God!
definition.
I'm
Well, I
asking you
haven't
about
been
the
able to finish
situation.
my answer. I'm
Shush, Amy.
trying to get these.
Wait,
no,
shush,
you
shush, Amy.
Mr.
Amy,
Straight.
shush. You have
I'm
five
gonna keep on
people.
talking, and we're
You
gonna
have
keep
five
on.
Okay,
people.
until
we're
you stop
going one at
talking.
a time. Come on.
No, we
Stop
cannot go one at a
talking,
time
Mr.
because
Straight,
there's
for a
Mr.
moment.
Straight.
No, I need to say something very
No,
important.
I have to
You
get
have
my
Stop
point out.
talking
I've
for a
been
moment, Ms.
interrupted.
Straight.
from-
Let Amy finish, and then you can talk.
Oh my God.
Yes. Why does it always have to be your God? That's just a joke. Don't respond to that. The reason that we would not worship could be put aside. If you're presenting us with evidence of a God that would convince us, we would be theists by definition. Everything else is afterwards. And so that's where the
Won't you
atheists
kill
generally
Neela yourself?
say.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah. So, nicely said.
Can we get to the point where you present your evidence? That would
Yeah,
help.
but I need to first of all understand with who I'm speaking with. I cannot just say some
No,
random
no.
bullshit.
What you need to
It would be just
understand.
stupid.
No,
It would
no.
be stupid from my point of view to just say random shit. I
No.
need to understand
What
with who
you
I'm
need.
speaking.
Hold on,
Like,
Mr. Straight.
Just
what you
just
need to
answer the question,
understand
okay?
is-
No, mate.
Hold on.
Listen, guys, no,
No.
shush, mate. He
I'm-
said that I will speak after
No,
fucking
I'm not
English.
going to shush you. If you're going to keep talking, then I'll keep talking. No problem. But I was saying it doesn't matter what we think. Present your best evidence. That's probably going to do it. What you think is your best evidence has
All right,
nothing to do with us.
So I can't really mute you on stage, so I have to remove you because it messes up the permissions. But I'm going to pull you back up on stage. You're going to present your best argument, or we're going to go to the next guest. I'm inviting you up now.
Yeah, by the way, I have to leave in a couple of minutes because I need to go do a show with Arn Ra, which coincidentally starts exactly when this stage shuts down.
Yeah. So
people are welcome to.
So I need to make one thing very clear because I think you don't understand this. You are something like 6 fucking people. I am 1. When you make a point, it's 6 fucking people making a talk. When I make a point, it's 1 person. So if every single fucking one of you will make a point, I wouldn't have the ability to speak, guys.
Make your point.
Give me the priority to speak because
are you going to present your argument? Or are you
and now
just
I
gonna yell
will
at us?
present my argument. Yeah. Now I will present my argument.
We're not talking. Present your argument.
Now I will present. So my favorite argument, and I heard you guys say before that there is an absolute morality. And I don't think you can make an absolute morality in any way either than God told you what is the absolute morality and this is the reason you believe in it. So
Easy
that's
one.
my
There is
favorite,
no absolute morality, so that's pretty much
you guys said it
void.
before. I listened to this entire fucking conversation. It's not
Mr. Straight.
You guys said before there is an absolute morality. You said you can use evolution
If I could point
to
something out,
Yeah.
TJump is a moral realist. And TJump has an argument that he presents for moral realism. Not all of us on the stage are moral realists. I, for one, am a moral relativist. That morality is subjective entirely to the individual, to the group, to the nation, to the world, whatever. And if a God were to exist, morality would also be subjected to the determinations of that God. So, because it would be God being the biggest, baddest thing in the universe that would be declaring what is and is not moral. If God does not exist, then human beings declare what is and is not moral.
Okay. So you don't believe in it? So can the guy who does believe in it answer the question of how can you make an absolute morality without using God? Because there is somebody who believes in it.
That's not convincing us God exists,
No,
dude.
that's a good
Present your
argument.
argument.
Convince him if there is no fucking way. It will convince him. I cannot convince all of you. You're different fucking people, and you didn't even answer the question that will make me understand how you think about God. So the fuck I have to do?
He made a valid argument.
What Taco is trying to tell you
he made a valid argument.
If your argument is not going to convince us,
Peter, stop. He made
it's a bad argument.
No, it's not. It's not a bad argument. Stop. It's not a bad argument. It's not a bad argument. It's a perfectly fine argument. So he made a good argument. It's a good argument. It's far better than like 90% of the people on here. Don't complain about that. I love it. He made an actual argument. Progress. Yes, there are other ways to make objective models of morality, and a God model is a bad model of objective morality. It's subjective, as JL, I think, was the one who said that.
Yes.
Other ways we do it be moral, let's say naturalistic pantheism. Just it's grounded in a different objective thing, like a law of nature, a platonic object, an a priori abstract. Those would all be objective models of morality without a God.
Can you? I don't know those morals. Can you give an example how they work without God? How can you make a model without because without God, morality just seems something that you believe in, just to believe.
No. So if morality is like if you think it's grounded in God's nature, right? Well, I think it's grounded in the nature of the universe, and so there's a
universe.
Thing, yes, the universe. So there's a thing. Morality is a thing that is grounded in like a fundamental essence of the reality without a God.
Isn't it the same? I'm saying the morality is from God. You're saying the morality is from the universe.
Yeah.
And what is the logic behind saying the morality is from the universe? What in the universe makes the morality? That's the first one. And second one, isn't it the same saying the morality is from God? Because both of them are just things we cannot understand. So that's the same argument, really.
Yes, that's right. They are the same argument. We can ground morality in a God, or we can ground it in a non-God feature of the universe. That's correct. It is the same argument.
Yeah, but on one of the occasions, you ground it on something. Of course, you guys don't believe that God exists, but most of the people do believe that God exists. You actually ground it on something which, in theoretical, if it is true, theoretically, it would have an opinion. The universe compared to God. Of course, there is no doubting the universe exists.
Yeah.
But the universe compared to God doesn't have an opinion.
That's right.
So that just
Why would it
seems
need
to
one?
me unlogical.
So you're right that we believe that the universe exists, and we believe that laws of physics exist and higher order emergent properties exist, and those could ground morality. So we believe that things that we have evidence exists could ground morality, whereas you believe something that has no evidence that exists, a God, grounds morality, and so ours would be better. Why do you think the fact that having an opinion would make something an objective basis of morality? Because again, opinions are subjective. So whether or not God has an opinion wouldn't make an objective morality. It would make it a subjective morality.
Yeah, okay, I get the question. So that's, I'm pretty sure I don't need to explain to you the difference if God does really exist. The difference between the opinion of some stupid fucking human who, I don't know,
Well, no.
does
So
whatever.
we both
or
have hypotheses. So I just want to clarify. Like you think God grounds morality. I think and higher order emergent property grounds morality. Higher order emergent
Wait,
properties.
what? Can you say it again?
Higher order emergent property. Law of physics. Just think of it as a law
High
of physics.
order emergent property.
Yeah, just think of it
Well,
as
the
law
law
of
of
physics.
physics. Well, explain how then? How does the law of physics even relate to morality?
Exactly the
I
same way.
learned physics. It's not.
Exactly the same way
It's
you
not-
think God does. God is the essence of morality. This law of physics is the essence of morality. It is what makes it morality. So
Which law of physics? What are you talking about? Can
it's
you
a
be
new
more
one. We haven't
specific?
unknown law of physics. It's one we haven't discovered yet.
Unknown law of physics.
Yes. So how is this
Well,
worse than
either
skydiving?
unknown or just doesn't exist law of physics. But
No. It's unknown, just like there's no evidence for it, just like there's no evidence of your God. So how is it worse than your God?
well, I do believe there's evidence for my God.
Well, that'd be
Of
great. You
course
could
I
present
would
that
believe
too,
something
but
like this.
but
Yeah,
as far as we know, there is
of
none.
course I would believe something like this, but it doesn't really matter because in the second one, what I'm arguing is that because we all agree. I'm pretty sure we should agree that if God exists, his morality would be the true morality because he
No.
created the entire universe. Of course, his opinion is much more valued than your opinion because you're
No.
just a superhuman compared to him.
No.
No,
So,
you
no.
don't think that your opinion,
Well,
if God exists,
stop. So
Okay.
if God existed
Explain yourself.
and his opinion is what grounds morality, then there is no objective morality. It's a subjective morality. So if God's opinion is what grounds morality, then there is no objective morality. For morality to be objective, it has to be something that stance independent. That's what objective morality means. A stance independent propositions about morality are true. So for morality to be
That's-
objective, it has to be something that's not based on an opinion. Like there are some
Mate,
other
God
things.
is standing
One
independently.
sec. There are other things that we know that are objective, like gravity. Gravity is objective. You don't get an opinion on gravity. Laws of physics are objective. And so if morality was a law of physics, it would be objective. It would be an objective morality. If morality is grounded in
Yeah,
God's
but
opinion,
that's-
it's subjective.
But that's not the way science works. That's the way they did it in the time of Aristotle. That's not the way we do science today. We don't use our logic. We use experiments to make science. That's the difference between. That's the reason why our system is so much better. That's the reason why Galileo did the
I
entire
didn't
work
say
of Aristotle.
science. I
Because
never said science. Science doesn't indicate God.
Mate,
and
you're
science-
talking about the laws of fucking physics.
Hold
What are you talking about?
Stop. Science doesn't indicate a moral law of physics, and science doesn't indicate a God. So science doesn't indicate either of the things we're talking about.
Okay, so I will try to make my questions extremely sharp in it. First of all, how is it possible that the universe would have a moral law?
Well,
Why would you
before
think
you ask
this?
your question, before
okay.
you ask Mr. Straight, before you ask your question, I have to drop off. I want to thank everyone in the panel for good conversations today. Taco and Randolph, thanks for setting all of this up, and I'll catch you all next time.
Thank you, Peter. Have a good one. Click his link in Heathen Hangout. Click pins. Click Peter.
So you asked
what?
What?
Yeah, I will sharpen my question again.
Just want to interject one comment that we got from the live text chat on YouTube. Somebody's asking, Hillary's emails is asking if they feel like they'd like us to argue about bagels. But unfortunately, we've gone off topic a little bit here and there. I think we're kind of doing better on staying on conversation now, which is great. And let's continue.
So yeah, you asked why would we think there's an objective morality? Because there's evidence of morality. We have moral intuitions.
No, that's not. No. I will
Okay,
sharpen
go
it. Okay.
Go ahead.
So why? Because your claim if I understand you, yeah, that there is a moral law. The universe have a moral code, kind of, yeah.
Law,
There
like
is
laws of
nothing that argue.
physics.
It is, yeah, like the laws of physics, which we, of course, know them by experiments,
Right.
not something which is based on opinion. So what I'm asking you here is the same thing that you ask me. I'm asking you for a reason, a logic behind your opinion. You ask me for a reason why God exists, right?
Yeah.
Like, give me evidence. You're asking for evidence, like there is evidence about gravity or evolution, right?
Yeah.
That's what you're asking me.
Yeah.
The same way that we know that things evolve over time, of course. Nothing in here to fucking argue. I don't know why there's so many people who believe in God and don't believe in fucking evolution. You're retarded if you do this. In the same way, there is something like this, and in the same way,
right. I got your question. So yes, there's no empirical evidence of this law, just like there's no empirical evidence of God, but they can both explain the data. So when we create a hypothesis, the goal is just to explain the phenomenon, and then we try to look for data. Like I have predictions that could be confirmed in the future that could show this to be true. We don't have any right now, so there's no evidence for the moral law of physics, and there's no evidence for God. But they can both explain morality. They're both objective grounds of morality. So you're confusing epistemology.
so now you do agree that God is an objective.
Well, no, that's a separate. Like there are certain versions of God.
Just said it is.
No, stop. So,
certain versions. Okay, certain versions.
Stop talking. So there are some versions
take
of
it,
God.
that's
Stop
okay.
talking. There are some versions of
What the
God
fuck?
where morality is grounded in his nature and not his opinion, in which it could be objective. Your version is subjective because it's based on his opinion. So your version of God is definitely not objective. But the point here, stop talking. You said that you couldn't imagine another alternative that could ground objective morality. Whether or not we have evidence of it doesn't matter. What matters is can there be an alternative grounds of objective morality? And the answer is yes. There doesn't need to be evidence for it to be an alternative possible grounds.
Okay, I see what you're saying. It is true that you're arguing against me, but the topic is if God exists. Me being, first of all, English being my third language and me not being as good as my words in English, and me being human and sometimes not being as accurate as I want to be with my words doesn't mean like go for the meaning of my words. Yeah, not what I'm actually saying. Like we humans, we can understand the meaning of words even if you're not saying them 100% accuracy. So I see what you said. You are correct. I do agree with you. Saying that morality is in the nature of God is a lot more correct, and I do think it is the right way to say it. That's what I believe. Yeah, that's a good correction. Thank you for this. And so that's really the God that I believe in, that have this morality in its nature.
Okay, sure.
And what I'm asking you is that why, and I think you don't get my question, why do you even come to the conclusion what you said is possible? Because a God, whatever you want to say, God is possible. God, something that created the universe is possible, right? Like so let's say there is even no evidence for it. It's still a possibility, right?
Yeah. So I'd say it's possible that
there is no way that. So I'm asking you for the same thing, because we both agree that a God is possible. I'm asking you to show me how is it possible that the universe, no God or something like this, that the universe would have some kind of a moral code in it.
Right.
Unlogical to me. How did you get to it?
So just like you think that morality is grounded in God's nature, I think it's grounded in nature's nature. So they're the exact same.
Well, if God created nature, of course it is the same thing. Yeah, but
no.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you for. I'm asking.
Wait, I understand your question. I think there is no God. There is only nature, and you think morality is in God's nature. I think morality is in nature's nature. So it's in the fundamental, just like you think morality is grounded in the fundamental essence of who God is. I think morality is grounded in the fundamental essence of what the universe is. So the exact same.
And what is it?
What is what?
What is the moral nature of the universe that you believe in? Just for
you want the principles that describe what morality is? I think it's any involuntary.
Yeah, how this law. Let's say I want for a little bit of specific. Yeah, so if you can theorize to me how the moral code of the universe would look like, how What is it? If you can like a little, because
it's a quantum field.
I think
higher order emergent properties.
a quantum field that makes morality.
Yes.
Mate, come on, that's not
better
only
than a god. That's better than a god.
Anti-truth. No, that's not anti. That's
how
not better
how
than
is
that.
it
That's
not
anti-truth.
better than a god? How is a quantum field that we know exists and emergent properties that we know exist?
Because it is taking a world that we all know and love, like a quantum field or quantum in general, and just sticking to it something which is not even related to.
Oh, you mean kind of like imagining an imaginary sky daddy and just sticking something like morality to it?
Well, yeah, if God doesn't exist, it is the same.
Right. So the question
is
here
very
is
similar.
So the question is how is you making up a sky daddy and just slapping the label of morality on it different from me making up a law of physics and slapping the label of morality on it?
In fact, it goes to
because it's unlogical to assume. Because it's
Prove God
unlogical.
exists.
At least for me, it is. I don't see how is it possible that a law of the universe can
why do you think
explain
a God
morality.
exists?
And such thing a quantum field, I'm sorry, that's not an answer. And if there is,
well,
like,
no, Mr.
there is
Straight,
a lot
Mr.
of people who are talking about.
Mr. Straight, Amy's brought up an excellent point here, is that TJump is bringing you an alternative that covers all the data points and explains it.
No, it's not.
Hang on. And you're saying God. So your argument is God. TJump's argument is quantum fields. Okay. It doesn't hang on a sec. It doesn't matter because this is not TJump convincing you of his position. This is you convincing us why it has to be God.
I am not I'm not trying to get convinced from his position. I'm trying to make him see that his position is not only unlogical, but
okay. So you
ridiculous.
do that,
and I'm doing this with my questions to make him doubt
You do
it.
that by presenting your evidence as to how he can't.
I can do it whatever I want to. If it is successful, I can do it whatever I want to. You cannot cuff my hands like this. I don't want to present my evidence. I think I can do this as fucking questions. Let me continue debating.
So what you need to do is you need to show how your model is better than my model. Asking questions about my model.
I want me to show how is it better?
Yes, that would be evidence.
Well,
yes.
My answer to such a question would be that God, not like your laws of physics, gave us, told us what his morals are in the book, in the Tanakh, not only the Torah but the Tanakh, for the prophets and all of those things. So my argument why my model is better, because I know you don't know. That's the difference. I know the morals. You don't know them.
Hang on.
By my model,
straight. There's a problem there. You I'm hoping you saw the problem there, because you just cited you just cited the Bible, or you just cited Scripture, okay?
Scripture.
And then you just cited it's like you cited Scripture and you cited your feelings. Both of these are predicated.
Feelings?
Hang on. You said because you know, okay? So both of these are predicated on
the Torah exists. What do you want me to do?
Straight. Both of those things that you just cited are predicated on this thing existing. Demonstrate how you know it to exist.
His question wasn't this. His question is to show how my morality, how I prove objective morality is better than his way. I'm showing him.
No, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
No. I'm pretty sure I'm quoting him right now.
No, straight.
That is irrelevant.
Straight. That is irrelevant because both of the things you cited are predicated upon you demonstrating the existence of this thing. Because
for the
scripture to be true, your God has to exist.
I don't know what is predicated.
For it to have been straight. For it to have been
I don't know the meaning of the word predicated. What it is.
Wait. So let me try for 1 second. So
for it to have been revealed to you, it has to exist to reveal it to you. So please demonstrate. Please give the evidence for the existence of this entity.
So let me try. So I asked you what is the difference between our models, and you said is the Bible told you so. That's the difference. So yours has a Bible that tells you so. Mine doesn't.
No. The difference is that I know as a fact. Yeah, it is a fact that I know by my morality system what is the morality. You don't know the morality.
How do you know that?
Again, I bring it up. I said the Torah. The Torah.
So the Bible.
By my moral code. Wait, no. Let me finish. I let all of you finish. By my moral code, which is your question. By my moral code, I absolutely know what is morality.
Right.
Morality is the word of God. The word of God is the Torah. That's it. No arguing.
So what I said
By
was,
my moral code, I know it. By your
you're
one, you
repeating
have
yourself.
no clue
You
what
already said-
morality
you
is.
already said- you already said that. So what I asked is, how do we know the difference, or what is the difference between our two? And your difference is the Bible told you so. Now, how I know the moral code is I look at the evidence of moral intuition, moral progress, the moral dilemmas, and the philosophical problems in the field of
TJump.
philosophy. Wait, stop. So my method for knowing morality and knowing what the principles are is I look at the patterns of the phenomenon of morality, moral intuition, moral progress, moral dilemmas, and moral problems in philosophy. And I create a principle that can describe those patterns and make predictions based off that principle, and then have a hypothesis. And so I use the scientific method. So this is good. This is a good way to know what the morals are. Your model is the Bible tells you so. So my model is better here.
Mate, first of all, as an argument against your moral, you said that the way you kind of predict what is the moral code of the universe, of a quantum field, is that, sorry for making it sound ridiculous, but to me it really sounds ridiculous. If you want to describe how a quantum field would make a moral code, I would love to hear it, but do it after this point. So the reason why I'm saying that my moral code is better, I'm not talking about the truth, yeah? That's the truth right now is not a part of the equation, because you were asking me about how it's better, how my moral code is better.
Yes. How is it
So
better?
I'm not, and I want to focus on this
I
because I
understand.
truly
Go
believe
ahead.
that this
Go ahead.
question is a lot more easier to me. So the reason why my moral code is better is I'm not basing it, first of all, on a human instinct, as you said. We know that humans are different, right? There is a lot of humans who have different morality. We can see it by, you know what, I will even use religions. Every fucking religion have different moralities.
Yeah.
Every religion, even in the religions themselves. Yesterday, I talked to a Christian who believes you shouldn't kill
We
gay
get
people.
it. We get
So
it.
even wait, let me finish. So
No, straight. We get it. Get to
yeah,
the
so I'm
demonstration.
saying, what I'm saying is that by the way that you understand morality.
Did he cut out?
Yep, I actually think he's still there.
Yep.
And yet he cut out.
Mr. Straight, you there?
Yeah, I don't hear him either.
Yeah.
Cut out. He might have had a technical mishap.
My God, Satan got him.
Mr. Straight,
We have
Mr. Straight, in case you can hear us, you can press Control R in Discord and it'll reload the page and we'll bring you back up on the stage. That can sometimes clear up microphone issues.
But so as
in the
as I
meantime, maybe
understood
we
it-
could talk to somebody.
Yeah, we
Yep.
can move
Well-
to somebody else. But I just want, his argument was the difference is the Bible told him so. That's the difference. That's what he said. Like the Bible tells him so, and that's where he grounds his knowing of the principles of morality.
Welcome, King Xerxes. It's wonderful to have you back. You were a regular on this show before, and it's always a delight to have you here. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, the stars aligned today.
That's good. That's good. So, Taco, who's next? Who's our
That's
next?
an interesting decision because I've got both Andre Belinsky and Banging Q, and I know how convincing both of them are going to be.
Which
Let's go
one
for
have we had? Which
Andre
one have,
first.
Sorry, which one have we had on most recently? Let's bring on the other person.
Probably Bang.
So we bring on the other one then.
Well, there's also
Hey,
a bunch
what's
of
up?
people
Can
in
you
there
guys hear me?
Yes, welcome, Andrei Bolkonsky. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today?
Yeah. So my
Attend
argument for the
alerts
existence of
2.0.
God. So my argument for the existence of God is that I think God is just a better hypothesis to explain certain most of our experiences. So, for instance, God can explain the existence of morality. God can explain the fine-tuning of the universe. God can explain why consciousness exists, how we have free will, how we can be rational. I think a natural universe can't explain any of that. So I think God has theoretic virtues that naturalism doesn't have. So I think the God hypothesis.
So you mentioned fine tuning, and one of the problems with the whole fine tuning argument that I see is it's making the assumption that the constants can be changed. It talks about fine-tuning the universal constants. If they're constants, they're by definition not tunable. So there's a problem with your attempt right there. Would you like to elaborate a bit on this and clarify then?
Well, I mean, you're kind of wrong on that one. Like gravity does change, the constants can change. That's not quite true.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I agree with TJump regarding that.
Andrew, are you familiar with
I think
the Troyer's video on fine tuning?
Sorry, what video?
Are you familiar with Detroyer's video on fine tuning?
No, not really.
I would check it out. I think he does a pretty good job of explaining that fine tuning is usually presented as though the theories start off being equally probable and there's no priors involved that would make one or the other more complex or more implausible than the other. And then just making like a general math claim and saying, well, here's all the possible parameters. That's the number of possibilities. Therefore, the probability is, that anything that's a subset of those is less likely than one that could be any of those. But
I think that's actually a great point because I'm sort of trying to build a cumulative case for the existence of God. So I think God has theoretical virtues. So whenever we talk about theoretical virtues, we also invoke the prior probabilities because one theory which has more theoretical virtues than another is intrinsically more probable than other theories. So I think naturalism is intrinsically improbable because it can not only explain fine tuning better than the naturalistic hypothesis can, but it can also explain how we can think rationally.
I want to ask you about that. So what do you mean by explain? Because when I hear a theist say that God can explain, what I hear is they imagine God could do it. That seems to be what you mean by God can explain. You imagine God can do it.
God's an omnipotent panacea. He can do anything. Any state of affairs or conditions would be.
Well, no, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The question is when he says God can explain, is all he means is that he can imagine God can do it. Because when I say like science can explain, I mean, we have a demonstrated novel testable model that shows that this phenomenon has and can produce this effect. So if he just means I can imagine God did it, well, we can imagine physics doing it too. Like his main argument is God can explain this and naturalism can't. But if all he means by explain is he can imagine God doing it, we can imagine physics doing it too. And therefore physics could also explain it. And so if he's saying that only God can explain it and naturalism can't, then he must mean more than just I can imagine God did it, because obviously we can imagine physics doing it.
So what I actually mean is that I think naturalism is incompatible with things like the existence of rationality, with the existence of morality, and things like that. And therefore, if we had to pick between the two hypotheses, one has more explanatory power than the other one. We'd have to pick the God hypothesis. So I can explain.
Why do you think it's
so? For instance, well, I think naturalism, which I take the view to, I take naturalism to be the view that there's no such things as souls, or there's no such thing as God, and the only thing which exists is the natural universe with its natural laws. I don't think it's compatible with rational thought, because I think rational thought is inherently normative. So it's based on the idea that one ought to do certain things.
Wait.
So, for instance, one ought to follow.
My question is why do you think this is incompatible with naturalism? Because again, most atheist philosophers believe in objective morality with just naturalism. So why do you think it's incompatible? What?
Oh, okay. Because I think you can't have normative statements in the natural universe. So I'll just let me just illustrate that. So I think rationality is based on the idea that one ought to follow the evidence. One ought to base their beliefs on the evidence. And if such normative statements are incompatible with the natural universe, then naturalism is not a very good hypothesis because it lacks explanatory power.
Right, I would agree, but most naturalists think that you can't have oughts. Like you simply saying it's logically impossible is false. Like there's nothing in naturalism that says you can't have oughts.
Oh, okay. Well, let's think about what ought statements. What would make an ought statement true in the natural universe? I mean, it would have to be either a Platonic object, right, or some basic fundamental law of nature.
Well,
right?
That's two of the options, but sure, yeah, but either of those are possible.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's go with the first view. Do you think the what could make odd statements true? Well, in terms of Platonic objects are acausal. That is, they don't have any causal powers. If they don't have any causal powers, they couldn't influence our beliefs.
Wait, so odd
Yeah, we
statements
can.
don't have causal powers, and so it makes perfect sense for odds to be grounded in a Platonic object. I'm not following.
Well, yeah, you didn't let me finish. So if odd statements don't have any, if they're Platonic objects, then they don't have any causal powers. And
Yeah.
if they don't have any causal powers, they can't influence our beliefs about them. So if that is the case, then naturalism can't explain our knowledge of moral facts. So it doesn't have any it lacks explanatory power. Not only is that the case,
no.
but
So there's the two separate things there. One is the ontology of can it ground morality, and the answer is yes. So your first objection was you think naturalism can't ground morality, but you just said yes, it can. It can ground morality, but it can't explain the epistemic justification
ground
of
our moral knowledge.
Right.
Yeah,
So
it fails to explain our knowledge of moral facts.
well, that doesn't make a difference. So one, Platonic objects can be causal. They're not necessarily acausal. Secondly, it could be the case that we have lucky knowledge and that evolution just happened upon it. And it could be the case that the Platonic objects shape the way that the universe operates in such that laws of physics mimic them. And so we can gain it that way. So all of those things can be explained naturally just fine. But you're granting that morality can be grounded in naturalism just fine without God.
So we're in the second horn of the dilemma. The first horn is that either moral facts have causal powers, moral propositions have causal powers, or they don't have causal powers. I'm on the second horn. I'm taking the view they're like Platonic objects which don't have any causal powers. I haven't addressed the first horn yet.
Well, no proposition has
if they don't have any causal powers,
hold on.
the only type of knowledge
no
we could
propositions
have
causal powers. Propositions don't have causal powers. They're propositions.
Right.
No propositions ever have causal powers.
Okay, then whatever, like moral facts, truth makers for moral propositions don't have any causal powers. That's the horn I'm taking. They're like sort of like Platonic objects.
Well, I can just say that Platonic objects have causal powers. Problem solved.
Well, but I'm okay. If you say Platonic objects have causal powers, that's a non-standard view in philosophy. I'm just taking the view they don't have any causal powers. I'm not saying they're Platonic objects specifically.
So I can just
so
say
let's just get rid of this Platonic
hold on.
object talk.
Well, no. So the point here is that the only thing that you have is that you imagine God can ground morality, and you imagine God can influence his morality onto us so that we have knowledge. I can imagine Platonic objects ground morality, and I can imagine Platonic objects can influence our knowledge of morality. So if your only claim is that your explanation of what causes morality is you imagine God did it, you imagine God influences us, that's the exact same as me just imagining Platonic objects exist and imagining Platonic objects can influence us. So right now we have the same
that's
model.
right. Yes, yeah, well, I don't think we have the same model.
All right, because I don't believe in God. But the point is they can both ground morality.
If I may finish the argument, I'm just talking about the second horn of the dilemma. Okay, so if Platonic objects don't have any causal powers, the only type of knowledge we can have about them would be incidental type of, like accidental type of knowledge. And Gettier experiments in philosophy show that accidental knowledge accidental beliefs, even if they're justified and true, don't amount to knowledge. So they don't explain our knowledge of moral facts. So I think Gettier experiments just disprove moral knowledge if the truth makers for moral propositions don't have any causal powers.
That wouldn't make a difference.
So I think you have to take the view.
Wait, that wouldn't make a difference. Even under Gettier cases, what we have as knowledge right now, given our experimental data of the world, is more than the knowledge we would have of God. So even if we grant Gettier cases work and invalidate knowledge, and we use it some kind of Bayesian analysis to try and assess what percentage of knowledge we have, the percentage of knowledge we have under naturalism is still greater than the percentage of knowledge we have under some God hypothesis. And so it wouldn't make a difference. Gettier cases make no difference here to the argument whatsoever.
No, because I think God has causal powers.
That would make no difference.
The fact that we would have non-accidental
makes no difference.
Well, it does make a difference because we could have non-accidental knowledge
of it makes no difference. You imagining God has causal powers isn't grounds of knowledge. Like you're not justified. I'm saying being able to imagine it having causal powers doesn't increase the evidence at all. So again, the
Well,
argument here, your
comparing
original
two
argument
hypotheses.
here, your original argument here was only God can ground moral knowledge and moral norms. I said I can imagine a different hypothesis doing that. Therefore, you're wrong.
Well, okay, if I may respond. So I'm just comparing two hypotheses here. One hypothesis is that truth makers for moral propositions don't have any causal
I
powers.
don't care.
The other one is they
Forget
do
the
have.
causal powers thing. The causal powers thing is done. That was never a part of my argument.
Why do you keep cutting me off?
Because that's not part of the argument.
I can't finish the argument, and I can't respond.
Because I know, because it doesn't matter. Your argument, your original argument, the one we started with, was you said God grounds moral norms, naturalism can't. Now, I don't care if you think Platonic objects don't have causal power. I'll just say they do. Problem solved. Now, your whole argument about whether or not Platonic objects
Okay,
have
that
causal
shifts
power
to
is
the
done.
first horn of the dilemma, which I
don't. That's right. So now we have a model of naturalism that can account for both moral norms and our moral knowledge. Problem solved. Your argument's over.
Yes. Okay. So great. So now we shift to the first horn of the dilemma, which is that truth makers for moral propositions do have causal powers.
Right. So I can just grant
if
that.
you take that view, yeah, let's.
I think the Platonic objects have that. Problem solved.
Okay, but do you understand that I have to talk about the second horn of the dilemma first to show that you do have to take the view that moral propositions have causal powers, or truth makers have causal powers?
I can just grant that they have causal powers.
Okay,
and I can say
great.
So your argument's done. Now that argument has moved on to the next argument. Can I have causal powers under naturalism?
No, but I'm not done with the argument yet.
Because
I want to demonstrate how
if you say 1 + 1 = 2, and I say yes, 1 + 1 = 2, you don't need to continue explaining it. We agree. Move on.
Yeah, okay. So we agree that you have to take the view that moral propositions have causal powers.
Sure.
What I want to demonstrate is that that's incompatible with naturalism. So under that view,
that's why I said Platonic objects can have causal powers. Problem solved.
Okay, so they have causal powers. Okay, great. Yep. That's what I'm addressing right now.
Can I take a completely different approach with this, please?
Fine.
Well, can I finish the argument? I feel like I can't even finish the argument. So if you take the view that moral propositions have causal powers, or truth makers have causal powers, and it's some natural phenomenon, well, we have very good inductive evidence that the only things which affect your beliefs under naturalism would be chemical events, neurochemical events in your brain, which are solely influenced by the fundamental forces of nature. I'm specifically talking about the 4 fundamental forces of nature, or by the causal powers of elementary particles. So we have very good inductive evidence that the physical world, specifically your beliefs, are causally closed, only causally influenced by the 4 fundamental forces of nature, or by powers of elementary particles. So there's no 5th force of nature which affects your morality, which could have causal powers. So
no, that's wrong.
So if you take
wrong.
that view,
I already addressed this. This is why I keep interrupting you. So there can be more stuff that we don't know about. You're right. All of the inductive evidence shows that only our neural processes affect our beliefs. That means no God, and that means no Platonic objects that can affect our beliefs. Wait, stop.
You can't rule out God.
Stop. So our inductive evidence does not indicate God. It does not indicate a Platonic object that can influence things. But guess what? We can both imagine those things. So the inductive evidence doesn't indicate either one here. So if you're a naturalist and you're positing some new entity that we have no evidence for that can influence our moral knowledge, that's fine, because it's the exact same as a theist positing some new entity that has no evidence that can explain our moral knowledge. So you bringing up some inductive argument about Bayesian or Gettier problems makes zero difference. That's why I said it makes zero difference, because all I need to do is show it's logically possible. Because if it's logically possible, then the exact both of the explanations are the same. That's all I need to do. Show it's logically possible. I don't care about the evidence.
No, I don't think that's sufficient. I don't think it's sufficient to show logical possibility only, because we're talking about probabilistic cases.
No.
So the inductive evidence can point.
No, I'm not. Because probabilistic cases don't matter here, because there's no evidence of a God. Probabilistic cases would only matter if there was evidence of a God and the probability was higher under a God than this alternative Platonic model. But if the probability for both is 0, or essentially close to 0 because there's no evidence of either, then they're equivalent models. So the probability doesn't make a difference here until you have evidence of a God. They're both equivalent explanations.
No, because you're talking about a priori. There are different types of probability. There's a priori and there's posteriori probability. So the a priori probability of both hypotheses could be equal. But What I'm saying is that if one is a better explanation, then the posteriori probability of the two would be different. And that's what I'm saying.
But for it to
that
be
the
a better
posteriori
explanation,
probability.
for it to be a better explanation, there would have to be some reason why one would be better than the other. And if your reason is simply that you imagine God can do this, then I can have the same reason. I can imagine Platonic objects can do this, and you haven't provided a symmetry breaker, and they're the same.
Okay, so may I provide the symmetry breaker? Because I started providing it, but you interrupted. Actually, let me summarize the whole discussion. I gave you a dichotomy. Either truth maker for moral propositions have causal powers or they don't have causal powers. If you take the view they don't have causal powers, you can't have any knowledge about them. If you take the view they have causal powers, we have a lot of inductive evidence that there's no other force of nature which could influence your moral beliefs.
I've already debunked that. That applies to God too, so that's not a symmetry breaker.
No, well, I don't think it applies to God, because it could have been the case that God could have designed the laws of the universe in such a way that it provides you with non-accidental knowledge about moral propositions.
That's not a symmetry breaker.
Even if moral propositions
that's not a symmetry breaker. That's literally irrelevant here. So if your argument is that
not a symmetry breaker?
Because in the case that we have a lot of inductive evidence that there's no other laws of physics that can influence our moral knowledge, the same inductive evidence indicates there's no God that gives us knowledge. Inductive evidence doesn't indicate either one. It doesn't exclude either one either. So the probability of either one being true is indicated equally by the evidence, which is 0. The evidence indicates neither of these. So it's not a symmetry breaker. They're exactly symmetrical.
Okay, I get it. I think what you're saying is that there's a large amount of inductive evidence that the universe is causally closed, that your beliefs are only affected by physical events in your brain, and therefore we have a large amount of inductive evidence that there's no God or a fundamental force or a fifth fundamental force of nature which could affect your moral beliefs. Is that what you're saying, approximately?
Yes.
Okay, but here the difference is that it could have been the case that the inductive evidence doesn't work against the God hypothesis, because it could have been the case that God.
I understand what you're saying, but it doesn't work against the case.
No. You don't understand what I'm saying because you cut me off.
I do. So it doesn't.
You're very uncharitable.
How long are you two going to go in circles before the rest of us get the opportunity to participate?
So it doesn't
This
work.
is ridiculous. TJump, you already had a moral conversation with Straight. It went
Stop
nowhere.
interrupting me. I understand what you're saying.
No, I'm not going to stop interrupting you.
Stop interrupting.
You've been having.
Holy shit. So it doesn't work against the case of an unknown law of physics either. So there could be an unknown law of physics that hasn't been discovered yet. And the fact of all of the inductive evidence of the currently known laws of physics doesn't indicate there isn't an unknown law of physics. Everybody in science grants that there's more stuff we don't know yet.
Okay. I think that's a fair objection, but I mean, I don't think it's very persuasive, because do you think there's really? I mean, do you think under naturalism, naturalism is compatible with the idea that there's really an unknown law of physics which designed the current fundamental forces of nature in such a way we would have non-accidental knowledge about moral propositions? That would just seem to me like equivalent to saying such a undiscovered fundamental force of nature is intentional. That is, it had intended to design the laws of nature in such a way that we would have non-accidental knowledge.
Well, sort of. I agree. So I think that the probability of there being this fifth law of nature that gives us non-incidental knowledge is the exact same as the probability of a God giving us non-incidental knowledge. I think they're both unsupported by anything and they're both made up. But the point here is just to show that they're equivalent.
But if you're saying this fifth fundamental force of nature is intentional, isn't that just equivalent to the God hypothesis?
No, because I'm saying like the way it's designed, it has a necessary state where it would cause these potential our knowledge to grow in some way. So it doesn't have an intentional state. It just has a particular nature to it, which causes us to have knowledge. So it wouldn't be like a consciousness.
But I'm using intentional in the sense that, first of all, it's normative, and second, it seems to have intended to design the laws of nature in such a way that we would have a non-accidental knowledge. So it is.
That wouldn't follow. So it can just have a necessary nature to it that it causes things to be this way without having any intentional states. So it's both of the things explain the data.
But even if you say it's a necessity, it would just seem like a cosmic accident that it would just design us in such a way
that's the opposite of necessity.
That we would have.
Necessity can't be a cosmic accident.
I don't think that's a good hypothesis to appeal to necessity. You're just saying necessarily there's a fifth fundamental force of nature, even though the universe is causally closed. there's a fifth fundamental force of nature, which designed the laws of nature in such a way that we would have non-accidental knowledge. Like what?
You're right. You're
really?
100% correct. That is a terrible explanation.
That's the alternative. Yes, it's a terrible explanation.
Right. Exactly why it's the exact same terrible explanation of positing the necessary being like a god to do with the same thing. I agree. They're both terrible.
No, I don't think there's symmetry there, because a personal being who's good, who's like the perfect entity, would have reasons to design the laws of the universe in such a way we have non-accidental knowledge.
And those reasons are grounded in its necessary nature, or are they accidental?
Grounded in its nature.
Right. So it's the same as saying that the properties of this law of physics, which seem accidental, are actually grounded in its nature. It's the same as saying the properties of God's personality aren't accidental; they're grounded in His nature. They're the exact same. They're symmetrical.
Well, the symmetry difference is that you're talking about an intentional, necessary law, and I can't think of. I think it's incoherent to talk about intentional
right. I'm saying
law
it's not
of
intentional.
nature.
It's not intentional. It's just it has a necessary nature which causes us to have intentional desires or whatever. But it's not conscious. Doesn't have intentional. But its nature is fundamental and necessary, just like God's nature is fundamental and necessary. And the fact that it creates the laws of physics in a way that it gives us knowledge is the same as God's creating the laws of physics to give us knowledge, and both of those are determined by their nature, which is necessary, and neither are accidental.
Also, you can think of there being natural reasons for things to be emergent. Like we have game theory, we have concepts like the selfish gene, which could explain a natural origin for some moral property about the world and about organisms' behavior.
Well, I think that's even worse theory, because if your consciousness is emergent, if moral propositions are just like the truth makers are emergent properties, then we can't know anything. It can't affect your behavior. Your moral beliefs couldn't affect your behavior, because emergent properties can't have any causal effects. So I think that's an even worse hypothesis than TJumps.
Look, if it's just God's nature, that's not really causal anyway. It's just the nature of God and everything that God created. Nothing is really caused. Everything is predetermined by God's nature in the first place. All these arguments work back on your own argument. The whole point of TJump's argument is he's showing you that it's a silly argument, and when you mirror it, it's equally silly. But I do want to hear what Xerxes has to say.
It's the whole fundamental nature thing, or the necessary fundamental nature thing, is just word salad. It doesn't mean anything. Necessity is only warranted by conditions. So prior to a state of affairs wherein the universe exists to necessitate God isn't necessary. Nothing about God is necessary. He just is the way he is. He's a brute contingency at that point. Having properties such as an effective will as opposed to an ineffective will, or honesty as opposed to dishonesty, mercy as opposed to malice, compassion as opposed to hatred, none of that is necessary. The only way to establish that it would be necessary is to elucidate a logical contradiction to the contrary, right? Like saying the statement God is not God is not honest means God is not God, right? Well, at that point, all you're doing is saying that if God had alternate properties, I just wouldn't call him God. So say you have this entity who's omnipotent, omniscient, but he's not morally perfect. He still created the universe, but he lacks that singular property. And so now he's just no longer God, right? That's just semantics. That doesn't mean anything. It doesn't change the substance of the conversation. No matter how you cut this, whatever the are, God, natural default state of existence, or just physical reality as a whole, it just is the way that it is. So you can kick the can down the road and say God accounts for reality and nothing counts for God, or you can just say nothing counts for reality. You don't need to add in the assumed variable. God gets you nowhere. He explains nothing and he solves no problems. If anything, he just confuses the issue worse.
I just think that's based on a fundamental misconception of necessity. So
no, it's not
true
there
that
are
the
two
only way
kinds
you
of
can
necessity,
demonstrate
Andre.
necessity.
There's ontological necessity and there's conditional necessity. If you're saying that God is conditionally necessary,
wait, so are you going to let me respond? Because you just rambled on for like a
which
minute
necessity is God? Is he logically necessary or is he conditionally necessary?
Metaphysically necessary.
That's not a type of necessity. There's logical necessity and conditional necessity.
No, I mean the standard delineation is that there's logical necessity, there's metaphysical necessity, and there's physical necessity.
Isn't
So
metaphysical necessity
just
a broad logical necessity? Isn't that an equivalent term?
Yeah, but But what
What
I
is
wanted
the
to respond
fact
to is
of the matter that makes God necessary?
okay. If I can respond, I am actually just gonna
Well,
get
just
off
answer
the
the
stage
question.
'cause-
What is the fact of the matter that makes God necessary?
okay, I want to respond to the point you made earlier, which is that the only way to show necessity is to show a logical contradiction, which I think is false. Because I'm sure you're
That's
aware
the only way to show
that-
logical necessity.
Wait. Can I finish, please? Because I'm sure you're aware that you can't point to a logical contradiction in the 1 trillionth digit of pi being 9, right? Is there a logical contradiction in that? Well, you can't point to it. But
This is just semantic externalism. Thank you, Hillary
necessary? Is it necessary that the 1 trillionth number of pi is, let's say, 7 and not
Appealing
9?
to epistemic ambivalence does not create a problem here. We don't know what the
Andre,
1 trillionth integer of pi
question?
is.
Andre, can you answer Xerxes' question?
Which is what is I mean, his question was, is it logical necessity or conditional necessity?
Right.
And I just think that's a false dichotomy, because the type of necessity that I'm
Not a
appealing
false
to
dichotomy.
would be logical, metaphysical, or physical possibility.
No, because you
right?
are inserting metaphysical. You're creating that because it creates this wide open field for which you to push your God into an area that it can't be knocked down, because it becomes this abstract thing. But Xerxes is correct on this. It's one or the other.
I don't think I'm inserting metaphysical necessity. Metaphysical necessity is a well-accepted concept in philosophy. So, for instance, Kripke has shown that water is necessarily identical to H2O because identity is necessary. But it's not logically necessary, because people in the Middle Ages couldn't derive a priori that water is equivalent to H2O. So I'm using metaphysical necessity in like the standard way philosophers use it.
Broad logical necessity, right?
And I want to get back to an earlier point, which is that the God
It's a
and the
logical
natural
No,
hypothesis.
quit trying to deflect. Give us the reason why God is necessary. What is the fact of the matter that necessitates not only the existence of God, but the arrangement of properties that you assign to him?
Okay, that's a great question. Thank you for asking that.
I asked it like 4 times and you just ignored it.
Okay, so I think the argument that I'm going to give you is a little bit complicated, because it starts with the idea that first I have to show that there's such a thing as a necessary entity, and then the next step of the argument is to show that God is a much better candidate for being a necessary entity than any natural fact.
Okay, show that there has to be a necessary
entity.
Can you skip to the second
the way
one?
this ties into the argument, the way this ties into the argument is that it's going to show that there's a symmetry breaker between a natural necessary.
Let's go step 1, then step 2, then step 3. Show that there needs to be, or that there even could be.
But you cut me off again. This was like the most crucial
but
point.
Because we don't need the meta. You said that the first step is demonstrating a necessary entity, so demonstrate that.
It's responding to a point you made earlier, which is that there's no symmetry breaker between the natural and the God hypothesis. And this is going to be the symmetry
breaker. Not worried
breaker.
about that. All I want you to do is demonstrate that God is necessary and so are his properties. So you said the first step in doing that was to establish that there needs to be a necessary entity. Go, do it.
Yeah, okay. So let's imagine that all of reality is sort of like let's say it's like a square, like a rectangle, like a box or something like that. Now, do you think if all of reality is this box, do you think there's anything outside the box? Well, no, there's nothing outside of it, right? Because it represents all of reality. So do you think anything outside of it could have created this box? Well, of course not, because there's nothing outside of it, so nothing could have created. Can anything outside of it destroy it? Well, no, because nothing exists outside of it, so nothing outside of it can destroy the box. So all this is meant to illustrate is that some part of reality, either all of reality or some part of it, is necessary. Are you agreeing so far, or just?
I still don't know what you mean by necessary in this context. Do you mean logically necessary or conditionally necessary?
Well, just necessary. I mean, well, there are 2 things I can think which nothing can destroy. There are 2 things I can think of which nothing can create or destroy. One would be a necessary entity, and the other one would be impossible, something that's impossible, because nothing can create or destroy something that's impossible.
Okay,
and nothing can create or destroy something that's
necessary. Okay, Andre, there are two kinds of necessity. Logical necessity, meaning that a proposition is true out of necessity of the value of the proposition. It cannot be false. It couldn't be otherwise.
Yeah.
So if you're saying that an entity, a thing which exists, could not have not existed, right? That is a very stark claim, and it causes a lot of problems with S5 modal logic. If you're saying that the conditions that we see in our reality could only be the way they are if something existed to create them that way, that's conditional necessity, right? But if you remove those conditions,
I'm saying this entity could not have existed because nothing can create it, nothing can destroy it, right? And it's part of reality. And all this thought experiment is meant to demonstrate it. There's some part of reality, or maybe all of reality, which nothing could not, which could not have failed to exist.
A thing which is a brute contingency could exist, and there's no reason why it existed. It wasn't created by anything, and nothing can destroy it. But that doesn't mean it couldn't have not existed. The only way to say that it couldn't have not existed is to say that the non-existence of this thing is a logical contradiction.
Wait, brute. What do you mean, brute necessity? Are you talking about brute contingency or brute necessity?
No, there's a brute contingency which refers to things that could be objects, right? Entities in reality. Brute necessities or a necessary fact or brute fact. Those things only refer to propositions. That's a description of a proposition, like 2 + 2 = 4, and circles all around. Because what we mean by those words is the definition provided. 2 + 2 is the value of 4. To say that that's not 4 is to say that 4 is not 4, which is just a logical contradiction. So it's logically necessary that 2 + 2 = 4. Same thing with
maybe I just wasn't really listening well, but did you say brute contingency is the alternative to
a brute contingency is a thing which is, there's no account for why it is.
Yes, but is that the alternative?
Well, it's the only thing that could fit an entity, because you can't argue that entities exist by logical necessity. In order to argue that an entity exists,
a brute contingency by definition could fail to exist, right? It could, like, there's a possible world in which a brute contingency doesn't exist.
Yes, it could.
So,
that's the point of brute contingency.
Right. It's not the fact that it could it couldn't fail to not exist, right?
But that it is incoherent to argue that an entity could not fail to exist. You would have to use existence as a property, which you cannot do. Existence is not a property. It cannot be used that way. It adds nothing to a concept, and it creates a whole mess of semantic incoherence. If you use existence as a property,
I'm not
then
exactly
non-existence
sure what you mean
becomes a
by that.
dispositive property. Okay,
Yeah,
well,
I'm not exactly
I'll point
sure
out what
what
I
you
mean
mean
by
by
that. Take the statement, some tigers are white and some tigers are not. Okay, that is a meaningful, coherent statement, right? There are tigers which exist that do not possess the property of whiteness, right? Now, if I were to say the statement, some tigers exist and some tigers do not, there are no tigers which possess the property of non-existence. Non-existent things don't possess properties, which is why you can't use existence as a property. Similarly, if I ask you to conceive of a tiger in your mind, you can do that. You can picture a tiger based on the properties of a tiger that are fulfilled in reality. But if I ask you to conceive of an existing tiger, that changes nothing about the concept in your mind.
But it's just detracting from the point. The point is that
no, it's not.
Reality or
the point
part
is
of
that,
it. Wait. So you ramble on and on and on, but you're not letting me finish my sentences. So the point is that reality or some part of it is necessary in the sense that it could not have failed to exist, because there's nothing outside of it which could have destroyed it. There's nothing outside of it which could have created it. So
it could just not have been. That's the point. A thing which is not created, nor can it be destroyed, didn't have to be. It's not logically necessary. It's a brute contingency. That's what it means to be a brute contingency. To argue that thing.
First of all, I'm talking about metaphysical necessity here, not logical necessity. And second,
Andre, there's no distinction. If you're arguing that the thing could not be otherwise, that is logical necessity. That is the only thing you can be doing to say that this thing cannot be otherwise, is to say that it's logically necessary that this thing is the way that it is, which would require that you use existence as a property.
So in order to get off my argument,
Andre, the metaphysical necessity. is synonymous with broad logical necessity, is it not?
Nope, they're not. Well, metaphysical
Okay,
necessity.
that's what it says on Wikipedia.
But I feel like in order to get off my argument, I would have to go into the difference between metaphysical and logical necessity, which Xerxes doesn't accept. And I feel like this would be such a detracting. It'd be so distracting.
So metaphysical necessity is like what's possible given the current laws of physics in the universe. Logical necessity means there could be different laws of the universe. So like, but Xerxes is right that there's a brute fact. Like if we say there's a universe of nothing but a pineapple, the pineapple is all that's ever existed in the universe. That pineapple, there's nothing outside of it to destroy it or create it. So it couldn't have been created or destroyed, but it's still a contingency because it could have been a potato. So there's multiple different universes that could exist, and each one could have a different entity in it. And if it's the only entity in that universe, there's nothing outside of it to create it or destroy it. And therefore it's a brute contingency. But it's still in each of those universes, the different object would be metaphysically necessary in that there's nothing to create it or destroy it. But it's still a contingent object because it could be a different object in each different universe.
Okay, so let me see if I can understand that. So you're saying, okay, so in each universe, there's just a different physical object,
yeah,
and
different
these are supposed to be like a different fruit, and these are supposed to be like causally detached from like the rest of reality.
Acausal.
Yes. So the only thing in the
universe, they are
universe-
reality. They're all that there is.
Yes.
There's nothing else other than the pineapple or the tomato or whatever.
Right. So there's nothing outside of them to destroy them. There's nothing out there. The fishbowl. You mentioned the fishbowl. There's nothing outside of the fishbowl. The whole fishbowl is just a pineapple. So there's nothing outside of it to destroy it, which means it's metaphysically necessary that pineapple exists in the universe because nothing can destroy it because there's nothing outside of it to destroy it. But there's a different universe. It's completely isolated. There's like different dimensions, I guess you could call it, or a different metaverse where there's just a potato. And the potato is the fishbowl. There's nothing outside of the potato to destroy it. And so that potato is metaphysically necessary in that logically possible world. And the pineapple.
Okay, I think that's fine.
I appreciate TJump
I think
for
that's
bringing this
fine
up because it
the
allows
first
me
part
to
of my
articulate thing that I wasn't articulating correctly before. What I'm saying, Andre, is that if
Yeah, I
your
understood
argument
the
is that there is
point,
no
and I'd
possible
like to
world in which God doesn't exist, then you're using existence as a property. You can only be saying that God logically exists by that point, that it's a logical necessity. If there's no possible world in which God doesn't exist, then the necessity you're arguing for is a logical necessity because you're using S5 at that point, which means that you have to use existence as a property, which when Immanuel Kant said that you can't do that just 300 years ago, that was pretty non-controversial in philosophy for the reasons I demonstrated previously.
Okay, great. So I'd like to respond to TJump because he made the point that these objects would be metaphysically necessary, which I actually agree with. The first part of my argument is only meant to demonstrate that some part of reality must be metaphysically necessary in some respect, either metaphysically or logically necessary. I'm sort of ambivalent on which view of necessity I'm using here. So I'm fine with metaphysical necessity. And the next step of the argument is to show that the God hypothesis is a much better candidate for being the metaphysically necessary part of reality. And the way the argument goes is that, well, the God hypothesis can explain consciousness, why consciousness seems to be fundamental to the universe. The God hypothesis can explain how we can think rationally. The God hypothesis can explain moral knowledge. A natural universe can't explain any of that. Can't explain. So it just doesn't have the explanatory virtues the God hypothesis
Can I
has.
just butt in?
It absolutely does. Scientifically
because-
and empirically, it does.
Well, I just want to say
I
really
just
quick.
want to point out that all of the evidence actually seems to point towards a natural mechanism for consciousness. I really want to either reject or push back on this notion that consciousness is a fundamental part of our reality. It's part of the universe because we're conscious and we are part of the universe, but it doesn't seem to be that special.
Yeah, every individual thing that you just cited there, Andre, there is a naturalistic explanation for all of that.
Okay, great. But I just want to highlight how important that point is, because TJump has already, seemed to me at least, like TJump has said that the only viable naturalistic alternative to explaining morality would be that there's a fundamental force of nature which is yet undiscovered, which seems to be normative.
No, so I didn't say that was
which,
the only one. I just had to give an example. So all I have to do to defeat your argument is to show there's an example which is empirically, that is epistemically equivalent. And if I can do that, your argument's defeated. I didn't say it's the most likely or the only one.
Okay, so then I must have misunderstood. But I'm saying if you're giving that an example of like an alternative, and I can demonstrate that consciousness is fundamental to the universe, and therefore this normative undiscovered fifth force of nature is necessarily conscious, then that seems to me like it's equivalent to the God hypothesis, right?
Sure.
So the whole argument rests on demonstrating that consciousness is as fundamental to the universe, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the way you can demonstrate consciousness is fundamental to the universe is to show that all of the other alternative models are non-viable. They all result in logical contradictions.
That would be argument from ignorance. Like showing that 9 axles are broken doesn't prove the 10th axle isn't broken.
Well, no, because you see, if I'm going to give you a dichotomy that either consciousness is fundamental or consciousness is not fundamental, that's a true dichotomy, right?
Right, but showing that any particular model of non-consciousness that we know about doesn't work doesn't prove that consciousness being fundamental does work. It just proves that the current models we have don't work. So like if I have 10 axles and I test the first 9 and I show all first 9 are broken, that isn't evidence that shows the 10th works. The 10th could also just be broken. So it doesn't matter how many you show don't work. That doesn't indicate evidence that your model does work.
So you think if you have 2 doors and you can show that you haven't gone through one of the doors, that doesn't raise the probability that you have gone through the other door?
Well, no, you're not trying to show that a non-consciousness fundamental, all possible versions of non-consciousness being fundamental are wrong. Or is that what you're trying to show? That literally every possible model of consciousness not being fundamental entails a logical contradiction?
Yeah, right.
Okay, go for it. Interesting.
And I would like to know what exactly you think consciousness is.
Okay,
I began.
In that brief moment,
I'm
I
going to begin
apologize,
with the argument.
Andre, I apologize. As breathtaking as this conversation is, and how eventually it's going to demonstrate how your God dies on its logical entailments. Once you start throwing attributes onto it in order to fit it into a particular God, because otherwise it's just unfalsifiable deism. But nonetheless, I do actually have to go, so I apologize for jumping in there. Thank you, Randolph. Thank you, Taco, for setting it up. Xerxes, great to see you. Amy, Jack, Ix, TJump, thanks so much, because I have a meeting I have to get to. I thought we were calling it at 2, but appreciate everything, and I'll see y'all on the next one.
Thank you. We got a little extra time today, but JL, have a great one. Make sure everybody goes into Heathen Hangout, clicks pinned and clicks all his links and follow him.
Appreciate it. Take care, y'all.
JL Warren, thanks for bridging the divide.
Always.
But back to the crux of my argument.
I think if I can demonstrate that consciousness is non-physical.
Well, wait,
that
before
would
you even go to what consciousness is non-physical, what does it mean to be conscious to you?
Why are we
So I'm going to begin with the argument with the premise that there's such a thing as consciousness. By consciousness, I just mean subjective awareness. Like, presumably you think you're subjectively aware of certain phenomenon. Like, for instance, if you bite into an apple, there's a subjective awareness of sweetness. This subjective awareness is what constitutes consciousness, along with other.
I agree with what you're saying, but my point would then be, what is the point of a God conscious?
No, I don't understand the question, and the argument, it's not even relevant to the question, because the question is consciousness fundamental to the universe, or is it not fundamental?
I'll take it more to the point then. What do you think is this fundamental force? Because I agree with you that consciousness is this mechanism that is us walking around, eating, you have to get rid of the food and sometimes mate. I kind of think those are the 3 jobs of being a conscious organism, but I don't understand why it would be fundamental or special. To me, saying consciousness is fundamental to the universe is a lot like saying digestion is fundamental to the universe, because digestion is a mechanism. It's extremely important. So is maybe our healing. our ability to heal from our cells through mitosis. And yet, for whatever reason, and I would say it's because we are conscious, we have a built-in bias towards thinking consciousness is special. We want to make it like this primal force of the universe, but I don't see good justification for that.
Yeah, I'm going to give you the justification right now.
Okay.
So the justification, there's an epistemic justification and there's an ontological
Why did we
justification.
abandon the necessary being argument, though? Did you concede that God can't be a necessary being? Didn't see?
No, because TJump conceded that God could be metaphysically necessary. In the same way, and all I'm... Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, and all I'm dealing with in my argument is metaphysical necessity at this point. So I'm going to give you an epistemological argument against consciousness being physical and an ontological argument. And I think both are knockdown arguments against physicalism. So the epistemological argument is that you could never show that consciousness is a physical phenomenon because the way we do physics, the way we study natural phenomenon is using science, and science is necessarily based on descriptions. So when we study, for instance, the sun, we describe it using propositions like, oh, it's round, it's bright, etc., etc., etc. However, consciousness is non-propositional. So what it feels like to look at the blue sky, the sensation itself could never describe using propositions. So if scientific theories only describe things propositionally using statements, but you can't describe what consciousness feels like using a statement, then you could never establish identity between the two. So for instance, the way people established identity between heat and molecular motion is that they described heat using propositions like heat is, it like burns the skin, etc., 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 and then describe molecular motion using propositions like it's equivalent to the velocity, to the energy in the system, and therefore you could establish identity between the two because you could see that molecular motion would result in it burning your skin, and you could see the two are identical. You could never do the same thing with consciousness and physical things because one is non-propositional and the other one is propositional. So that's the epistemological objection to consciousness being a physical phenomenon.
Cool. The ontology of consciousness is mysterious to us. How does this get us to a necessary being? Like, did we just abandon that argument entirely?
This is the first part. This is the epistemological objection. It just shows you can never establish that consciousness is a physical phenomenon, right?
Can I just interrupt? I'll let you make your
maybe
point
you could do
too.
the contrary either. It doesn't even matter. But like, you just completely abandoned the necessary entity argument.
But I also don't see why we could not have a physical model. In fact, I think we will eventually have a synthetic model of consciousness. I think consciousness is a system of awareness for an organism. You could say how conscious is an organism and how unconscious is an organism. And so from that model, it actually only works in the physical world.
So the argument is supposed to be that science works through descriptions, through descriptive statements, and you can't describe using statements what consciousness feels like. So you can never establish identity.
Now you can't. I mean, like, that's not saying much. Okay, yeah,
I
agree.
It's saying in principle you can never, because one is non-propositional and the other one is propositional.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and Kant said that there'll never be an Isaac Newton for a blade of grass, except Darwin came along and did exactly that 60 years after he said that. I think that science shows us we should be quite a bit more optimistic about what we'll be able to discover and explain in the future. But like exploiting some pocket of scientific ignorance isn't going to get you anywhere. We still haven't gotten any closer to demonstrating.
But you see, this is not an argument from ignorance, though, because it's showing that the only way to gain knowledge about a phenomenon.
Wait, you've discovered the exact ontology to consciousness.
Yeah,
you know
it's not an argument from ignorance, though. Okay, this is not an argument from ignorance, though, because it's showing the basic outline of the basic structure of the argument is that the only way you can gain knowledge about
are you don't know this, you can't explain this, science can't explain that.
No,
man.
Springboarding
off of those pieces of ignorance.
Again, you're just cutting me off without letting me finish.
Okay,
so the basic structure
the point
of the argument
is that this argument about consciousness does not get us to God is necessary. How do we get to that? Why did we abandon your initial proposition for this?
Well, that's just an
weird argument
assertion.
about
I'm
consciousness?
showing you how it's not an argument from ignorance, because the structure of the argument from ignorance is that we don't know X, therefore X can exist, or X is false, or whatever. But the structure of my argument is that the only way to know about consciousness is through X. Science discovers things via Y, which is not X. Therefore, science empiricism could never discover that consciousness is identical to a chemical process in your brain.
So
that's a different argument. It has a different structure from an argument from ignorance.
You're saying that it's Q is true. So
Xerxes, I think you're breaking up. I can't hear you.
Now, I just don't see a good. Is there an objection to the argument? Hello.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you, Andre. I can't hear Xerxes though.
Yeah, King Xerxes.
Yeah.
You
got a good connection, or you got a bad connection, man?
Press Control R to reload. We'll bring you back up on the stage, King Xerxes.
Well, I'd say so.
Yeah, if there's no objection to the argument, I'm just going to move on to the ontological objection.
Well, no.
Against,
So
the
his
idea
objection was that you're saying that epistemically, the current model of science can't determine that consciousness is synonymous with physical states is just irrelevant. The current model of science isn't all science, and so the fact that we could do it in the future isn't ruled out. So all you've essentially done is show that the current iteration of science doesn't have the means to do that, which is fine, but that doesn't prove that it can't be shown in future that conscious states.
No, but you see, my argument actually shows that any version of science can't do it, because science is necessarily descriptive. It describes things using propositions, and a consciousness is non-propositional. So science could never
What do you mean?
establish
What do you mean
that.
consciousness is non-propositional? So like I can say consciousness exists. That's a proposition. That'd be true.
No, so what I mean is that when you think about like things like what it feels like to see the blue sky, can never describe using propositions without appealing to subjective, non-propositional.
It feels silly to view the blue sky. That's a proposition. So propositions are all propositions are descriptive. Yes. And
yeah, but you see, that's not picking out any of the necessary, any of the essential properties of what it feels like to see the blue sky, because it feels silly.
One sec.
But wait, let me.
I just want to clarify this one thing.
Just let me finish.
I understand your argument. A particle, what it's made of, isn't propositional. And so if we say any particle will never be able to be described by propositions, that's true. You can never describe the territory with a map, the map and the territory distinction. So nothing in science will ever describe the fundamental essence of anything. It will only ever be able to make descriptions of that thing with propositions. But that doesn't mean that
right.
It's not physical.
That's true. That's true. You can describe the essential properties of particles using propositions. So, for instance, a particle has a mass of 1 × 10⁻⁷. I don't know what. It has a negative charge. It has a velocity of such and such. And these are like essential intrinsic parts of a particle, right? So you can give it descriptive propositions about.
Well, no, those
the
are
essential
tangential.
properties of
Those are
electrons.
interactions. Those aren't the fundamental essence of whatever energy is. Like if we tried to describe the fundamental essence of whatever energy is, you literally can't do it propositionally. Like there's no words, because science can only describe interactions. And so the fact that we can't create descriptive words that can accurately express the true essence of a thing does not mean it's not material, because material stuff is an essence of a thing, and our epistemic means to describe it using science tells us nothing of the ontological essence of the thing. And so you're confusing epistemology with ontology.
Okay. So you see,
hold on, Andre.
I think you've adopted a view called structural realism, which is the idea that the only thing science is describing are relational properties. And I don't think you want to take that view, because it's extremely implausible. So basically, it's the idea that the only thing you can say about the world is that X and Y exists, and X causes Y, Y causes Z, Z causes W. But you can't really say anything else about what exists except just these relational attributes, right? Do you,
No,
do you really want to take that view to avoid my argument?
No, we infer its actual causal relation. Like we infer the material world is real from the interactions we see, but all we can see is the interactions. But that's irrelevant to the argument because the argument here.
No, but you see, you can't infer that the material world is real because the only thing you can say about the material world is that there's such variables as x and y exist, which cause I don't know, like w, which cause blah 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 blah.
That's fine. That's
but you
fine.
can't say what the
Yes,
x
This is
and y
fascinating
exist.
sophistry, Andre, but there's a problem here with this argument. Are you trying to argue that God explains the existence of consciousness?
Prior to answering that question, I just wanna outline my point a little bit better. So my point was that you can't use science to establish identity between physical phenomenon and mental phenomenon.
I grant that.
And wait,
giving it to you.
But TJump has conceded that you can't do that because his model is that x and y exist, but he can't say what x and y are. So he can't establish
that's wrong.
X and Y
We
are
can say that.
identical.
We can say that. So we can go beyond the interactions. But the fact that we have a language that describes things that can't ever exactly map onto the territory, we can still infer they map on. We can do the inference thing, but they can't ever exactly.
How can we go beyond?
Stop. The fact that your argument is that we have a language and our language can't perfectly describe the fundamental essence of a thing. It literally doesn't matter. It's a confusion between epistemology.
Well, that's not
and
my
ontology.
argument.
It is your argument.
No, my argument isn't that it can't perfectly describe. My argument is it can't describe anything about the intrinsic properties of such objects. So if you say
Intrinsic properties of consciousness
and you
is subjective
conceded
experience.
that.
I just did it. So subjective experience
No,
is
but
intrinsic
wait.
properties of conscious, problem solved. I just did it.
But wait, you conceded that science only describes relational properties and not any intrinsic properties, right? So if you say it only describes relational properties, then you can't say what the intrinsic properties are.
Yes, I can.
Bombastic criticism.
So you
of,
can't say the intrinsic properties are physical.
Yes, I can.
Yeah, so you can't say
Yes,
the
I
intrinsic
can.
properties are physical if science doesn't describe any
Yes, I
intrinsic
can.
properties.
No, because again, I can have a hypothesis that the intrinsic properties are physical. Here's a prediction, confirm the prediction that confirms the hypothesis. I don't need to be able to describe.
Wait, what prediction would confirm it?
Stop. I don't need to be able to describe the essence of the hypothesis in order to confirm the hypothesis. All I need to do is verify the prediction. So like if I have a prediction that evolution is true and I predict that we're going to find fossils of Tiktaalik at some stage in geology, I don't need to literally watch Tiktaalik evolve because that's in the hypothesis. So if the hypothesis is the world is material and it makes a prediction, I confirm the prediction. The prediction is the propositional stuff that we're describing. And the prediction doesn't describe every feature of the hypothesis. It never will. It doesn't need to do that. You're confusing epistemology, the way that we verify and describe the facts of the phenomenon, with the hypothesis, the true essence of the thing. We use the predictions to infer that the hypothesis is true. None of the predictions, none of the hard science actually gives us a full, complete description of any theory. If that was true, we would never be able to verify evolution because we can't literally watch a T-Rex evolve. You're confusing epistemology and ontology. Our ability to describe things using a model will never be able to accurately map onto the territory. It's called a map in the territory fallacy.
Okay, there are two things I want to respond to. So first of all, I began the argument with I specifically said that I'm going to give you an epistemological and an ontological objection. I'm only on the epistemological objection.
Actually, Andre, you began your argument by saying that your God is a better explanation for the phenomenon that we observe in reality. Thus far, Andre, your entire argument thus far has just been a nitpick at what science can and cannot explain. You have yet to offer or even answer a direct question about how or what God explains. Well, Andre,
okay, I'm going to respond to TJump. I'm going to respond to TJump's first because that was he made the point first. So the second objection was that physicalism makes unique predictions about what we should observe. But all he said is that his view of reality is that X and Y exist without specifying what the properties of X and Y are, the intrinsic properties. So he can't say physicalism makes unique predictions because
I never said unique predictions. There's no
because I like how you're so dead set on responding to TJump when you avoided like several questions that I asked you.
Because this X and Y he's talking about is completely compatible with it being just mental phenomena.
I never said exclusive, and it doesn't matter if it's exclusive. It's irrelevant to the argument.
Andre.
Wait, so if it can't make any unique predictions, then it can't make like why? What's
they just need to be novel.
They
just need to be novel. It doesn't need to be unique.
novel predictions. So
Okay,
but that's
Andre.
the point. Physicalism can't make any novel predictions, novel or unique
Who
predictions.
fucking cares, Andre? How does your God explain any of this? All right. How does your God, who ostensibly is just by default conscious, explain the existence of consciousness? It would just be some property of his existence that he didn't have any choice or control over. So how does your God explain the existence of consciousness? Surely you can't be saying that because consciousness presents itself in the reality, that the default state of reality must be conscious. I could say the same thing about physicality. Because physicality presents itself in reality, the default state of reality must be physical. And you would not be happy with that kind of an
that's a
argument.
great question. So the only thing my argument at this point is meant to demonstrate is that source idealism is a better view of reality than source physicalism. So source physicalism is the idea that consciousness is non-fundamental. Source idealism is the idea that consciousness is fundamental to the universe. And in the context of the argument, it's meant to show that source idealism in God is a better explanation for morality, for rationality, for fine-tuning, for etc., beginning of the universe, etc., than naturalism, and therefore we should prefer the God hypothesis.
You also feel this way about digestion, because I don't understand why you're saying consciousness is fundamental to the universe. Like, it's a confusing statement. Do you think that other mechanisms are fundamental? Do you think that digestion or our healing, like the ability to form platelets, are also fundamental to reality or the universe?
Yes. Sorry. What was that? Platelets?
So, like, I don't understand why consciousness would be special or even fundamental to the universe. And so I put consciousness and digestion on about equal levels. They're both mechanisms by which animals walk around on the macroscopic world and handle energy. And so I'm guessing, let's just take consciousness out and replace it with digestion. Do you believe that there is a fundamental digestion to the universe? Do you believe that God has a fundamental digestion, that he then imbued us with our digestion?
Is there a fundamental digestion? I'm sort of torn on that issue. I think it could be the case that digestion is an emergent property. But I don't think there's such a thing as consciousness.
God forbid,
I don't think
no pun intended.
Yeah,
no,
I
Andre,
think if consciousness
you have to
is an
realize
emergent property,
but your God
then
doesn't
it can't
explain
have any
consciousness.
causal powers.
That's why you're arguing is that consciousness is a random, immutable attribute of existence, right? Which doesn't make a whole lot of sense because, as I said earlier, and you didn't respond to it, Andre, you didn't respond to my analogy. Okay.
So what
the
is
only
your
thing
analogy?
it appears that you're saying is that because consciousness presents itself in the universe, that indicates somehow that consciousness must be a property of the fundamental state or most default state of existence. But I can make the same claim about anything, like Amy was doing. Physicality presents itself in reality or in the universe. Therefore, physicality must be a property of the default most natural state of existence, right? But you wouldn't agree that God is physical, despite the fact that you would like God to suffice for this category, the most default natural state of existence. In fact, God shares very little in common with the rest of existence, consciousness being probably one of the only properties he has in common with anything else that exists in the reality that we observe. Nothing else in reality is omnipotent or omnijust or omnibenevolent or morally perfect or all honest or all merciful. None of that. But
so I don't think the only point I'm making is that. So I don't think the only point I'm making is that because consciousness exists, therefore it's fundamental. I gave an epistemological objection. I haven't given the ontological objection yet.
Relating to God, though, if you think God is a satisfactory explanation for consciousness, I fail to see how that works, since God Himself would be conscious, and therefore.
But you see, I'm not saying God. But you see, I'm not saying God is the explanation of consciousness. What I'm saying is that.
Why the fuck are you bringing it up?
What I'm saying is that if consciousness is fundamental to the universe, then the God hypothesis can explain the existence of moral facts. It can explain the existence of. It can explain the fine-tuning of the universe.
I don't accept
it can explain,
the existence of moral
it's
facts.
consistent. It's consistent with consciousness being fundamental to the universe, whereas physicalism, naturalism isn't. It's consistent with X, Y, and Z, the beginning of the cause of the beginning of the universe. So it can explain all of these phenomenon. So it's just a better model. That's the argument. I'm just gonna go back to giving because I'm having two different discussions. One with TJump and the other one with Xerxes. I think I'd prefer to talk with TJump. So, if I may give the ontological objection to consciousness being a physical phenomenon.
Go for it.
Yeah, so consciousness cannot be a physical phenomenon because either consciousness is identical to a neurochemical process in our brains, or it's an emergent property. If you take the latter view,
Wait, those
then
are the same
consciousness
thing.
can't have. Yeah, if you take the latter view, consciousness can't have any causal powers. So consciousness can't affect the words coming out of your mouth. So basically, this whole discussion would be meaningless if consciousness is emergent property.
Well, no, that's
I think
false.
That
Even if it's
that
weakly emergent, so strongly emergent, it absolutely has causal powers. Even if it's weakly emergent, it can still have causal powers, because if consciousness is a product of chemical interactions in the brain, and those chemical interactions can then be retroactively affected by the consciousness, and the consciousness can have causal powers, kind of like a domino. If a domino hits another domino, that domino obtains the potential force and then knocks over the third domino. So the consciousness would still be able to influence your actions, even if it's only weakly emergent. So that was false.
what is the difference between saying something is weakly emergent as opposed to it being identical to?
Well, weak emergence is like a new property is formed from a combination of old things that don't have that property.
Oh, okay. But don't you think at the bottom of it, being weakly emergent is just like it's the way we think about certain phenomenon? Like, for instance,
Well, like if you're asking, is it
when I think about a
determined?
wing,
Like if you're
when I
saying
when
it's
I think about,
go ahead.
well, if I may finish, so I think when you talk about weakly emergent properties, that's just another way of talking about it's just a concept. It's just a way of categorizing objects. So, for instance, when you talk about a wing being an emergent property, well, a wing is just a collection of particles, and ultimately, the causal powers of a wing are just equivalent to a collection to the causal powers of this collection of particles, right? It doesn't have any novel causal powers. So the wing is identical to just a collection of particles, isn't it?
Well, it's determined by those, but it's still emergent. So weakly emergent doesn't mean it's like strongly emergent is where a new thing pops out of nothing, essentially. No one thinks that's the case, but there's no problem with saying consciousness is like a emergent as like a heart is emergent. There would be no problem with that.
Okay. But do you think a wing has causal powers which are different from just the causal powers of this collection of particles which make
No.
up a wing, which are arranged wing-wise?
No, those would be the same.
Okay. So then, if you individuate properties based on causal powers, which is the standard view in philosophy that X and Y are different properties if they have the different causal powers, then what you're saying is that there's no difference between identity and being weakly emergent, because the causal powers of the wing are identical to the causal powers of the collection of particles which are arranged wing-wise.
Right. If consciousness is a thing that results from a specific combination of physical processes in the brain, then consciousness is synonymous with those physical processes in the brain. They are the same thing.
Okay. Well, I think that's just logically incoherent.
How is that?
So
that's the
that's
consensus.
again, I'm giving you a dichotomy.
Wait. How is that logically incoherent? That's literally the consensus of cognitive science, biology, philosophy of mind, neuroscience, philosophy of mind. They all. This is the consensus of the field. I'm not sure why you think that's incoherent.
It's incoherent because if that is the case, then I can show that's not the case. And the way I'm going to show it is using a thought experiment using twin Earth. So imagine there's a guy named John in our Earth on this planet who's looking at water. He doesn't know what makes up water. He thinks it's he's just looking at it. It's like clear, odorless, tasteless substance. Now his thoughts are representing H2O, right? But imagine he has a counterpart on, let's say, twin Earth, who's let's call this person James. James is also looking at a tasteless, odorless substance, which is qualitative exactly like water, except it's made up of X, Y, and Z. Now, the next part of the thought experiment asks you to assume that James and John's brain states are identical.
Sure.
Because their qualitative experiences would be identical. So, yeah.
Sure. Yes.
So their brain states could be identical.
Yep.
And if thoughts are identical, Well, and then the next part is that,
states.
well, thoughts have representational content. The representational content of James and John's thoughts are different. John is representing H2O. James is representing XYZ. And if mental states are just identical to a brain state, then, well, the representational content of the thought should be identical. But James and John's thoughts have different representational
content. What's the difference in their thoughts? What's the difference of their thoughts? Because
therefore, thoughts cannot be identical.
Stop with your arguments. Answer the question. What is the difference between their thoughts? Because their thoughts, as far as I can tell, are the exact same.
Well, they have different representational content.
What different? There's no difference. As far as I can say, they both have the same sense experience, the same idea of what water is. So they have the exact same ideas and the exact same thoughts. There's no difference, regardless of whether or not the structure of water happens to be the same or different. One is just wrong.
So are you saying we don't have, okay, so you're saying their subjective experiences are identical?
Yes, their mental states are exactly the same. They're both having the same sensory experience of water, but say one had water that was actually like heavy water or something, and in a week he's going to die, but he just didn't know that. His sense experience, his ideas, his representation of the mental state would be the exact same as the other guys.
Okay, I get their subjective experiences are identical, but do you think their representational content
are exactly identical? All of their thoughts are identical. All of their ideas about what they're doing are identical. All of their sense experiences are identical. There is not a single difference between them. The only difference is in the quality of the water.
Okay. No. The difference would be the representational content of the thought, right? Because one is representing XYZ, the other one is representing H2O.
What do you mean by that? That doesn't make any sense. Are you saying that one is thinking of water and one is thinking of not water or something?
Well, presumably you think our thoughts represent external reality in some respect. Like, for instance, when I'm looking at an orange, my thoughts, the orangeness, the sweetness, etc., are representing some external property of that object.
What represents
if you
how
reject
it
that
interacts
view,
with my brain?
I mean,
Sure.
is that? I'm sorry.
It represents how my brain processes that information. Sure.
Okay, but don't you think your thoughts also represent your visual experiences represent some external property of objects around you?
Sometimes. How does this relate to the argument? Like
it's related to the argument. It first establishes that thought.
Imagine there's two people, Bob and Bob 2, and Bob sees water and Bob 2 sees heavy water. They see nothing different. You can't see the difference between water and heavy water. They look exactly identical. So their mental states are exactly identical. They're getting the exact same information in their brain. Their brain is processing it in the exact same way. So the fact that one is seeing heavy water and just doesn't know it makes zero difference to the structure of their brain. It's still identical to seeing exactly water.
Okay. That's a great analogy, because it's meant to demonstrate that your thoughts do have representational content in that they're representing some feature of external reality.
Right.
So I begin with the argument with the presupposition that your thoughts are representing something about your external reality.
Sure.
And that they have representational content.
Yeah, Bob thinks he's looking at
James
water.
and John's thoughts.
Bob 2 thinks he doesn't look. Bob and Bob 2 both think they're looking at water.
I'm trying to understand which premise you're denying. So are you denying the premise that your thoughts have representational
No, I don't
content?
understand. Your argument is gibberish. I don't understand what your argument is. So there's no difference between Bob 1 and Bob 2. What is the difference? You haven't presented the difference between Bob 1 and Bob 2.
Well, the difference is their thoughts have different representational content, and I just don't think you're
What thoughts have different representational content? Which thoughts are they thinking differently?
Well, when John thinks about water, he's thinking about XYZ. When James is thinking about water, he's thinking of H2O. So their representational content of their thoughts is different.
Then their literal brain structure would be different. So if Bob 1 was taught that water was a different molecular structure than Bob 2, that molecular structure would have been saved in their brain states and have a different physical structure than Bob 2.
Yeah, but you see, I began the thought experiment with the idea that this occurs prior to scientific knowledge. Like, for instance, let's say in the 1500s, prior to the chemical.
Right, you can think it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what he thinks it is. The way you learn what water is people teach you, or you try and guess it or whatever, and that way is saved in a physical structure in your brain. And so they have different physical structures in their brain in order to come to those different ideas of what water is. So there would be a difference in the brain state of both of these people.
Yeah, well, no, I'm not even talking about them using the word water. I'm saying when they look at water, and we can obviously imagine a scenario in which James and John are looking at water, and they have the same subjective experience, yet the representational content of the thought is different.
No,
are you?
They can't be. They cannot be different. It will be the same.
Okay,
Like,
so
there's
you're denying that the
only
representational content is different?
The only way to get an idea or a thought is that idea or thought is going to be shaped by the physical structure of your brain. Only ways to do that are through sense experience and what people tell you, essentially. Ideas and sense experience. Ideas and sense experience shape your thoughts. So when John is thinking of water, he's thinking of his past experience of water, whether that came from friends and family and other people or his ideas of water. Those will be different from the other guys. So they will not have an identical brain state. They will not have an identical brain state.
But you see, the thought experiment is simply that John exists by himself on this planet, and James exists by himself,
and they would have identical brain states. There must necessarily be a difference in their experience in the past, or they would have identical brain states. If they have,
I guess I'm just have to ask yes or no questions, because it doesn't seem obvious to me what you're denying.
Well,
maybe I'm just not
sense.
following. Maybe I'm just not following the argument. So are you denying that thoughts have representational content?
That doesn't make sense.
James and John's thoughts?
That question does not make sense.
Am I able to finish the question?
No, because it doesn't make sense. You finishing the question when it doesn't make sense is not going to make it make more sense.
So are you saying thoughts don't have representational
Listen to my
content?
argument. No, that doesn't make sense. I literally just said that 10 times. It does not make sense.
Questions don't make sense?
Shut up. Here's the question. If two beings in two different universes have exactly the same past experiences, they will have exactly the same physical states under the same physical laws.
I was just begging the question.
No. So here's, in order for one to have different
I'm demonstrating that's false.
Stop. In order for one to have different representational content, they would have to have a different physical experience in the past to shape their brain differently.
Again, this is begging the question again.
So how exactly can you get...
It's not clear what you're denying. So again, this is why I'm asking yes or no
your
question.
Argument is not clear. That's why I'm trying to get you to address a different
what
analogy.
Is not clear?
So
in
this analogy, how can two people who have exactly the same past experiences and the exact same experiences have a different content to their ideas? I'm not following that part. How do you get to that? Because that makes zero sense. That's completely gibberish. How exactly do these two people who have the exact same past experiences in every physical respect have different thoughts? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, you must accept that they have different thoughts. If you accept that thoughts have representational content, and you accept that their subjective experiences are identical, if they have, okay, so I guess I'm going to just put this into premise format.
No, you have to explain how is it the case.
Okay, great. I'm going to put it into premise conclusion format. So premise one will be that thoughts have representational content.
That doesn't make sense. That's still, anytime you say representational content, that's gibberish. It doesn't make sense. If all you mean by representational content is that the idea is an image that you think corresponds to something, sure.
So you think representationalism about thoughts is incoherent?
I think what you're saying is incoherent.
Representationalism.
What do you mean
because representationalism
by
is
value?
Okay, great. Thanks for giving me a chance to clarify that. So what I mean by that is that standard view in philosophy and science is that your thoughts represent external reality. They have a representational content.
They attempt to.
So if I'm looking at, let's say, a square box.
They attempt to. Yes, they attempt to. So what?
Yes, they attempt to, and they succeed sometimes in representing external facts.
Yes.
So that's all I mean by representational content. When you look at a box, presumably there's some feature of the box that is represented by your thoughts.
Maybe not. That's irrelevant.
Do you agree with that so far?
Makes zero difference.
Well, do you agree with that so far?
No, it may or may not. It makes zero difference. So, like, if I'm looking at a box,
yes, but in some cases, it does correspond to some.
It makes zero difference. It makes zero difference whether or not the representational idea.
It does make a difference because it's part of the first premise.
Stop. It makes no difference whether or not the representational value in your brain corresponds to reality or it doesn't. If it's true or false, it makes no difference. The shape of the representational value in your brain is going to be the same regardless of whether or not it's true or false. There's no true or false difference in your brain. So if I have a representational value that is water, but it's actually heavy water or it's actually liquid nitrogen, I would still have the exact same representational value in my brain, even if it's wrong. Whether if it's true and I'm actually looking at water, or whether it's false and I'm looking at liquid nitrogen, the representational value is going to be exactly physically identical in both cases.
Okay. Okay, if you take that view, that just entails that the representational content of thoughts are not tracking any external properties.
No, they are.
And that's fatal.
That's wrong.
That's fatal
wrong.
for your view, because I don't think you want to take that position, because
no, I do, because what you just said is stupid. What you just said is that truth is somewhere in the brain, and if your proposition in your brain is true, that's somehow a different there's a different shape going on in your brain, and so we could actually determine which beliefs are true just by looking at the shape in the brain.
No.
That's a stupid idea.
No, what? What?
Yes, that's literally
no.
That's an entailment of your position.
Representationalism doesn't entail your thoughts having like being red or like being like square or something like that.
No.
Representationalism just means your thoughts represent some feature of external reality.
No, they attempt
you can represent
to.
things.
They never represent reality in and of itself. They attempt to. They attempt to represent reality.
I don't think you want to take that view.
No. I do.
Are you sure you want to take the view that
I know more
thoughts...
about philosophy than you. I know significantly more about philosophy than you. What you're saying entails the problem with this worldview. Why nobody in philosophy accepts it is because if what you're saying is true, and one person has a representation of water when looking at water, then there's going to require some difference in their representation than if someone's thinking water but looking at liquid nitrogen, which entails that the truth value of the proposition shapes the physical structure of their brain differently, which is the dumbest argument in the world, and no one accepts it.
Yeah, so wait, are you saying, because I thought you said that your thoughts never represent any external properties?
There is no direct connection between the thoughts and reality itself. There is no connection. Zero connection.
Oh my God. Okay, I don't think you want to take that view.
No, stop saying that. You are ignorant of philosophy. I know what I'm saying. Guess what? Delusions are a thing. You can have a representation in your idea that has zero correspondence. That is a thing. There is no necessary correspondence between your ideas and reality. We know this. It's called a brain in a fucking vat argument. Descartes' demon. This is basic fucking philosophy.
Wait, but Descartes' demon doesn't entail that plausibly your thoughts don't have any connection to external reality. Right. It just means there's a possibility, but possibility is not plausibility. But you conceded something entirely different, something much more radical, which is that your thoughts never represent any feature of external reality.
No, what you're saying is that there is some necessary connection between your thoughts and the reality they represent. There is not. There is no necessary connection. We know that.
Well, I'm not saying there's a necessary connection.
Yes, you are.
Specifically, I said there's no necessary connection. You're just not tracking what I said.
I've already debunked your argument.
Sometimes your thoughts represent features of external reality.
They can, and when they do, there's no difference in the thoughts.
Great. Okay, sometimes they can. Okay, good. So they have representational content.
Right, and that representational content has absolutely no change to the actual structure of the thought itself, whether it's physical or non-physical. Whether or not it accurately corresponds to reality changes literally nothing.
Wait. So the representational content has nothing to do with the structure of the thought of the chemical and neurochemical process.
Whether or not it's true has no effect on the structure. So if I'm under a complete delusion and I think I'm looking at water, but I'm actually a brain in a vat, the physical structure of my brain will be the exact same as if I'm actually looking at water.
Okay.
Did he cut out?
It's like if you're imagining a hammer. The hammer shape doesn't show up anywhere in your brain physically.
It does actually. There's several studies that show that.
Oh, really?
Sorry,
there was a study on. I think it was apes of some kind, and this was mentioned in my debate with Eric Hernandez. There's a link to the paper or to where it was mentioned in the Sean Carroll interview underneath in the description of my interview with Eric Hernandez, where if you they would show a picture of a target circle or a shape to a chimpanzee, and they'd put radiometric dyes into the brain and they'd kill it and then put the brain of the visual cortex on a radiometric piece of paper, and it would show the picture of the shape they were visualizing. So the shape does actually show up in your visual cortex.
Yeah, I never took the view that if you look at a hammer, there should be like an actual hammer in your brain. In fact, I take the opposite view. I think your thoughts only represent external reality. There are many different forms of representation. One form of representation would be
well, I gotta go. I got
math-like
a date in
representation.
like an hour, so I'll see you guys later.
Yeah. Anyway, so
TJump, thank you for being here. Really appreciate your contribution. It's great to hear from you.
See ya.
Make sure to click the pins and go click all of TJump's links and follow him.